I think we're about ready to start. 5 seconds. I would like to welcome everybody to today's Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting. Today is April 5th, Friday, April 5th, 2024. And this is a special meeting. We were scheduled for an in-person meeting March 13th and 14th in Denver at this very location. I should mention that we are located at the 6060 Broadway location in the Hunter Education Building. But we were scheduled for a meeting the 13th and 14th of March, which we did have, but we were forced to go all virtual because of a big snowstorm that happened then. So because of that, we made the decision to schedule a special meeting because we have some very important topics as always. And we felt like being all virtual at the 11th hour did not provide people with the opportunity to comment on several topics that we had. So that's why we are meeting today in a special meeting. And that being said, I would like to turn this over to the All Veterans Honor Guard to present the colors for us, and then we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance. So gentlemen, the floor is all yours.
Detail, hope, right, haste, host, color. Present, harm. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order, harm. Left, haste. Forward, march.
We began a few months ago to try to have a tradition to have the colors presented by a civic group, a veterans group, a youth group, somebody that was able to present this in a way that brings honor to what we were trying to do. So I want to thank the All Veterans Honor Guard, American Legion, for giving us this opportunity. So that being said, we will begin our meeting. And our first item of business will be take roll. Diana, will you please take roll?
Bailey.
Here.
Beaulieu. Haskett.
Here.
Murphy.
Here.
Otero.
Present.
Phillips. Reading.
Here.
Touchton.
Present.
Vardy.
Present.
Chair May.
Present. Thank you, Diana. I believe we have a quorum. I would like to say before we start that we felt that this was important, and we are going to touch on some important subjects today. We will gain more public input, which is important to us, and we will then allow the commission a chance to ask questions, provide comments. And our goal today, especially on the big game season structure, is to be able to kind of narrow down some of the thoughts that we're going to go to and give staff an idea as what to come back with us as some plausible alternatives. So that being said, I will move to agenda item number 2, which is to approve the minutes of our March 13th and 14th meeting, and I will entertain a motion to approve those minutes or any corrections to the minutes. Are there any corrections? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion for approval. Commissioner Haskett moves to approve the minutes as presented. Commissioner Touchton, second. All those in favor of approving the minutes as presented signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion passes. The minutes are approved. We will go to agenda item number 3, which are corrections to today's agenda. And we also, at this time, will ask to approve our consent agenda. Are there any corrections to today's agenda? Seeing none, are there any changes or additions to the consent agenda? Or if not, can we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented? Commissioner Haskett moves to approve the consent agenda. Commissioner Touchton, second. All those in favor of approval of the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. We approve the consent agenda as it's presented. Now go into agenda item 4, and I'll open the floor to any commissioners that have any comments or have any questions of what we've done so far, but I'd actually entertain any comments that any commissioners have. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. Everybody's so quiet. It's only been a couple of weeks, but it seems like it's been a really busy couple of weeks. Yesterday, we had the draw process working group meeting again and worked through sheep, goat, and moose yesterday, and it was a good day. It's nice to see all the people involved in that and how we work through everything. I'm really proud of how the group comes together. Last week, I also got to go out and on a sage grouse. I don't know exactly what you call it. You put little backpack transmitters on them, and it was you go out at dark, which was neat, and started out really nice, and then it became a huge blizzard. Got to leave, but it was fun, and staff and how much they're involved in all that. It was really neat to be out there and see what they do and how much they care about the wildlife out there and what they're doing to help protect them. I feel compelled to say something about the wolves. And since the wolf release, it's been quiet, but depredation has began. And I would like to ask people not to blame CPW for the wolf depredations. What we did was mandated. The wolf introduction was a will of the people, and we need everybody to work with us. So please remember that, and don't hold it against CPW. It was just something that we had to do by law. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Otero.
Just want to, there we go. Thanks, Chair May. Also was at the draw working group meeting, and it was great to hear from expertise from various stakeholders. And also just want to highlight and underscore the importance of public, comment in that. I've been hearing a lot from the public, various perspectives. So, the more engagement we have there, the better. And so I appreciate everyone who's taken the time to email and or reach out and take time to set up meetings and chat with me about various things.
Thank you, Commissioner Otero. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May. Real quick, after our last virtual meeting, and Commissioner Haskett attended GOCO's also virtual meeting as that snowstorm kept us all virtual. I think it was $111 million was awarded in Centennial grants, which was quite a large sum of money going out to some very worthy projects. So that was I think it's not quite concluded, but a nearly concluded centennial program from GoCo's perspective was very well done. And then I also I want to thank Brian who got the ball rolling. I was able to go on a mountain lion capture to collar a mountain lion. We were going to change a battery on a lion that already had a collar, but plans changed on the fly. Similar to Commissioner Haskett, the professionalism of everyone involved was quite noticeable. I know it's a controversial topic, and I wanted to see how it all worked. And I appreciate Josh Whitaker was the houndsman who helped CPW, his business partner Eric, and someone they only referred to, I think it was his nephew, but I only know him as Jabba, who fortunately was kind enough to walk as slow as an old man from the plains after those hounds. Wildlife technician Joe Lamb, no relation to Mark Lamb, but it's apparently a popular name to get hired at CBW. They all did excellent work, and I'd show photos, but I was asked to keep them on the down low, so I'll show them to you on my phone, if you're interested. But any commissioner who's never experienced that and wants to know more, it was a really good opportunity. So I wanted to thank you guys for that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I can't tell, Commissioner Reading, do you have comments? Sure you do.
Just that I've heard from a lot of the public about the big game structure, and just wanted to let people know that we are listening, we're hearing, we love the passion. There's a lot of difference of opinion, so not everyone's going to be happy with the outcome, but I hope that everyone will understand that we're trying to do what's best for the wildlife of the state. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Reading. And since I can't tell, Commissioner Bailey, are you there? Do you have something that you wanted to speak on? I won't put her on the spot. I would say, oh, she's not. Okay. Any other commissioners with any comments? Okay, I guess I'll go. I have a couple comments. This past week for me has been a pretty big week, and as everybody knows, the topics we put on the agenda for other than big game season structure are beaver management in Colorado, lesser prairie chicken situation in Colorado, migration corridors. All of those have been identified by commissioners for several months that they are important to us, and we want to at least have a discussion on them. The privilege of having this special meeting allowed us to be able to do that, so I look forward to those discussions. For me, I was able last week to actually be on the lesser prairie chicken lek. Very active. We had 16 males on the lek, which was unbelievable. And this is in an area where chickens have basically disappeared. So we had 16 males on the lek. We had 3 or 4 hens approach the outside of the lek. Didn't stay long, but really encouraging to see that. So since then, I have heard a couple of rumors that there may have been another lek or two found, that it wasn't known they were there, but continue to hope that that's the case. But in addition to that, I belong to a group. It's called it's called the Lesser Prairie Chicken Landowners Alliance, and we're very fortunate that we had a gentleman, Ted Cook, who was former U.S. Fish and Wildlife biologist. He's now the head of the North American Grouse Partnership. And Ted actually took upon himself to organize a group of landowners in the Lesser Prairie Chicken states. I was fortunate enough to be the Colorado representative for that. But we've been working for 2 or 3 years to try to find some answers to the problems that lesser prairie chickens are facing. And I would emphasize the fact that even though we focus on that species, it's basically an indicator species that a myriad of other species will benefit from if we can protect them. So that being said, we have been working for 2 years to try to get a group of people together that could have an impact on this. And this past week, our group organized a tour in Kansas, in the heart of lesser prairie chicken country, where there are still good numbers. And we actually had We had people come from Washington that were advisors to the Secretary of Agriculture, to the NRCS Director, U.S. Fish and Wildlife. We had over 60 people in attendance, people that can really make a difference. But most notable to me was we had the state directors, the state conservationists of the states that are involved with the NRCS. I think we had every state: New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Colorado. Notably, Clint Evans, who is the state conservationist for the NRCS, was there and attended all 3 days, saw every effort. Ray Aberley with Colorado Parks and Wildlife and Jonathan Wrights with Colorado Parks and Wildlife were also in attendance. So Colorado was well represented. As we in this process of kind of identifying some issues, seeing what we can come up with to maybe help this species and in turn help many other species. So not to go on, we'll have that discussion later on today, but I just wanted to mention the fact that there is a lot going on. There are a lot of people interested and a lot of advocacy going on. That's all I have. I could talk all afternoon about some of these things, so I'll stop. I'll now turn it over to Director Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start with some really amazing news. Our Keep Colorado Wild team was nominated for and was selected for the Tom Clements Better Government Award for innovation. So that is a super competitive process, and we're so proud of our Keep Colorado Wild team. And maybe a lot of folks don't know this, but other states have really reached out to CPW and said, hey, can we sit with your people and learn how you guys pulled off Keep Colorado Wild? So again, amazing effort, amazing team, and well deserving of that award. I want to try to keep the number of my topics short because I have a few things to say, and those of you that know me, normally I just say what's going on in my mind, but the next two topics weigh pretty heavy, and so if you guys are okay with me reading, normally when I really am processing a lot, I have to write it down and make sure, because words, as we all know, are really important. So I'd like to start with wolves. This is it's been a tough couple months for a lot of people inside CPW and a lot of ranchers in rural communities. As people likely know, we had a calf depredation this week. And Commissioner Haskett, I want to thank you for your words, because CPW is just implementing the law. And it seems like maybe by human nature, folks have a tendency to see us as doing this to them. And that's tough. That's tough if you're one of our biologists or officers in a rural community, and folks that you grew up with, folks that you go to church with, folks that you have your kids going to those same schools are now looking at you and saying, you're doing this to us. Or it's not you, it's headquarters. Or it's not headquarters, it's the administration. And this, I just want us to all remember that this was a public vote, and CPW is doing what we do. That's implementing the law. And we're really trying to do that in a way that is supportive, that we're standing with our ranchers, that we're avoiding and minimizing those conflicts. We're standing with them in their anger and their fear. Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Chair. The tough part for me is, yeah, I signed up for this job and I knew for the most part what it was. And it's so hard for me to hear what our staff are going through. Being threatened to be alienated in your own community because you're doing your job. Being fearful that you might make a mistake. And what are the consequences of that? Is that losing your job? Is that being punished? Is that being further alienated in the community that you grew up in? So I just want to say to our CPW staff, I want you to know that I and our executive management team have your back. We all will stub our toe. We'll all be there to pick each other up and learn from it and move forward and adapt. That's what CPW does. This is the most professional organization I have ever had the privilege and honor to work in. And we need to take the handcuffs off our folks. And I'm maybe pleading that in all levels of government, all branches of government, our public, our landowners, that we give CPW staff the space, the support, and the safety that they need to help us all navigate through and successfully implement the restoration, and do so in a manner that doesn't just have our rural communities surviving, but our hope is that we're there with them to help them thrive. So I'll move on past that, but it kills a person like me to know our staff are struggling. Now, the other opportunity, choose your words. It's tough to have a lot of stuff going on, and then your people the public that you serve, as trustee managers are in their own conflict. And I feel like and this is maybe our job, but we're always stuck in the middle at the epicenter of the conflict. And I feel like folks need to get some better arm strength so they can toss the grenades over us, because I feel like they land on us all the time. But I wanted to make some statements around the big game season structure. So I'll start with stating the obvious, that CPW's mission calls for the perpetuation of wildlife. That's always got to be the foundation of the decisions that we as trustee managers and you as a body, as the trustees, start with. Colorado continues to be blessed with abundant game populations. However, we cannot take for granted that this will always be the case given habitat loss and fragmentation, climate change, and disease. In the case of the BGSS process, the main points of interest involve social and economic. It's important to note that whatever decision the Parks and Wildlife Commission lands on, it's also only for the next 5 years. I feel like the comments I've been getting, it's like, you all are going to make a decision and that's permanent forever. And these are 5-year season structures. And that you all can hopefully rest assured that we will monitor the implementation and continue to make sound biological decisions. We'll learn and adjust for the next big game season structure update. I also want to remind us that much of this started with the need to address crowding issues, and that puts CPW and the commission in an awkward position that this isn't a biological issue for us for the most part. This is a social and I would argue an economic issue for us. It is my hope that we will, as a agency, will bring forward, we'll have the types of capacity we need, that we can bring forward those social. In this case, we have some social, but we'll bring forward that social information, the economic information, and continued high quality of our biological information so that you all have the clarity that you need to make the best decision for current and future generations. These resident versus non-resident battles, they're occurring in several states. The current model has non-residents contributing more financially to wildlife management than residents. In our case, we average about 100,000 non-resident hunters that contributed approximately $56 million in revenue, whereas we have 250,000 resident hunters that contribute 10 million in revenue. Now, I don't want to like say that we're putting a priority of non-residents over residents, but that's the model that we built. That's our current model, and therefore that's our current reality. It's been built by us and has served us well and our wildlife well today. Walking it back is doable, and unless we want to manage off a financial cliff, we'll need to do that in an incremental way. And I want to go back to the resource part of this. Like, we're talking about $66 to $70 million between resident and non-resident hunters, and I can't even describe. It's easy to parse it out in dollars. I can't describe to you what wildlife management and conservation outcomes come from that annual investment from both. In this case, the shared concern by residents and non-residents alike is crowding. Staff have done an amazing piece of work to create a recommendation that we believe gives us the best tool to solve the crowding issue in a fair and equitable manner. However, others have put forward an alternative that was in your packet at the last meeting that would provide an incremental step over the next 5 years for us to try to tackle crowding by controlling non-resident numbers in the existing over-the-counter units. Again, CPW will implement whatever this body decides upon, and we will do it well. I've heard a lot, and I think this is maybe a Parks and Wildlife Agency general comment across the country. The comment is always the agency's just chasing money. And I want to assure you that either recommendation that's in front of you is a loss of revenue. And that loss of revenue will run anywhere from $1.6 million to $2.8 million annually. I also want to say more and more burden is being placed on the wildlife cache, and we're not far from being maxed out. We had a conversation about that at a recent sportspersons roundtable. And the supply and demand are a little bit out of whack. Again, I want to be really crystal clear, like I'm not picking residents over non-residents or advocating that the current system is the best one moving forward by any means. One area of significant opaqueness is the potential economic effects on rural economy. So we can talk at CPW because we have the data about the loss of revenue to us. But as I mentioned earlier, we need the staff the types of different capacities so that we can make sure that we're working internally. In this case, I would argue for an economist, but also working with our partners to better understand the economic effects on especially rural communities when we make these decisions. So we want to arm you with the social science, the biological science, and the potential economic effects when you make decisions, because there are those effects. Shifting back to the alternatives provided to the commission to date, while the focus is on crowding, I believe another issue, and maybe this is just me being new and learning the most complicated hunting system in the country, personal opinion, another issue came to light from these alternatives and perhaps the current discussions in the Hunt Draw Working Group. That is how a solution for crowding may affect resident archery hunters' ability to continue to build preference points in the hopes of hunting a high-quality unit in the future, while also maintaining 100% certainty to hunt elk every year. I personally think resident hunters should be able to hunt elk every year, especially in a state that hosts the largest elk herd in the country. I would also be remiss to not acknowledge that while an important component of our resident hunters feel like we weren't listening or prioritizing their interest, that we do value our resident hunters. And in fact, we are also resident hunters. We will continue to work with our resident hunters and non-residents alike to focus on providing sustainable and quality opportunities. Well, I'm still learning, and I had my first foray into the hunt submitting for my draw. I've kind of come to understand a little bit from the help of a lot of really skilled staff folks how that primary draw works. So in my mind, as I think about it, and again, I'm so far from being the expert from folks that have applied and hunted in Colorado for a long, long time, if not their whole lives. There's a secondary draw that's another opportunity to pick up a tag, followed by reissued licenses, and finally the over-the-counter option. I recognize that the staff recommendation would make current over-the-counter fully limited and thus might reduce the certainty of hunting each year, and it would require diligent management of your existing preference points. I do think that there are things that could be done to improve that certainty with the staff recommendation, such as applying for, the allocation caps through the choices of the primary draw or perhaps the secondary draw. So we have other tools that may be available to us to make sure that resident hunters have more certainty to hunt elk every year. So, Commission, being Captain Obvious here, this is a very difficult decision that I know each of you are wrestling with, and I've had conversations with many of you. I want to remind us that the decision isn't today, the decision is in the June meeting. So we still have some time. Today's conversation hopefully will give us a better, more focused sense of direction to bring back to you for consideration in the future. As always, we're here to answer any questions you have, process any ideas that you may hear or have yourself. And we'll continue to meet with the beneficiaries and stakeholders thinking through potential ideas and solutions to these current challenges as well. I have an experience where our species is really good at, I call Polaroid moments, where they snap a photo and they think that that's how things will always be. But we can't forget that things evolve around us. And we must learn and respond if we're able to be successful in our agency mission. As trustees and trust managers, we have the responsibility to listen to and consider all beneficiaries and stakeholders' values, needs, and expectations. And I believe that you all are doing that well. At the end of the day, maintaining hunting as a heritage and privilege will depend on resident and non-resident hunters working together to evolve as necessary. In short, we're all in this together. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director. Thanks for the very pertinent points, and we appreciate the passion that you have with them. And I would just say that this whole situation is adaptive for us, and we're going to deal with it as best we can. So, very thankful for your comments. I believe that'll move us, unless anybody else has anything, we'll move on into our first agenda item on migration corridors, and I think that'll be Michelle Calverton will come up, or virtual. Very good. Welcome, Michelle.
Thank you. Should I go ahead and start my presentation?
Yeah, I think we're ready.
Okay, great. Let me share. Sorry. I think I would know how to do this by now.
Let me just jump in while you're doing that, Michelle.
Sure.
I think it's important to note that the commission has talked about this topic ever since I've been on the commission. and we've never had the privilege of really having a good open discussion on it. I look forward to the discussion, and thankful we have this time. Hopefully we'll have a robust discussion. So at your pleasure, Michelle.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate you having me. Just going to start my presentation and let me share my screen. Can you all see that?
Yes, it's working well.
Great, awesome. Okay. Well, thank you, Chair May, Commissioners, and Director. I would like to start by first introducing myself. My name is Michelle Corden, and I am CPW's Wildlife Movement Coordinator. I started with CPW in 1998 as a temporary, which led to the opportunity of receiving my master's degree at Colorado State University. I became a permanent employee in 2002 as part of the first GIS unit team. And then I switched over to a wildlife biologist position in 2005 and spent the next 15 years working out of the Hot Sulphur Springs office. There I enjoyed all aspects of my position, but really found my passion while working on the State Highway 9 wildlife crossing project south of Kremling. And then in 2021, I was extremely fortunate to become CPW's first wildlife movement coordinator. And I'm excited to be here today and share some of my work with you. Sorry, just going to get everything to work. There we go. My presentation will focus on methods and results from CPW's first statewide mule deer and elk migration corridor mapping efforts. I will finish with a brief update on wildlife and transportation projects, and I have a short video to share with you if time permits on the Safe Passage Fund. My presentation should take about 20 minutes. I think we have around 50 minutes, so we should have a lot of time for any questions or discussion that you have. And then, so following that, I'll take your questions. As many of you know, over the last several years, there's been an increased focus on migration corridors, especially across Western United States. In the past, most of our concentration was on essential seasonal ranges such as winter range and summer range for ungulates. Migration corridors were known to be important, but it was difficult to identify where these corridors actually were in the landscape, only using our VHF tracking collars. As GPS collar use began to increase over the last 20 years, biologists were able to see migration corridors literally start to take shape and appear on their screens. Migration corridors in Colorado can range from a few miles to over 50 miles long, and they connect vital summer and winter ranges. The importance of migration corridors has been highlighted by the interest at both the federal and state levels. Two examples are the 2018 Department of Interior Secretarial Order 3362 and Governor Polis's 2019 Executive Order on Big Game Winter Range and Migration Corridors. The governor's EO led to the completion of CPW's 2020 Big Game Status Report and DNR's 2021 Policy and Opportunity Report. Also in 2021, CPW recognized the need for a position dedicated to migration corridors and connectivity work, and that's when they created the position I currently fill, the Wildlife Movement Coordinator. There are also many internal and external projects and programs that utilize migration data, including land use planning, internal program needs, such as our land protection program. We also have transportation projects that we work on, and then projects designed to remove barriers such as fence removals to improve and maintain connectivity. And these are just a few examples of where our data is needed. We're also participating in the BLM RMPA, and then we also provide information to ECMC. This information goes into our HPH table or HPH data layers. So I would now like to provide details on our mule deer and elk GPS collar data distribution that we are using to identify and map our migration corridors. First, I wanted to note that prior to using GPS collar data, our staff used VHF collars for tracking. And with the older style VHF, or very high frequency collars is the full name for that, we had to locate an animal signal from the ground or air to get an approximate location point. It was difficult to get accurate and frequent locations using this methodology, but over the last 10 years, we've been making the transition from VHF to GPS collars. And with GPS collars, an animal's location can be obtained remotely with locations transmitted directly from a satellite to a biologist's computer. However, there are associated costs with GPS collars, from increased collar prices, data download fees, increased data management needs, and also decreased collar life compared with VHF collars. So what I'm going to share with you today, though, is only associated with our GPS collars. It doesn't include any VHF collars based on kind of the limitations of that data. So when I started in the wildlife movement coordinator position, one of the first tasks that was needed was to gather all of our GPS collar data from our terrestrial biologists to perform a statewide migration analysis. This was a new effort for CPW with a large undertaking. And I was extremely fortunate that one of our biologists was already working with a master's student at Western Colorado University who needed to generate migration corridors for her thesis work. With their help, we were able to complete our first statewide migration analysis in 2022. You can see here that we compiled almost 5 million locations points from GPS tracking collars. And these are just obviously based on these ungulate species. This doesn't include GPS collars from other species like greater sage grouse and other animals that we collect data for. But I do want to highlight that although we had almost 5 million data points collected, this analysis did take place in spring of 2022. So what I'm going to show you today only includes data from this effort, and it also only includes data primarily from our terrestrial biologists. We rolled in very little research data due to research projects being ongoing. This map shows the areas where we have mule deer GPS collar data compiled and analyzed for our spring 2022 effort. The data analysis units, or DAUs, in white and labeled with the herd IDs are where we analyze data for. In D16 and D34, which are shown in yellow, we did have GPS collar data, but that information was not compiled at the time and included in our 2022 analysis. We are currently working through that data. The gray areas on the map are units for which we do not have GPS collar data for, or that we did not compile for 2022. Most of the gray areas, even today in 2024, still do not have GPS collar data. In total, through spring of 2022, CPW collected over 2 million GPS data locations and had 1,020 collared mule deer make migrations. GPS collaring started in most units around 2013 or 2014. Although in D30 down the southwest corner, that project was in collaboration with the Southern Ute Indian tribe, which actually dates back to 2004. And D4 up in the northeast corner there, it started in 2021. It's also very important to note that only 12 of our 54 mule deer DAUs had GPS collaring projects, and not including D16 and D34 at the time of our data compilation. There are many areas around the state where we do not have GPS collaring studies, and it's not realistic for us to collar every herd across the state. Therefore, we will need to continue to rely on our field staff observation and expert knowledge, which I'll touch on later in the presentation when we look at our results. On this slide, I wanted to point out that several of the units where we have GPS collar studies are because they're also part of a long-term mule deer survival study. So the survival studies are shown with the hashed markings, and again, the white DAUs are areas where we compile data and we have GPS data. These studies started using VHF collars as far back as 1997 and began transitioning to GPS collar data around 2014. So as animals with VHF collars, as we had mortalities and we had to replace sampled individuals, staff started replacing those with GPS collars. By 2025, all collars should be transitioned to GPS collars. Although the study is designed for deer survival, we are able to use this data to map our migration corridors. This map shows the distribution and location of elk GPS collaring studies. At the time of the 2022 analysis, we had GPS collars in 13 of our 42 DAUs, with some study start dates going back to 2012. We analyzed over 1.7 million locations and had 758 migrating elk. Again, the gray areas show where we do not have GPS collars at the time of the analysis, and the yellow areas on the map show where we have ongoing GPS collared research studies, but again, they were not included in our 2022 analysis. We also gathered all of our bighorn sheep and limited pronghorn GPS collar data in 2022. There's good distribution of pronghorn data, but the pronghorn data, there's good distribution of the bighorn sheep data, but the pronghorn data is limited in the state. For today, though, we're only going to be focusing on mule deer and elk data. So now that you have an understanding of our GPS collar data distribution, I'll give a quick overview of our technical methodology we use to identify migration corridors from our collar data. We used a popular methodology known as Brownian Bridge movement model analysis, which I will refer to as just Brownian Bridge. A Brownian Bridge creates a heat map or utilization distribution for each animal migration. It estimates the expected movement path between points by using time, distance, and speed. The individual maps are then stacked to get a herd level migration map. Concentration areas or hotspots and the number of individuals represented. Concentrations or hotspots vary in the number of individuals represented. This depends on the number of migrating animals, the number and distribution of captured and collared individuals, and the route taken by those individuals. We conducted our initial analysis at a DAU level, combining migrations from all collared animals for each DAU. To start, we have to determine which points represent spring and fall migrations. In this example, these are the blue and red dots. The Brownian Bridge process only uses migration data, identified migration data. For each individual, we have to review the point data associated with fall and spring migrations for each year. Manually, using the migration mapper software, we identify the start and end date of all migrations using a net square displacement graph shown here. Generally speaking, the graph changes as an animal moves away from winter range or back towards winter range, which are highlighted in the blue and red bars on the map, which represent the spring and fall locations. Start and end dates are assigned during this process, and the points identified are used in the Brownian Bridge migration analysis. So this is an example of what it may look like on the ground. It's shown here in the map insert. The gray points on the left of the map show where the animals' winter locations are, and these are actually, this is an actual example from our data. And then the summer points or the green points on the right-hand side of the map. The blue and red dots traversing the map represent fall and spring migration for 1 year for one individual. To get migration corridors for the data analysis or herd, this process is repeated for each collared animal. Although Brownian Bridge movement models are a modeling process, it is using actual data points to create the heat map. It's not using other environmental variables or taking known locations and extrapolating out to unknown areas. For example, Brownian Bridge do not take data located by Meeker to generate migration corridors by Durango. The width of the Brownian Bridge migration corridors can be influenced by the time interval or GPS color fix rates between points, and also the overlap of different animals or the number of animal movements. Also, although we use the term corridor, a deer or elk migration corridor are not a linear path on the landscape like those you or I might use when we're hiking. Animals have to be able to adjust to the changing environmental conditions while they migrate. They need to have access to forage during this period, and they have to be able to avoid predators and other disturbances which occur during their migration. In some parts of Colorado, our migration corridors may look more like a swath on a landscape than an actual path. So now I'd like to show you some of our output from our Browning Bridge movement models. And we're going to start with mule deer, and then I'll just have a few slides for elk. The Browning Bridge model can be used to generate expected corridors based on the concentration of use, which is dependent on the number of collared animals, the frequency of data points, and the distribution of those collared animals. This map shows the overall footprint, or what we refer to as the migration range. These are polygon data showing the combined Browning Bridge output for all GPS collared mule deer for which any one or more Browning Bridge corridors were generated from our 2022 analysis. Remember, we are only looking at the expected movement paths of GPS collared animals. On this slide, I've overlaid in orange what we have identified as migration corridors, or higher concentration of migration use areas by GPS collared mule deer on top of migration range. So the blue underneath is migration range. It's where we've mapped movement of any animal, one or more, and then the corridors and the orange on top is the more concentrated use that we've identified. As a reminder, through spring of 2022, we had collected over 2 million data points for mule deer and on over 1,000 migrating individuals. What we don't know is when we collect migration data for one animal is how many animals are represented or traveling with that collared individual. But over time, as we collect more data and stack the data, the higher use corridors should become more apparent. Before moving on to elk, I want to take a moment to discuss how CPW is addressing the gray areas, or the areas where we do not have GPS collar data. As I mentioned, it's not realistic and it's not financially feasible to think that we will be able to have all deer or elk herds fitted with GPS collars across the state. Therefore, it's pertinent for us to continue to identify and map migration corridors using our staff expert knowledge. Our best available data is a combination of data-driven migration corridor mapping and staff knowledge and review. This map is showing the CPW species activity maps, or SAM maps, for mule deer migration corridors that we updated in 2023. These maps are publicly available and combine the migration corridors derived from our 2022 Browning Bridge movement modeling effort and our staff expert knowledge and review. In some areas, when staff conducted their 2023 SAM mapping updates, they also reference additional location data that they had collected since our 2022 effort. Staff use a combination of surveys, observations, and local knowledge to map when we do not have collared data, or when data may be insufficient or not yet analyzed. Our best available statewide migration corridor data is a combination of a data-driven approach, such as Browning Bridge movement modeling, with field staff review and knowledge-based mapping. It's important to point out that although there are corridors mapped in areas where we do not have GPS collar data, which are shown in gray, so areas wherever you see the brown overlapping with the gray, we do not have GPS collar data in those areas. The majority of the corridors that we do have mapped are in units with GPS collar data, or units that are shown with the white background. I've also hatched the survival study units, which are some of our most data-rich herds. Remember, the D16 and the Cripple Creek area, it does have a survival unit, and we do have GPS collar data, but it was not included in the 2022 analysis. Okay, so just a couple more slides here. I'm going to just show you on our elk output from our Browning Bridge modeling, and then I'll wrap up with our ongoing work partnering with CDOT and wildlife transportation projects. As a reminder for elk, at the time of the 2022 analysis, we analyzed over 1.7 million data locations from 758 migrating elk. This map shows the general elk migration range, again in blue, with the migration corridors or the concentration areas shown overlaid in orange. This map is showing the 2023 species activity maps for elk migration corridors. Again, it combines our Browning Bridge analysis output with staff knowledge and review to generate our best available statewide migration corridor maps. Our SAM migration corridor maps are rolled into our high priority habitat maps. As a wrap up of our migration data portion of the presentation, 2022 was our first iteration of conducting a statewide migration corridor analysis. It was a big lift, and we are very fortunate to have had the assistance from our Gunnison biologist and a graduate student dedicated to gathering, cleaning, and analyzing the data. We are in the process of repeating the analysis with data collected since 2022. My goal is to have it completed by the end of the year. I'm working with our biologists, our GIS staff, and our spatial ecologists to accomplish this. Regardless of the migration corridor analysis methodology, we will continue to review any data-derived migration corridor layers with field staff to get field-level review and edits. In order to create a statewide migration corridor layer, we need to maintain a hybrid approach and continue to use staff expert knowledge, especially in areas where we lack GPS coloring data. Okay, I just want to close with a quick review and update on our wildlife transportation related efforts. To begin, as a refresher, the Wildlife Transportation Alliance was formed in 2018 following our first Colorado Wildlife and Transportation Summit. The Alliance is a collaboration co-led by CDOT and CPW that consists of our federal, tribal, nonprofit, and other partners. Their mission is to provide safe passage for people and wildlife in Colorado with a vision to improve human safety while fully integrating wildlife movement into Colorado's transportation system. The Alliance is recognized nationally by other wildlife and transportation agencies and is one of the primary reasons we continue to have such great success in getting effective wildlife crossing structures built. And it also continues to strengthen CDOT and CPW's communication and partnership. This slide shows the top 5% highway segments identified in the 2019 West Slope Wildlife and Transportation Prioritization Study, which is on the left, and the 2022 East Slope and Plains Wildlife and Prioritization Study is on the right. These studies were co-funded by CPW and CDOT and helped to guide project selection. There are over 400 miles represented in just the top 5% areas on these maps. CDOT and CPW collaborate to identify priority projects and funding for projects. In 2022, the SB 151, or the Wildlife Safe Passage Fund, passed in Colorado. This bill recognizes the need to increase road safety while maintaining wildlife connectivity. The fund provides support for the design, construction, monitoring, and maintenance of wildlife infrastructure projects, in addition to providing match for federal grants and continuing to support the operation of the Wildlife Transportation Alliance. Although the funds are made available to CDOT, CPW has a response. Although the funds are made available to CDOT, CDOT has a responsibility to communicate and consult with CPW and the Wildlife Transportation Alliance to allocate these funds. In 2022, the state treasury provided $5 million to the Safe Passage Fund, with an additional $1 million contributed in 2023. CDOT, in consultation with CPW and the Alliance, recommended spending for the initial $5 million among numerous wildlife crossing projects. Other funding uses included the Alliance operational support and federal grant match for several projects. The $1 million from 2023 is still being prioritized. However, a portion of that will be used for exclusion fence maintenance along wildlife crossing projects and also grant funding support. One of those projects that received the Safe Passage funds was the Greenland Overpass along I-25. CDOT used these funds as match to apply for the IIJA Wildlife Crossing Pilot Program. This project was selected and received $22 million. This was the second largest amount provided to a state from the first ever IIJA Wildlife Crossing Pilot Program Fund. These funds will go to to the construction of the I-25 Greenland overpass, slated to start later this year. I wanted to show you a map of some of our highlighted wildlife crossing projects. Shown here in yellow is a distribution of completed projects. These projects in blue are designed with either full or partial funding for construction and should be built in the next couple of years. And finally, in white are the projects that are in early planning or design phases and are still in need of funding. And all of these projects were in collaboration with CPW as selected and or designed. Finally, I would just like to announce that I'm very excited that CPW and CDOT are co-hosting the International Conference on Ecology and Transportation to be held in May 2025 in Denver. The conference will host over 500 ecology and transportation professionals. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks very much, Michelle. Great. Did you say you had a video? Because we are slightly ahead of time, but.
I do. Kurt has it set up, so I could,
Okay.
if anybody has any questions, I can take those while he sets it
Sure.
up, or.
We can do before and after. Any commissioners?
It's a lot of data. Sorry, it was data heavy, but I
That's what
think
we wanted.
it's really great to share this with you. Thank you.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Michelle, for that presentation. I'll try to get myself down to just two questions. Since we can't afford to have the collars and the data collected everywhere, are we doing it where we have the most animals, or how are we prioritizing where we do direct that data collection effort? And then sort of relatedly, I live in the pronghorn portion of the state, and that seemed like one of the areas where we had the least data, but potentially some of the fixes for pronghorn seem pretty cheap because the highways, generally speaking, aren't as busy. It's more just the fences are improperly constructed, and the pronghorns struggle more than the other species with fence crossing. So maybe if you could speak to like how we might address the eastern part of the state where I didn't see any projects.
Yes, I do know that there is a pronghorn or mule deer project either started or planned for the Northeast region. So there's data to come on the Eastern Plains. Gathering all the data together at a statewide level, I mean, it does kind of really highlight areas where we are missing data and where we may want to focus our efforts in the future. And obviously, Andy Holland is the big game coordinator or program manager. He's involved in a lot of those projects. As I highlighted on the screen, a lot of the projects that we're currently focusing on are related to our survival studies. So that's D7 up in the Northwest, Middle Park, Gunnison, the Uncompadre, and then the Cripple Creek area. And those have been around, they've been on the landscape, those studies, since late 90s, many of them. And so we still focus on those, although we have spread out. There are smaller studies occurring in other areas and that are slated to come online in areas where we have not collected data. And some of them are geared specifically for learning more about migration and movement. And I see Brian's come up to the table. He can address a lot of that too. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. For the record, Brian Dreyer, Terrestrial Section Manager. There's a few things maybe to address in your question. I think, and Michelle made reference to it, but we recently initiated a project on pronghorn in the Northeast where we radio collared a significant number of animals that will eventually feed into these as we redo these analysis. We also had some mule deer, and this is a project in cooperation with Chevron to look at some movements more on the Eastern Plains. I think there's another effort underway as well, and this is going to be well over my head, but we are all engaged in the completion of our habitat connectivity and conservation plan. We're trying to use this information from what we've learned from these colored animals to also develop some layers looking at permeability so that it can have a much bigger impact when we look towards these planning phases, knowing that we're really not in position, again, to color all our animals, but there are some common themes, I think, that we can derive from the data that we do have to help inform areas where we don't have that data. So that's coming. It's in process, and we're working on that. And at the point in time where we're ready, we'll bring that to you all to show you what we're learning through that.
Thank you, Brian. I see Julie came on the screen. Julie, do you have some comments? Julie Stiver.
Yes, thank you. And I apologize for the blurriness of my video, but I'm Julie Stiver, Senior Wildlife Biologist for the Southeast Region. And thank you, Commissioner Touchton, for the question. I'll also note that in partnership with CDOT, we developed the Eastern Slope and Plains Wildlife Prioritization Study, where we addressed some of those permeability questions as well for pronghorn on the Eastern Plains. So I'd encourage anyone who's interested in this movement data and then also the other efforts that we're looking at for highway crossings to look at that study as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Commissioner Reading.
Thank you, Chair May. Yeah, that was a great presentation, Michelle. The excellent data. Like to see it. My question, I have a couple questions. One, when we're looking at corridors, are we also looking at other barriers to permeability? Commissioner Touchton mentioned fences, but are there other things we're looking at that might impede, such as development, and what are we doing about those? And then secondly, have we assessed the effectiveness of these structures that we've put in place at all? And what are the outcomes? I'm assuming that they work really well, but I'd like to hear what we've known or found. Thanks.
I'll take the second one first, and then I'll hit on the first one, and then Brian might want to jump in because it does tie back to the connectivity plan, the conservation connectivity plan. So as far as the effectiveness of crossing structures, yes, we have, not only us, but around the country, there have been multiple studies that look at the effectiveness. Within Colorado, one of our top studies was actually the State Highway 9, which was State Highway 9 was our first wildlife crossing, our first large scale wildlife crossing project. It was across 10 miles, 7 structures, 2 overpasses. We did a 5-year monitoring study. We recorded over 112,000 mule deer movements over those 7 structures in 5 years. So, and we had 16 or 17 different species. In addition to that, CDOT and CPW are working on a monitoring project north of Craig, where we have a radar detection system and underpasses. So we're looking at some technology. Studies with Southern Ute Tribe are going on down on 160, where they have this our third wildlife. We have an overpass and an underpass. They're doing studies. I-25 gap, there are 4 or 5 large span bridges where the overpass is also going to go. That also has a monitoring study. So Colorado is really not only building these, but we're also making sure that we do study them to make sure they're effective and tweak changes on those projects as needed. And then as far as what are we doing about other corridors and barriers, as Brian mentioned, we are using this information, or we are also generating right now the Habitat Conservation and Connectivity Plan, and we're working with Colorado Natural Heritage Program. They're doing the analysis for us, and that is looking at connectivity through human disturbances, anthropogenic effects, and then we'll identify those priority areas. And then the next phase will be implementation of projects within priority areas to improve connectivity and do habitat conservation. And I'll pause and let Brian jump in if needed.
Again, Brian Dreher, I really don't, Michelle did a great job. I mean, I think the idea behind the Habitat Conservation Connectivity Plan is that we identify some really targeted areas that in Colorado that are high priority, and then we can dive deeper into a much finer scale analysis to say, in these important areas, what are those impediments? What do we need to be working on? And that's going to be coming in phase 2 of that planning process. So,
Thank you, Brian. Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair May. Thanks for that update. It's great to hear about the good research going on and it feeding in directly to the relevant projects and prioritization. Given the sort of distribution of unfunded and ongoing projects, I wanted to just ask a little bit about the plan for funding. It sounds like pursuing grants at the federal level has been successful, and I'm wondering if anything else is going to come through the Safe Passage Fund that's anticipated to provide future funds in the future, or if there are other strategies being pursued.
Yeah, thank you for that question. There are other groups who are trying to get the Safe Passage Fund secured long-term. Right now, the fund's created, but funds are contributed to that as available and decided upon. There are also other projects going for the federal funding, and within the IIJA, there are multiple opportunities for CDOT and partners to go for funding through that federal program. There are smaller projects. I know CDOT has applied for some NIFWIF grants through the Restore program. And so there are many opportunities, and I think what really helps Colorado with the two studies, the Western Slope and the Eastern Plains study, we have this data that we can rely on when we're applying for grants. And then also with the Alliance, it's really strengthened our applications, or CDOT's applications when they apply, because we've gone through this process and we've all come to agreements on our priorities. So I think there's a lot of opportunities into the future. Hopefully the Safe Passage Fund will receive more funding and steady funding into the future too. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. Michelle, one question I have is, obviously, you and CPW has done a tremendous amount of work in identifying these places and trying to get numbers on them. But I wondered, do you work at all with, say, Codex with the CNHEP, some identifying some of those most impactful areas? My thought is, like, in some of these major migration corridors where you have the nexus, where everything has come together in one point, my experience is that that's usually an open area that is ripe for development. And I just wondered if we're identifying those in advance and trying to work with potential development before that happens so that it doesn't become an issue, and maybe we can do some avoidance mitigation, minimization. I know that's a tough thing to do, but I just wondered, the data that CPW is collecting, can we combine it somehow with that Codex and get a GIS spatial layer to where, as this development is projected, we can begin a cooperation, a partnership with those developers rather than always being at loggerheads. I know our effect as a recommending agency, it just seems very ineffective once that has been determined and the damage is already done. So I know that's a lot to answer. It's more than a question, but is there any work with CSU and the Colorado Natural Heritage Program on that Codex? Brian?
Brian, did you want to? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think I'll take that question. As Michelle referenced, CNHP is the organization we're working through with on our habitat connectivity and conservation plan. In addition to that, we're also working with them on our swap revision right now. And I think what we're finding, this is an area of great growth, and I think that we can really grow. And I think what's important to note, and Michelle referenced it there, but when I became section manager, the addition of Michelle's position is one of the first things we did. And I'm just really excited about where we've come, reflecting in not a very long amount of time. And I think it's important to note that I think this is new frontier for us. And as we explore how to add other species to this, many of our species on the Eastern Plains, we don't have this level of spatial data. So we're going to have to look at other methods to try and understand how we maybe have to model other species and kind of bring them together. And so I guess what I want to say is, this is a first step in a place where we have data. We're having conversations about how might we develop that for other species that maybe aren't, big game species and those, and how then can we kind of fold that together in a swap provision? I mean, obviously the opportunities are pretty like endless in where we might go. And so this is kind of our first step, but so I guess I'd say, more to come, but we are working collaboratively with CNHP on this.
I appreciate it, Brian. I know the questions I answer, you're already working on those. And I just view it as important that we are out in front of some of these things, because trying to work from the backside is just frustration for everybody. It's a huge waste of resources, time, and dollars. If we can develop some of these tools and we know where these important areas are, which I know SWAP we are, that we can be out in front of that and maybe identify that and be proactive rather than reactive in trying to react to and simply becoming a recommendation for something that's probably not going to happen anyway. So those are my comments. Any other commissioners? So we do have public comment on this, so I'll turn it over to Jonathan.
Good afternoon, commissioners, director, assistant director, others. I'm Jonathan Boydston, public involvement specialist for CPW. I'll be helping with public comment today. We have one public comment for this item. If Ms. Suzanne O'Neill can come forward, that'd be great. And Suzanne will have 3 minutes for this item.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Deputy Director, Director. Suzanne O'Neill, Colorado Wildlife Federation. The BLM solar programmatic environmental impact statement process is well underway. We are in the draft stage. Public comment concludes April 18th. In the document, it says big game migration corridors will be excluded from available areas for solar development application on BLM lands. Okay, well, in the document it says, but they need to be areas identified in the existing BLM land use management plans. Some of these land management plans in Colorado necessarily are pretty old. The BLM can only update them, so often. So I asked at a virtual listening session, well, will you welcome updated maps? Because CPW has excellent mapping and data that's very updated. And they said we would welcome that. So there you are. We went about overlaying the application areas in Colorado with the data to the extent available that Michelle was describing, what we could get from CPW. And we used an excellent GIS mapper, Allison Galensky, so I have complete confidence in her overlays of the migration corridors over the application areas, and there is some overlap. And so I know DNR and CPW will furnish excellent comments, and I can't help but wondering, in light of this presentation, if it would be appropriate for the commission to issue any kind of short letter just underscoring the excellence of the CPW data and really the imperative that it be used by Bureau of Land Management in this process. So thank you.
Any questions for Suzanne? I have a comment. I couldn't agree with you more. My experience with this is that all too often, even if this information is out there, if it's convenient for it to not be used, it's not used. So I don't know as far as the commission is involved, but my thought would be something along, as we get further into this, we're not there yet, but this commission, I would think, could certainly adopt a resolution as where we stand on some of these issues and asking them to use some of that information that CPW already has readily available. Director Davis.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you for your comments. And I want the commission to know that the agency has been pushing for the adoption of our information into those processes, and to date, we have not been successful.
I think that's identifying the issue that we need to address somehow. That's been my experience also, so I would ask that we delve further into that. Any other commissioners with questions or comments? Seeing none, I think we do have the video. Is that possible?
Wildlife is a vital part of our state, one that Coloradans have chosen to protect. Wildlife crossing structures are a valuable tool in this effort, maintaining and restoring habitat connectivity for our state's abundant wildlife populations and increasing the safety of the traveling public. This moose and her calf are using a wildlife overpass on a busy section of State Highway 9. 17 different species made over 100,000 successful passages through the 7 crossing structures that make up this mitigation system. Where we've built crossing structures, wildlife vehicle collisions have been reduced up to 90%, and wildlife movement corridors have been restored. Yet there are nearly 150 segments of roadway, totaling over 450 miles, that have been identified as the highest priorities in need of similar infrastructure, but without sufficient funding to complete this critical work. In 2022, the Colorado legislature acknowledged a significant need by introducing Senate Bill 151, Safe Crossings for Colorado Wildlife and Motorists.
This is the best bill I've ran in 4 years here. Absolutely best bill I've ran in 4 years.
Senate Bill 151 passes.
The bill established the Colorado Wildlife Safe Passages Fund and provided initial first-year funding for a select number of projects by financing construction needs, engineering designs, and early-stage planning. Following the bill's passage, the Colorado Wildlife and Transportation Alliance quickly worked to identify 6 critical projects to receive the new funding. Colorado State Highway 13 north of Craig received $475,000 to complete the construction of this underpass and fencing system. In Summit County, Interstate 70 is a major travelway for local communities, tourists, and commerce. The Eastvale Pass project is using $750,000 as match to bring additional federal grant funding to complete the design of 3 wildlife crossings. On Raton Pass between Trinidad and Colorado's border with New Mexico, $750,000 was allocated for a mitigation planning process intended to reconnect migration corridors across Interstate 25 and adjacent habitats around the newly designated Fishers Peak State Park. CDOT, CPW, and many partnering agencies, organizations, and tribes continue to collaborate and address the areas across the state that suffer the most from wildlife vehicle collisions. Across Colorado, over 4,000 collisions with wildlife are reported each year, and more than twice that amount go unreported. Many of these collisions not only result in animal deaths, but cause property damage, injuries, and even fatalities to humans. These collisions cost Coloradans over $80 million each year, which includes the value of the wildlife killed. The initial $5 million of dedicated funding provided through SB 151 is hard at work enabling projects that mitigate collisions with wildlife. But there are still over 450 additional miles of roadway across the state that remain in need of additional, multi-year funding and support. Today, we have an opportunity to further protect wildlife and motorists by continuing to fund the Colorado Wildlife Safe Passages Fund and constructing many of these projects, especially by leveraging unprecedented federal funding opportunities available through the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. The estimated cost of wildlife mitigation projects identified in CDOT's 10-year plan is conservatively $250 million. The continued advancement of wildlife crossing projects across the state is essential to protecting Colorado's wildlife and motorists now and into the future.
I think it's great. I so much appreciate the time we've had for this presentation. I think it just shows one thing, that CPW is already on top of the questions that the commission has. And one thing that I think is not brought out a lot that is so important is what changing the natural migration of these animals does. I mean, we create resident herds that can't perform naturally, and the ramifications are long-reaching. So it's reassuring to me to know that this much is being done. We can focus on it and try to, the key thing I got out of the video is we're restoring some corridors that have been lost. And once we do that, the wildlife they'll find their way back. Anything else on this? I think it's a great presentation. If not, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is Liza Rossi and the update on our Lesser Prairie chicken situation. Welcome, Liza, and thank you for preparing this. I know you've had a long week.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, Chair May and commissioners and directors. Thank you for having me here today to talk about Lesser Prairie chickens and give you a brief update. I am Liza Rossi, and I'm the Bird Conservation Coordinator for CPW. And today I hope to provide a brief background for those of you not familiar with this species, and also to outline some of CPW's efforts to conserve this amazing grassland bird. Okay, so the Lesser Prairie chicken is one of about a half dozen species of lecking grouse. Its range is restricted to 5 states in the southern Great Plains. And in Colorado, Lesser Prairie chickens are restricted to about 4 counties, a little bit more, but about 4 counties in the southeast corner of our state. It is a species adapted to the wide open grasslands with few tall structures or trees, which is important in their ecology. It's often considered a landscape species, and Lesser Prairie chickens require vast intact grasslands to sustain resilient populations. Primary habitats include leks, or booming grounds, sometimes they're called. Sorry. Nesting habitat, brood-rearing habitat, and also non-breeding habitat. Nesting habitat is actually considered to be the most limiting of habitats in Colorado, and that requires taller grasses with good horizontal and vertical structure. And unfortunately, North American grasslands are one of the most converted and imperiled habitats, and there has been extensive habitat loss throughout the species range. So the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service listed this species as a threatened and endangered species on March 27th of last year, so just about a year ago. And this map shows the current occupied range for the Lesser Prairie chicken across its range. The different colors indicate the 4 defined ecoregions. And just for reference, Denver and Colorado Springs are up in the upper left, and then Roswell, New Mexico, and Lubbock, Texas are down in the south. And you'll be seeing several maps throughout the presentation. I'll try and orient you in each one. But the Fish and Wildlife Service defined a Northern Distinct Population Segment, or DPS, of the 3 northern ecoregions, and defined this DPS, and listed this DPS as a threatened with a 4D rule. The Shinnery Oak, which makes up the southern DPS, and that distinct population segment was listed as endangered last year. In Colorado, the species is a Tier 1 species of greatest conservation need, and it's actually been listed as a state-threatened species since 1973. So as I mentioned, I will be showing several maps, and I feel like I need to do this partly because maps really give you a better idea of what's happening on the range than words sometimes, and I know they're a little bit complicated, but I'll try and walk you through that. Again, Colorado Springs is up in the upper right, and then kind of the Dallas, Texas area is that open area upper left, Colorado Springs, and the lower area is Dallas, Texas area. And this is the image from the Southern Great Plains chat website. And the highlighted polygon in the center is that estimated occupied range, which you saw on the previous slide. The yellow areas show kind of areas where we have active leks. So historically, the Great Plains lost much of their native grasslands to cultivated agriculture, which is shown here in brown. Additionally, the species range has been impacted by an intensive oil and gas and infrastructure development, shown in black, and then renewable energy is also having impacts. And lesser prairie chickens have been documented to avoid tall structures, so the loss is not just direct habitat loss, but also indirect habitat loss through avoidance of some of the tall structures on the landscape. Other impacts include tree encroachment, eastern red cedar in the eastern portion of the range, and mesquite in the southwest. And then definitely climate change and drought are impacting the species through increasing temperatures and extended and more severe droughts. So we have many long-standing partnerships across the range. The Interstate Working Group is made up of a technical representative from each of the 5 lesser prairie chicken states and works closely with the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, or WAFLA, where the state directors serve on the Lesser Prairie Chicken Initiative Council. We work very closely with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and they are initiating a recovery planning process early this summer. And CPW staff, we're really closely with our Farm Bill partners, the Natural Resources Conservation Service and Farm Service Agency, because these partnerships are really important for lesser prairie chicken. And then finally, Chair May actually brought this up earlier, but we've been working with the Lesser Prairie Chicken Landowners Alliance and the North American Grouse Partnership, and Chair May is the Colorado's representative on this group. So collaboration across the range has generated funding for range-wide aerial surveys, which provide statistically robust population estimates. Aerial surveys were conducted from 2012 to 2022, and this figure shows a 3-year averages for the range-wide estimate. 3-year averages are often used to kind of smooth out interannual fluctuations. And the most recent 3-year average is approximately 32,000 birds range-wide. And in 2022, about 75% of those birds were in Kansas in the shortgrass CRP ecoregion. The other ecoregions contain markedly fewer birds, with the mixed grass less than 5,000, and then the sand sagebrush and a shinnery each with under 2,000. So we've been kind of talking range-wide because I think that's important, but also now we're going to start zooming into the sand sagebrush ecoregion in Colorado. And the sand sagebrush ecoregion is the primary ecoregion here in Colorado. And it's believed that lesser prairie chickens were extirpated during the Dust Bowl, but the birds reestablished, and by the mid-1970s, an estimated 80,000 lesser prairie chickens were in the ecoregion in Colorado and Kansas. Unfortunately, the species has declined across the range, and particularly in the sand sagebrush ecoregion. And this figure shows the aerial survey estimates, with estimates generally under 2,000 birds, and a lot of variability kind of around those estimates, and some very low estimates at points. And again, this is Colorado and Kansas, the sand sagebrush ecoregion. So now we're going to zoom in further to Colorado, and unfortunately our let counts are also a little bit bleak. We've been counting leks since the early 70s, and this figure shows the high male let count, so this is about half the population. From 1972 to 2023, in the late 1980s, CPW was counting nearly 400 males in Colorado. By 2016, we were counting only 25 males in the state, at which point we implemented the sand sagebrush translocation, which I'll be talking about in a moment. And then declines are often associated with drought, as you can see in like 2002 and also 2012 through 13. It's definitely a species impacted by drought and precipitation patterns. Also, we saw a drastic drop in numbers following the 06-07 blizzard when we lost entire leks, and they've not come back. So not only do we have a declining numbers, but we also have a shrinking distribution. This map is zoomed into the sand sagebrush ecoregion, and to orient you, that kind of beige color in the center shows Lesser Prairie Chicken Range in southern Cheyenne, Kiowa, Prowers, and Baca counties. And then into Kansas, where on the eastern part of the map, far to the right, is Garden City, Kansas. So the lighter blue, and it's hard to see on the upper screen, but the lighter blue circles show inactive leks, with the dark blue circles showing the active leks, and active is defined as active anytime within the last 5 years. And the little black dots in Kansas represent oil and gas wells, and the red symbols show some existing wind turbine and also some turbines with some close build-out dates. So at this point, we've lost, most of the effective habitat on the eastern portion of the range, near Garden City, from some oil and gas development, but also center pivot irrigation has had an impact. And then in Colorado, we've also lost most of our leks, and this is despite the fact that we have some of the largest unfragmented, intact sand sagebrush rangelands across the entire range. And then in the further south in Baca County, it does show several leks, active leks down there, but those leks are all associated with the translocation, many of which were small. And again, these are active within the last 5 years. And as of this year, we only have one of those leks is active this year. So the decline in lesser prairie chicken comes despite extensive efforts by CPW to conserve the species. Each year, we dedicate a huge amount of staff time to monitoring the birds, consulting on land use issues, providing technical assistance to our partners, landowners, NRCS, and the Fish and Wild, or the Forest Service. And we support the Lesser Prairie Chicken Habitat Improvement Program, which I'll be talking about. We've funded range-wide aerial surveys. And from 2016 to 2019, we implemented a 3.5-year translocation effort with our partners in Kansas, where 411 birds were moved from the shortgrass CRP ecoregion to the sand sagebrush on the Comanche National Grasslands in Colorado and the Cimarron National Grasslands in Kansas. So CPW's Lesser Prairie Chicken Habitat Improvement Program began in 2009, and to date, the program has enhanced over 42,000 acres. The program uses Species Conservation Trust funding, as well as CPW base budget funding, to provide incentives through rental agreements and lease agreements with landowners, as well as helping with some seed mixes. Projects are focused in areas near leks and enhance habitat through 4 primary mechanisms. And the majority of these acres, and that's shown in gray, have been through grazing deferment to provide some sufficient structure for nesting during periods of drought in particular. So unfortunately, lesser prairie chicken continue to face additional threats on the landscape, and in southeastern Colorado, renewable energy is emerging as a primary issue. And I know this map is complicated, but the key point is that we have proposed renewable energy development across most of lesser prairie chicken range in Colorado. The blue areas show the estimated occupied range in Colorado, and for reference, Highway 50 from Pueblo to Lamar is kind of right in the center of the map. The red lines show proposed transmission lines, including the XL Power Pathway and the Tri-State line, as well as 2 additional proposed transmission lines down kind of the cross in Baca County. And then the gray polygons show the general outline of some all the wind proposals that have come to CPW for consultation. And you can see that covers most of the prairie chicken range, and actually most of the leks now in Colorado are on land that's encumbered by wind leases across the state, or in southeast Colorado. We've also seen an increase in proposed solar developments, shown in pink, and these are generally along transmission lines. So they'll probably follow the transmission lines, which tend to be over Lesser Prairie chicken habitat. And as the map illustrates, we do expect broad cumulative impacts across the range here in Colorado, and potentially even extirpation depending on the location of the approved projects. So another emerging threat is really the changing landscape of the Conservation Reserve Program, or CRP, as we call it. And first, I cannot stress enough the importance of CRP to Lesser Prairie chicken. Nearly all of Colorado's leks and nesting habitat are associated with CRP, and those 75% of the birds range wide in Kansas, many of them are also associated with CRP. However, CRP rules, current rules, are no longer beneficial to the species. Rules now allow emergency haying and grazing during D2 drought years, which are most years in southeast Colorado. Also, general CRP is just not as enticing of a program as it used to be. Rental rates have been greatly reduced, and then also sign-up incentives have been withdrawn. And in the past 3 years, approximately 340,000 acres of CRP in the Lesser Prairie Chicken County, so that's about 4 counties, expired. Some of those acres were re-enrolled, for sure, but not all of them, and we have seen considerable breakout. And then another change has been an increase in enrollment in the grassland CRP program. And this program pays annual payments for rangelands with very little management restrictions on the enrolled acres. And so unlike general CRP, which provides for excellent nesting structure, grassland CRP doesn't provide the same structure on the landscape. And these maps show, the upper map is 2020, and those gold areas are general CRP, and there's very little green, which is grassland CRP. And by 2023, you can see a big increase in grassland CRP enrollment compared to the general. So considering all this, in December, we in CPW, we held a facilitated structured decision-making workshop with staff from across all units to develop a unified approach moving forward. And we agreed to move toward a targeted kind of stronghold approach to focus our efforts in a particular area and to see if we could move the needle on Lesser Prairie chicken conservation, habitat management, and restoration. And we decided upon an area that's mostly in Prowers County. And this is an area where we do still have several of our existing leks. And then also importantly, we're right adjacent to Kansas, where there are several really large leks just within 2 miles of the state line. So there's really good connectivity to Kansas there. And then also importantly, this area is further south than most of the renewable energy development. And so we're hopeful that we can maintain this area. And the focus will be on providing incentives and agreements with private landowners who are interested in managing their land for Lesser Prairie chicken. We'll continue the Lesser Prairie Chicken Habitat Improvement Program. And then we just recently requested Species Conservation Trust Fund funding, specifically targeted towards this Lesser Prairie Chicken stronghold area. And we've also partnered with the Nature Conservancy on a National Fish and Wildlife Foundation proposal to develop a generational grassland that will kind of develop the stronghold, which will be Colorado, but also an area in Kansas, so it'll be across both states. And funding will be applied to management agreements with landowners, as well as to outreach with landowners for perpetual conservation through conservation easements or fee title acquisition. Additionally, we're working with several mitigation bankers who are trying to develop a sand sagebrush Lesser Prairie Chicken Conservation Bank in Colorado, and this could be used to offset some of the impacts from renewable energy in the state. And the focus, CPW is working closely with them and really trying to focus them in the same area. And the hope is that if we're all collectively partnering together and focusing in an area, we can actually move the needle and maintain a sustainable Lesser Prairie chicken population in Colorado. And with that, I'll leave you with this photo of this amazing male on a lek. And I will say that this year we've counted so far about 69 males on 12 leks so far, which is better than last year, and so that's encouraging. And I'm glad that you got to go out on a Lesser Prairie chicken lek with Jonathan. They are amazing to be able to see these birds. Hopefully we can keep them around. And with that, I'll answer questions, and hopefully I provided background for a discussion.
Liza, I think it's great. This is a subject that all too often is overlooked because it's such a small area. And at one point, we're talking about 50 individuals in our entire state. But it shows the resilience of them, that once again, they're finding their important places. I've got a lot to say on this. I'm not going to take all of the discussion, but there is hope. There's a lot of hope. The targeted approach that Liza mentioned, there are a lot of good things that can come out of that. And I'll just say a couple simple things. There are some key areas that could easily be preserved, could be saved, that if we just will pool ourselves together and get them. These Lesser Prairie chickens have found those areas, and they're trying to tell us these are the important areas. All they need from us is some help. And it doesn't take a lot. If we will just focus our efforts on them, we can turn this species around. They don't have to be going down that extinction spiral. We can turn them around. We can save them because they want to be there. So with that, Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. Thank you for the presentation. It was great. And thank you for mentioning renewable energies. I have a lot of problems with renewable energies because I think that they're a big threat to our land and to our wildlife. But I have another question about predators. What kind of, do you see problems with predators for them also, or just kind of your thoughts there?
Well, most anything will eat a Lesser Prairie chicken. So, I mean, predators are definitely out there on the landscape with Lesser Prairie chickens. I think if we had sufficient habitat with really good cover, we would have nests would, survive and broods would survive. And some birds will be taken by predators for sure. But I think the real big issue here is habitat loss, and whether we can manage habitat in a way that's providing the necessary structure for prairie chickens in our really dry southeastern Colorado. But I mean, they are eaten by mammals, birds,
Okay.
lots of things.
Not to put you on the spot, but you mentioned that we have commented on some of this, the energy, the oil, gas, all that. Do our comments get heard? Or did they do anything?
We comment a lot, and I work with Karen Volterra in the Southeast region on a regular basis, and she provides lots of comments. I think our comments are heard, whether they make a change, I don't know. We are a recommending agency, and unfortunately, I'm not sure they're always, heard.
Okay, that's what I was afraid of. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May, and thank you, Liza. I could probably talk as long as Commissioner May can about Lesser Prairie chickens. It's something I'm pretty passionate about and concerned about. I'm glad Chair May is very optimistic. I had a few comments and then a couple questions. With the comments, I really commend you on the stronghold approach. And I should say, I've never met a harder working team than your team. Like, the plight of this bird is not for lack of trying. It's, you know, being able to accomplish our goals. But I think that stronghold approach is really the way to save the sand sage population, which is the only one we control. And, you know, Shinnery oak and sand sage are the two that are in most dire situation. On the habitat, I agree the threats are renewable energy and grassland CRP. I think those are the things that are new on the landscape and impacting things severely. My sense is that we really need some amount of habitat where we can control management long-term, because, you know, we seem to have like 5-year deals, and then that the only way to make progress is through, you know, conservation easements or long-term ownership or something where willing landowners that are in it for the long haul and not just 3 years or something to make progress. But my questions were, well, what can we do to maintain connectivity to Kansas? Because I'm worried that some of those wind farms that are proposed may cut off our connectivity or transmission lines. But, you know, that strip right along the border south of Holly is sort of vital, and there's stuff proposed there. And so I like, you know, whatever we can do to maintain a connectivity corridor. We were just talking about corridors, but it seems vital here that at least there be a gap in the renewable energies through which things like chickens can pass without encountering vertical structures. And then I know translocation, it seemed like it was successful. It seems like it's hard to find extra birds anywhere. And so I wondered what your thoughts were on captive breeding and trying to establish a population in safe and protected habitat, even if we have to move chickens a bit away from where they currently are, but to someplace where they could have a long-term future.
I'll address, yeah.
Maintaining connectivity to Kansas, and if captive breeding could be an alternative to translocation since we don't have extra birds.
Well, first, in terms of maintaining connectivity, I agree it's absolutely essential that we have connectivity to Kansas. That's where the birds are right now, but also it's a landscape species, and they're moving around on the landscape and need those large landscapes. So yes, I agree, and that's largely why we have kind of identified that stronghold area, you know, right on the border of Kansas, really trying to develop that area. And the hope is that if we can have a sustainable population there, that there still will be some connectivity up into the Big Sandy, into some of those really large unfragmented landscapes that we do have in Colorado. So I agree, the connectivity is essential. In terms of captive breeding, did you want to answer? Do you want me? Well, first of all, I think the translocation, I really do think it was working. You know, by 2020, we were counting over 120 males in the state and had several active leks. The birds were breeding. And then we hit a drought cycle, unfortunately, and numbers went down as they always do during a drought. And we maybe didn't have enough birds to kind of keep that population going at that point. But I do think translocations can work. It just may require even more birds than we had, and 411 is a lot of birds. And a little bit of luck in terms of precipitation, in terms of, you know, but numbers are coming up again this year. I mean, I'm encouraged because we've had a good year last year. There was definitely production on the landscape last year, and we are seeing increased numbers. In terms of captive populations, I would hope to take them from the wild, but
Well, again, Brian Dreyer, the terrestrial section manager, I might just kind of help out Liza a little bit on that. I actually was the senior biologist in the Southeast when we were doing the translocation work. And I guess, I don't know that we've necessarily kind of analyzed kind of a captive type program. I think there's several examples to suggest that I think, captive raised animals may not have kind of the survival advantage. And I might kind of maybe personally advocate for, those can be quite expensive programs, whereas if we could kind of turn that money into actually on-the-ground habitat work and secure habitat and make it in a really great condition at the appropriate scale, our resources might be better spent in that instead of essentially bringing in animals that may not have a survival advantage. So,
Commissioner Otero.
Thank you, Chair May. Thank you for all your work on this. Kind of a question, comment. What's the best way for the general public to engage on this issue to advocate for lesser prairie chicken? Is it through, the BLM Solar PEIS, other planning, from federal down to states, or, is it a matter of just advocating to their local electeds, county commissioners, state legislators up to the federal level?
I think probably at all levels. I mean, a lot of the county planning is incredibly important for these projects. And so definitely, I think the local level is important. But when there's federal EISs, it's important to comment on those as well.
Are we leading in any of that engagement effort with the public for this issue, for lesser prairie chicken, or is that just kind of left up to NGOs and groups like that?
It's mostly been left up to NGOs on that level. I mean, we lead in terms of our own recommendations and comments, and we'll be happy to provide information, but generally we're not, I guess at this point, going out to, NGOs or.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Otero. Any other Commissioner Reading.
Thank you, Chair May. Thank you for that presentation. Very informative, yet very sobering as well. I had some questions about the translocation that you mostly answered. And I will mention I have a lot of experience with reintroduction and translocations, and Brian's correct that translocations are far more effective than reintroductions from animals under captivity or human care. So I guess I was wondering why the translocations ceased, and if we had data on mortality factors, was it the drought entirely? And then the other question I had was more maybe even for Brian is, given the numbers that I'm seeing, is there some reason this species is not listed as state endangered? Thanks.
So on the translocation, I'll answer that portion first. So we developed with our partners in Kansas, kind of a 3.5-year project where we set specific objectives and kind of followed through on those. And once we kind of got to that point, we were hopeful. And part of the objective of the translocation, from our perspective, it really was to create a resilient prairie chicken population, but it also was to kind of look at to see if translocation would be a suitable management tool for lesser prairie chicken. So we did stop at that point and to look at what was going to happen long term. And unfortunately, like I said, we did kind of hit that drought. I do think, trying to bring in more birds for a longer period of time, I think we learned that might be what's necessary if we're going to have something to be resilient through periods of drought. And the second question.
The state listing.
Oh, the state listing.
Yeah, this is Brian. Again, I'll take that one. And I think Commissioner Touchton has also brought this issue up, that we have several species that likely need to be updated on our state T&E listing. And I think we're having some discussions just on process on that. I think our next window to really look at that in a big way will be our state wildlife action plan revision, where we can take a look at just those state status and decide, where they should reside on that list. And then similar, we don't have the process that's in place similar to federal processes with SSAs and all of that stuff. And so really, in some ways, that has to be developed in order to make that update. And I think swap revision provides potentially that opportunity.
Thank you. And if I might follow up, sorry, Chair May.
No, sorry,
And what are the implications of changing the designation to endangered in terms of would it induce greater following of our recommendations by the renewable energy industry and others? Do you know?
Yeah, I will do my best, Commissioner Reading. I will say, certainly, our state-listed status does not hold the same weight as a federal-listed status. Certainly, I think it highlights, certainly it has implications for direct take and things like that, but that's really not the issue here that we're dealing with. And so certainly, in many ways, it's more symbolic. The federal status being threatened is much more significant as it relates to land use and other things.
Thank you, very helpful.
Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair May, and thanks so much for the update and all the hard work to protect this important species. I guess related to that last question and the earlier point that Commissioner Haskett made, as it relates to renewable energy development, is it that recommendations aren't being adopted, or is it that lesser prairie chicken habitat isn't compatible with renewable and solar development? I guess I'm wondering where should we be focusing on just sort of setting aside protecting existing land as opposed to establishing stronger process? And obviously both need to happen, but I guess with respect to lesser prairie chicken, what's most significant?
Well, I think, at least as far as we know, the best available science indicates that they're not compatible with at least wind and tall structures on the landscape. The recommended buffer around a wind turbine is huge, just because they avoid tall structures so much. And then solar development, that's lost. It's a shorter, obviously, stature, but that's a lost habitat, but might not have the avoidance that turbines have. So unfortunately, I do think they're kind of incompatible as much as we know right now.
Commissioner Touchin, I see you reaching her. Okay.
Sorry, I had a, on working with the mitigation banks, and I don't have a full picture because I only know the Colorado side, but it seems like we have a lot of wind and transmission lines proposed for southeast Colorado. And that mitigation for some of those projects could occur in Kansas, which doesn't help us. It might help the species, so I'm not negating that it's important to mitigate somewhere, but is there a way to require mitigation for Colorado impacts in Colorado, or at least in the sand sage ecoregion?
Well, you're correct, Commissioner Touchin. At least currently, all of the impacts and of the transmission lines and at least one proposed wind development that are enrolling in the Habitat Conservation Plan through the Fish and Wildlife Service, those impacts at this point are going to be mitigated all in Kansas, even though the impacts are in Colorado. And you're right, it doesn't do much for Colorado's population. That's why we really are hoping to work with some, there currently is not a mitigation banking option in the sand sagebrush. And so we are hoping to work with mitigation bankers to develop at least the sand sagebrush mitigation bank. And really the focus really has been in Colorado, because up to this point, the impacts are occurring in Colorado. But that is going to take some time. And in the future, the impacts. Right now, there's a little bit of flexibility in the habitat conservation plan and where impacts can be mitigated, but in the future, it will be, impacts are restricted to within the eco region of impact. But there's just not a sand sagebrush option right now, but we're hoping to develop one in Colorado.
Well, that leads me to my comment, Liza. There are places in Colorado that we can work to protect. I know of dozens of them, but I particularly know of a couple that right now, in real time, could be protected. The owners of the lands I'm speaking of have not encumbered their land with any leases, and all they're looking for is something that's economically viable for them. It may be something as simple as a fee simple purchase. It may be a cooperation with an NGO. It may be a cooperation with a land trust to put that land under easement. But it's out there, and it can be done in real time. And what disappoints me is we are sitting here watching this just fade away. It's vaporizing before our very eyes. And I just want to shine the light on this and let people know that there is an answer. Matthew Bain with Nature Conservancy, Jonathan Wrights with CPW. I hate to start mentioning people because there are so many doing so much good work, but there has been such a high amount of research done on CRP and the CRP benefits that these species, and when I talk about lesser prey chickens, they're an indicator. We're talking about hundreds of other species that benefit from this work. It's not that we're employing all these tactics to save one species of bird. That's not it at all. We're trying to save an ecoregion. And it's just that the lesser prey chickens are the face of that. So all of this being done, there is so much good research, especially in CRP. These birds, mostly in Colorado, came back to CRP land. A lot of this is under threat of expiring, and there are people just drawing straws, waiting for those properties to come out of CRP, and they're going to develop them. So what I'm asking is that we think about what it's going to take to do some fee simple purchase. And we're not talking millions of dollars. We're talking small areas where these birds have found their way back that we can try to save. And to me, that's a stronghold. Yeah, strongholds are the two big ranches in Kansas that all these dollars are going to right now, but we can create that in Colorado, and we'll save these birds. Colorado historically was known as the lesser prairie chicken area. There was one, as settlement came in, I'm probably getting into too much now, Liza and Brian, but Colorado is lesser prairie chicken country, and we don't get the credit for it now. So we can save this. We just have to be aware of it. Let's employ some dollars into a way that really has permanent, sustainable effects. And that can be done. Any other commissioners? Anybody have any comments? Do we have any public comment on this? I don't believe we do. Well, I guess we've done all we can do with this one, but I really appreciate it. Liza, it's a great presentation. I would venture to guess that most people sitting here didn't know most of the information that you gave us. So I think it's important. Thanks very much. Well, we'll move on.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Liza. I think our next is Brian on the Beaver management update, which is agenda item number 9.
I've seen quite a bit of you so far. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Director, Commissioners. Brian Dreher, Terrestrial Section Manager. And I first want to just applaud Michelle and Liza. I actually believe this was their first commission presentations, and just showcases really the amazing talented people that I get to work with every day. And I'm just thankful for their work. And so anyway, I'm going to be talking about kind of beaver management in an update today. I want to thank all the staff that helped me kind of pull this together in short order. It probably could have benefited from a slide deck. I don't have that, but I do have some speaking notes. And so just bear with me. So beaver management is a vast topic with elements of habitat management, water management, damage, harvest, property management, and I'm sure others. Likewise, the management of beaver in Colorado impacts many, if not all, branches of Colorado Parks and Wildlife. This includes terrestrial, aquatics, water, regional field operations, including state parks, and more. CPW recognizes that many wildlife species can benefit from beaver pond habitat, such as waterfowl, native fishes, and amphibians. Beaver pond complexes provide many other ecosystem benefits, including drought, flood and fire mitigation, sediment capture, improved water quality, natural water storage, and improved stream flows. This is a big topic, and I think if we want to dive deeper into this topic, staff will need a little more time to prepare. But I did want to make the commission and the public aware of some of the efforts that have been initiated or are ongoing in CPW with regards to beaver management. There are 4 topics I want to touch on today. The first will be a Colorado Parks and Wildlife Beaver Working Group. The second will be our work through our wetlands program to facilitate beaver habitat enhancements. The third, our involvement in working groups and restoration projects. And last, our fur bearer harvest permit and how it has enhanced our ability to estimate beaver harvest. So I'll start with the first topic. Earlier this year, staff elevated a proposal to CPW leadership to form an internal Colorado Parks and Wildlife Beaver Working Group. We're certainly aware of external interest and non-agency stakeholders' desires across Colorado in all aspects of beaver management. And this will require a renewed focus on this species by CPW. Membership of this internal working group will include a broad agency representation that includes staff from terrestrial, aquatics, our water unit, the regions, information and education, and more. Expected work products from this group will include updates to our beaver management information and webpage, and on the development of a statewide beaver management plan. Elements of this plan could include beaver management goals and objectives, translocation policies and protocols, best management practices for beaver, beaver restoration priority areas, harvest management, and research needs and priorities. Stakeholders and the public engagement is expected to be a part of the formation of this plan, and I'm not prepared to report on what that's going to look like yet, but we can report back once it's been determined and this group actually gets an opportunity to get their feet under them and really kind of wrap their heads around what this is going to take. There also is going to be a need to coordinate this plans with other divisions within DNR. At this time, we don't have a timeline for completion, but please be patient with us. We have a lot going on right now. Our staff is involved in lots of different major planning efforts, and this completion of a plan like this will take time and collaboration. The second thing I want to make you all aware of is some of our accomplishments in the realm of beaver habitat enhancement through our wetlands program. If you're not familiar with our program, the CPW Wetlands Program awards funds annually to various types of wetland and riparian restoration projects. This is accomplished through a competitive granting process. More than 10 years ago, CPW began receiving funding requests for beaver-related restoration projects to restore degraded, channelized streams. These projects primarily involve the installation of human-built beaver mimicry structures such as beaver dam analogs to slow water, spread water on the floodplain, promote healthier riparian vegetation, and to provide deeper water. Sometimes beavers recolonize the restoration sites, adopt the structures, and build additional dams in close vicinity. BDAs, as they're called, are also cost-effective as the structures are built with natural materials, often collected on site using manual labor. Due to the successes and cost-effectiveness of beaver-related restoration projects, in 2021, CPW declared beaver as a priority species for its wetland funding to encourage more of these types of projects. This was successful, and over the past 4 grant cycles, we've received an average of nearly 6 applications per year compared to the 0 to 1 applications per year prior to this identifying it as a priority species. In the current grant cycle, we received 8 applications for funding for beaver-related restoration, which is more than ever. And the funding requested for these projects is about $1.25 million, which is more than the total funding available for the entire program, which is $1.12 million annually. Since 2018, CPW has provided more than $1.5 million for beaver-related restoration projects. CPW has funded approximately 70% of the requests that we've received, which is about the same funding success rate as the other restoration projects that we get through the program. Many of these projects are in headwater regions, on federal lands, mostly U.S. Forest Service, with some BLM and some other public and private lands. Grantees and applicants include various NGOs, watershed restoration groups, land trusts, federal and municipal governments, and tribes. Overall, our wetlands program has made a great contribution in the conservation of beaver in Colorado. The third topic I wanted to touch on is our representation on beaver working groups and restoration projects. Several CPW staff participate in virtual meetings that are held 1 to 2 times a year annually with the Colorado Statewide Beaver Working Group. We're also very active in the Gunnison Valley Beaver Working Group. In the near term, Area 10 staff will be working with the newly formed Yampa Valley Beaver Working Group with their first meeting happening soon. CPW staff are involved in 4 watershed scale wetlands focus area committees, working to implement beaver-related restoration projects, including the Lower South Platte, Arkansas Headwaters, San Luis Valley, and the Southwest region in the San Juan Basin. CPWR staff are involved with various oversight and technical assistant capacities with at least 10 ongoing beaver-related restoration projects funded through the wetlands program across Colorado. In addition to working groups, we have been trying to grow in both training and capacity in beaver restoration as an agency. In the fall of 2023, we sent one of our terrestrial biologists to a beaver restoration workshop held by Utah State University. And we're trying to essentially build our capacity to just learn on how that might work. In February this year, CPW staff hosted a training for CPW property technicians on beaver coexistence techniques. Presenters were private restoration practitioners trained by the Beaver Institute who are implementing coexistence projects in the Gunnison Basins to help various landowners. In addition, at the training, staff received information on low-tech, process-based restoration, including beaver dam analog construction and water right considerations. These are great examples of how CPW is engaging in restoration of beaver in Colorado. Lastly, I just want to touch on the success of our fur bearer permit in the estimation of beaver harvest in Colorado. At the January commission meeting, you all heard from Mark Vieira on a presentation going into how improved data that we are now collecting for fur bearers has been gathered through the licensing change that we made to add the fur bearer permit in. By better identifying the individuals who participate in beaver harvest, we've been able to reduce the variability in our harvest estimates. Currently, our estimate for beaver harvest is amongst the lowest variability of all fur bearer harvest estimates. Next year, we're planning to add an additional question to the survey to understand if harvested beaver came from public or private lands. This information will form a solid foundation as we look to complete this management plan in the future. So this is a big topic, and I'm barely kind of scratching the surface here, but CPW is active in a number of aspects of beaver management and restoration, and this will continue into the future. And with that, I'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Brian. Any commissioners with questions or comments? Commissioner Murphy.
Hi, Brian. Thank you. Very good presentation. I know when we were out in Gunnison, they were talking about needing beavers out there. And the thing that I've noticed is the comparison between the western slope and the eastern, because over here, beavers are not tolerated very much. Most of the metropolitan cities kill them when they see them, and including one of our state parks killed a family of them a couple of years ago. And I was wondering, is there any kind of a coexistence program going with the urban areas to try and protect the beavers? Because I know a lot of citizens get really upset about that, because I've fielded quite a few calls.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Murphy, for the question. I mean, I think that's going to be one of the complicated aspects of managing and having these species on our landscape. And certainly, I think, in western Colorado and places, especially on public lands, maybe less impact from some of those as compared to when you get onto more of a private land landscape. And certainly, they can do a fair amount of damage to various water infrastructure and other things as well. So certainly coexistence is a big aspect of having beaver on the landscape for sure, and how to do that in a way that kind of also is around our neighbors, around others that have to deal with that as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May, and thanks, Brian. Just a comment first. I wanted to say I commend the effort to get a beaver management plan going. I think it's a great idea. I know you've got a ton on your plate, but I do think it'll have a lot of spin-off benefits for some of the other species we're concerned about. And my own take, I've spent a lot of time building BDAs, and by day 2 of one of those projects, when your back is sore, everyone in the team has the thought of, why don't we let the beavers do this themselves? And so whatever we can do to harness our rodent allies in stream restoration, I think would be wonderful. So I think a plan is the first way to get there. And this sort of relates to Commissioner Murphy's thing. And as part of this plan, I just want you to encourage to look at a couple things. One is I guess it's a nuisance wildlife statute, but it's 336107A, which lets any landowner or person leasing land kill beaver without a license or a season or anything. It's just they're on the list of things that can be killed without regulation. And I don't know if that provision for leasing land affects federal lands that are leased at times. But I think that's something that might be worth looking at, is whether we just want carte blanche on the ability to kill beaver. Related to that is, since that exists, it seems that the part of beaver take that we regulate through trapping fur bearer harvest, I'm concerned, and I hear a lot of concerns from, I guess, my constituency, that we haven't established a bag or possession limit. And so sort of the functional limit is, how hard is someone willing to try? And what concerns me is, and I've done this in my younger days, a trapper will tend to work a drainage where they have permission, and if they're diligent, they can wipe out beavers on a local scale, which then, it may or may not be recolonized by other beavers, depends on where they're working. And so it seems that, bag or possession limits might ameliorate that. That's just my take on it, but I encourage you guys to look at that so we don't have localized extirpations that we're not aware of.
Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair. Thank you so much for the presentation, Brian. This is really exciting to me. Beavers are one of the species that I'm most interested in. On our own farm, we recently had beavers finally move their dam-making efforts from our ditch to our stream, which went from a water access challenge to a tremendous water infiltration increase opportunity. And it's had huge ecosystem benefits, including pest reduction for our livestock, which has been really great. And I bring that up because of all the challenges associated with the beavers previously colonizing the ditches. All of our neighbors instantly, felt the need to encourage us to remove the beavers from the streams once they moved. And so I think a management plan and just some more good public information on beaver and coexistence in general is going to be a really tremendous resource. And I just commend the effort, and I'm really excited that you're doing it. And any of those coexistence workshops that are available to the public, please keep us all in the loop, and hopefully we can help spread the word as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vardy. Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks so much for that update. I agree. It's really exciting to see this happening. I just had a quick question, and if you don't have the answer, feel free to say I'll follow up with you later, but I might have missed it, but do we have a statewide population estimate?
That's a really great question. And Mark Vieira is not here. I don't believe we do, Commissioner Bailey. If Mark was here, he could probably, so anyway. Oh, there's Mark there. Look at that.
Well, can you hear me, Commissioner Director Vieira?
Yes, we can hear you, Mark.
Just supporting Brian there. We, in species that are fairly abundant and well spread, we often don't have precise statewide population estimates. So we currently do not have that with beaver. However, I can tell you, Commissioner Bailey, that we are working. CPW is working with, or in contact with CSU and Colorado Natural Heritage Program, and some work that they're doing that might allow some remote sensing with some ground truthing relative to beaver dams that could allow extrapolation of a beaver population. I wouldn't want to get ahead of anybody, but I think that's some things that we can look at producing with partners in the coming years. Thank you.
And I appreciate that, Mark, because on our ranch, I'm pretty proud of the beaver, but I don't think I could guess within 50 how many we have on it because you never see them. I mean, you can guess dams and lodges, but individuals are tough. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. I just want to kind of say something to Commissioner Touchton. So as far as trappers and beavers, in my experience where we've had issues, it's really hard to find a trapper that will actually go out and trap beavers. So I think the number of trappers out there is probably less than 50, if maybe less than 25, honestly. And a bag limit, I think that would be really tricky for someone to set up because sometimes you have to trap the whole family and you don't know if there's 2, if there's 10. So I don't know how you would do that without setting a higher number, I guess. And maybe you can answer that, but I know from my experience, it's every time we've done something, there's different numbers out there.
Yeah, and I guess my comment to that, and I didn't, I took what Commissioner Touchton said more as a statement, but I will say, I think the place in this plan to kind of look at harvest management history is really important. I mean, there are some regulatory changes that have changed through time, that come through time. One of those has to do with trapping methods. And, when we talk about what we regulate here, we're talking about kind of the harvest through, hunting or kind of avocational trapping through live trapping methods. And I think those methods in general also kind of limit the ability for hunters to be successful. And I think that's all the stuff that we would be examining and telling some of that history in this plan, because I think it's important to note that because it has changed through time, so.
Thank you, Brian. And I think we all acknowledge, all of us know that there are negative impacts, can be in the wrong places, but I'm happy to say, and I've looked at the list of our presenters today. I know a lot of our presenters, and they have been dealing with this topic of mitigation and negative impacts for the last couple of years on nationwide webinars to address some of these issues, working through some of the water rights issues. So thankfully, there's a lot of work already being done. It's highly acknowledged, and it doesn't mean we can't proceed with our management plan. Unless any commissioners have more questions, I think we'll go to our public comment. We have both virtual and in person, I think, right, Jonathan? Turn it over to you, Jonathan. Thank you. And Katie Lanter is out today. Jonathan's filling for her. We'll see how that goes.
Thanks, Chair. We'll go ahead and get to public comment for this item. We do have some virtual plus in-person public comment for this item. We will go ahead and start with our in-person public commenters. And there's a few public commenters in person today, so feel free to sit up in the front row. We will first get to Brian Kurzel and then David Nickum, followed by Ed Rumbold. Brian? And commenters will have 3 minutes on this topic.
Thank you very much. Hello, Chair May, Commissioners, Director Davis. Good to see you. My name is Brian Kurzel. I'm the Regional Executive Director for National Wildlife Federation's Rocky Mountain Region, and also an ex-employee of Colorado Parks and Wildlife, where I worked for several years. So good to see a lot of familiar faces. NWF has over 115,000 members and supporters in Colorado, and I was honored to be a member of the Colorado Wolf Stakeholder Advisory Group that all of you are very well familiar with, from 2021 to 2023. And I represented the conservation community, and I still continue to help out or try to help out with the agency as you're implementing that plan now. And I come to you today to share some of my experiences as a Wolf SAG member through the context of Beaver, where I was able to spend days and weeks when I was on the SAG with ranchers, outfitters, wildlife advocates, county commissioners, tribal members, et cetera, to develop a wolf management plan that could work for the state of Colorado. The way that I believe most of the SAG members approached that effort was to try to figure out a way not only for wolves to thrive in the state of Colorado with sustainable populations, but also to make sure that Colorado's human communities were not negatively impacted, because that was the way to get towards potentially sustainable wolf populations here in the state. I believe that this experience working across the aisle and really spending time listening to folks from rural, urban, hunting, wildlife, and other perspectives was as successful as a complicated wildlife issue like wolves could be. And I'm here today to encourage Colorado Parks and Wildlife Agency and Commission to pursue a similar process and get ahead of the issue for what might also be considered a somewhat controversial or polarizing wildlife species, which is beavers. And so the restoration of beavers, I think probably most of you know, I won't go into the potential ecological and hydrological biodiversity benefits. Most of you probably know that beavers now are in less than 10% of the range that they were traditionally in Colorado, and they play a very critical role for Colorado ecosystems and headwaters. I can't think of a wildlife species whose restoration would benefit the state of Colorado more than the restoration of beavers across the state. Therefore, I want to focus on a couple of points real quick. One, we need to move forward with an advocacy, with a statewide beaver management plan as soon as possible. The wolf plan was forced upon the agency because of Proposition 114. This is a chance for the agency to get ahead of that, and so I applaud what Brian said about the agency working on that. Secondly, it needs to involve landowners, agriculture, and ranchers from the outset so that we can make sure to incorporate those coexistence measures and other things, whether they be policy or funding, that's going to be required to implement those. So thank you very much for the, first of all, the focus on beavers at today's meeting, and thank you for the work that you're going to continue to do to develop a statewide beaver management plan.
Thank you, Brian. Any commissioners have any questions for Brian? I don't see any, so thanks a lot, Brian.
Next, we'll have David Nickum, followed by Ed Rumbold.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is David Nickum, representing Colorado Trout Unlimited today. This is an unusual opportunity for me to speak on an issue that Brian presented. Usually we're talking about aquatics, but as it happens, beaver are amongst the best friends trout have in Colorado. Their activities on the landscape really help with late season flows, with water quality, sediment management, and at times their ponds are critical refuge habitat during low flow periods that allow fish to hold on in watersheds that otherwise might lose fish more significantly. I would add to that, I think with the climate change issues that we're all seeing across the state, that significance of those ecological benefits is only going to increase. And so it's very timely and appropriate for the division to try to get out in front of that and look at how restoration of beaver can help provide those many ecological services for our communities, our watersheds, as well as for our fish and wildlife species. Successful reintroductions on the landscape are going to require some interventions in many areas. There's some places where the ground might be very fertile for rapid success for beavers. Other areas where a little more pre-restoration may be necessary to get the conditions suitable for that. As an organization that is involved in aquatic area restoration, we really look forward to working with CPW to identify the approaches and the locations where that kind of work can be most valuable, and hope that's one of the products that can come out of the statewide plan. But ultimately, I just wanted to largely just say thank you very much to the staff for bringing this forward, and we really do encourage you to move expeditiously in trying to get the statewide beaver management plan moving forward. And I would echo the previous speaker in that involving stakeholders and landowners to get ahead of some of the potential points of conflict will be really important to the success of this. And so encourage you to certainly do the inside work that needs to be done, but to also start sooner than later on the public involvement and education that needs to be a part of this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I'll just leave it out there. If any commissioners have questions, go ahead and punch in. Otherwise, we'll just keep going through our presenters. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we'll have Ed Rembold, followed by our first virtual presenter after Ed, Delia Malone.
Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to speak before you. I'm Ed Rumbold. I'm a hydrologist by training, and I'm the Aquatic Resources Program Lead for the BLM. BLM manages over 800 acres of public land in the state of Colorado and has a critical role in conserving and restoring water resources, wetland and riparian areas, and fish habitat beneficial to Colorado and achieve multiple use and sustained yield mandate. Unprecedented drought, species loss, wildfire require a renewed focus on ensuring ecosystem resistance, resilience, and adaptability to combat the effects of climate change. As you guys know and heard, riparian and wetland areas managed by the BLM are among the most important, productive, and diverse resources in the state. They provide habitat for a myriad of species, plants, fish, animals, and other ecosystem services like drinking water, filtering of pollution, and flood attenuation, drought mitigation to some effect. Unfortunately, BLM has inherited the management of some of the most degraded riverscapes in the country, and between the early 1800s and the end of the century, the systemic removal of beavers, agricultural conversion, and development pressures that followed led to streams across the West transitioning from a mosaic of wetlands and multi-thread channels to higher energy single-threaded channels lacking structure. These have cut down. We've drained our alluvial aquifers, drying out valley bottoms, and ultimately a loss of ecosystem services and biodiversity. So just a couple of points. In our North Park area, we estimate that 36% of BLM managed floodplain acres are healthy, active, and connected to streams. More broadly, a 2022 study by CSU estimates that beaver dam capacity loss has resulted in 40% decline in beaver-mediated surface water and sediment storage throughout Colorado. To address the issue, BLM is investing over $30 million in beaver-related restoration over the next 5 years throughout the West. Over the last several years, BLM Colorado has spent about $300,000 on beaver-related restoration. And of course, a critical part is increasing partnerships and capacity to scale up this work. We are working to use nature-based solutions to, well, let's just skip. While we can work to mimic and jumpstart the natural processes that sustain riparian areas and wet meadows, success in many areas will depend on responsible beaver reintroduction and management. BLM manages habitat, and thus we need to collaborate with the state of Colorado, specifically CBW, and other partners to responsibly manage beavers in ways to maximize ecosystem services while reducing conflict. Instead, we encourage you to please consider development of a stakeholder-driven and community-informed statewide beaver management plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
We will now go to virtual comments, but then we will also get to any in-person commenters that might have been missed after the virtual commenters, if that is okay with everybody. So we'll go to our virtual commenters now. First up, Delia Malone, and then Deborah Taylor after Delia. Delia, we'll go ahead and unmute you, get your video pulled up if you'd like to. Wait for my colleagues there a moment. And Delia, I'm not seeing Delia quite yet. Is Deborah Taylor available? And then we can go back to Delia.
Yes, yes, I have a cold.
Hi, Deborah, we can hear you a bit. We can start your video and see if that audio is okay. Go ahead, Deborah.
Do I have to have video on right now?
No, that's okay, Deborah. We can hear you a bit. Try to, if you can, speak into your microphone for the best audio. You don't have to have your video on. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak. My name is Deborah Taylor. I consider myself a bird watcher and a wildlife advocate. Basically, a lot of time outdoors. I recently, I saw a story about beavers on Facebook and shared it to my followers and stated, in my 40 years in Colorado, I've seen one beaver in Colorado, yet several on my travels outside our country. So I went to your mission statement and pulled it up, and so I'm addressing several items in there. Several of my friends replied they also have seen few to none beavers in their times outdoors. I would like to share my comments. Stewardship is devoted to assisting park staff with biological sustainability. Have beavers reoccupied their former habitats in the upper reaches of the Colorado River tributaries? Performing resource inventories. When was the last beaver resource inventory? I heard that answered. What were the numbers of the last take? What were the numbers of beavers out there? Your staff said unknown. Last report I saw was 2017. I appreciate today's update covering beavers, providing appropriate tools to effectively conserve natural resources. I have listened to many meetings where the North American model is mentioned. From my understanding, unlimited take goes against NAM, against the science requirements as the basis for wildlife protection. Against the tenet that wildlife can only be killed for legitimate purposes, and against the public trust doctrine. To provide direction for the protection of the natural resources, beaver help reduce flooding, store carbon while helps lessen climate change, minimizes flooding peaks, and stores water during droughts. To provide park staff with appropriate tools and updated information to effectively conserve natural resources, I ask, are beavers overhunted? So a quick review of the harvest data shows kill data in 2002 to 2003, 1,576 beaver were killed. In 2003 to 2004, 896. Skipping forward, in 2017, 1,147 beavers killed. After that, no data. Why are beavers not taken off the unlimited numbers? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we will go back to Delia Malone. Delia, I think you're available if you want to go ahead and try, and then we'll go with Abby Burke after Delia.
I am, and thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair May and Commissioners. I'm Delia Malone. I live on Colorado's West Slope, and I'm an ecologist who has conducted wetland and biological surveys in Colorado for the past 20 years with the Colorado Natural Heritage Program. The scientific documentation regarding the ecological value of beaver is incontrovertible. The American beaver may be Colorado's most effective tool to improve watershed health and regulate the state's water supply and help offset impacts of climate change. On a landscape scale, beaver ponds store enormous amounts of carbon. In Rocky Mountain National Park, Dr. Ellen Wall at CSU found that abandoned, relict beaver meadows represent 8% of total carbon stored within the landscape. But the value when beaver activity was restored, maintained wetlands, was closer to 23%. Unfortunately, North America's beaver population is just 10% of their historic numbers due to historic trapping. Ongoing lethal management of beaver undermines the many benefits that they historically brought to Colorado and could bring again if their numbers were allowed to flourish. State laws across the West and Colorado classify beavers as a nuisance that causes problems, like dammed culverts and downed trees. Trapping beaver isn't regulated like other game species. If a beaver is up to no good on your property, you can kill it. No questions asked. And Wildlife Services routinely uses explosives to remove beaver dams that are flooding property. Numerous non-lethal options for mitigating unwanted effects of beaver are available. Research informs that non-lethal beaver management is more effective and preserves their ecological role as a keystone species. Studies by Fish and Wildlife Service inform that pond levelers have 87% success, beaver deceivers, 60% success, and lethal removal, 16% success in remediating beaver-associated problems. From an ecological perspective, I would ask that CPW abandon lethal management of beaver, which undermines Colorado's climate, water, and wildlife sustainability, and instead embrace non-lethal beaver management tools and even encourage their restoration to suitable sites while providing producers with the education and tools to non-lethally coexist with beaver. In the past year, in the Roaring Fork watershed where I live, numerous agencies, including the Forest Service, BLM, CPW, and so on, have come together to begin a beaver recovery project. I would love to see CPW support our efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, excuse me, next up we will have Abby Burke, followed by Jackie Corday.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Commissioners. Abby Burke, Senior Manager for Audubon Rockies Western Rivers Program. I want to thank you for the update on CPW's efforts and focus regarding beavers, and I'd like to bring a bird perspective to this conversation. Beavers are ecosystem engineers, valued river restoration partners, and do an outstanding job of maintaining and creating and maintaining stable, highly biodiverse habitat. The changes beavers make to the landscape are not only a hydrologic resilience strategy, but also provides for different kinds of birds. Standing deadwood caused by flooding is sought after by woodpeckers and then by secondary cavity nesters that follow. The diversity of plants that grow in beaver areas produce fruits and attract insects, therefore frugivorous and insectivorous birds. Open water benefits waterfowl, and the diversity of vegetation surrounding a beaver complex provides myriad benefits for riparian and songbirds. Different bird species may rely on different bird habitats that emerge due to beaver activity. Birds are commonly considered a good indicator of biodiversity. If they positively respond to beaver presence, one may expect that such patterns will be followed by other organisms as well. According to a 2008 study by the Wildlife Conservation Society published in the Journal of Western North American Naturalist, beaver wetland complexes provide critical habitat for a variety of migratory songbirds, particularly in the semi-arid interior of the West. This study occurred in Wyoming, where beaver reintroductions have been done on both private and public lands with owner consent and interest. The study found that the more wetland complexes that beavers build, the more abundant and diverse local songbirds became. In fact, increasing density of beaver complexes was associated with a diverse and abundant bird community and the wetland and streamside habitat these species depend on. This habitat is critical to birds in semi-arid regions, yet has been severely degraded or lost through much of the West. The many positive benefits beaver provide is still missing on most watersheds in the West, yet studies suggest that beavers are critically important to wildlife and to reviving the natural function of streams. Studies are showing that partnering with beavers is an important tool for restoring habitat and reversing bird declines, and to maximize the positive benefits associated with beaver-modified riverscapes and restoration efforts. Audubon Rockies applauds CPW for pursuing comprehensive beaver management policies and management plans to guide efforts to manage beavers in ways that maximize their positive ecosystem service and public benefits, while also reducing conflict. Beavers and the diverse habitats they support can be a key Western water security strategy for people, birds, and other wildlife. Audubon looks forward to partnering with CPW on supporting progress for a statewide beaver management plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we will have Jackie Corday, followed by Wabano Quay in person. Jackie, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I am a land and water conservation attorney in Montrose, Colorado, with an environmental biology degree. I work mainly at the intersection of science, policy, and law, helping to synthesize the latest science around stream wetlands restoration to inform policy. I previously worked for CPW as a head of the water resources section from late 2016 till the end of 2019. My comments are going to be really brief today because I got to cut out a lot after hearing Brian's presentation. I am so excited and pleased to hear that CPW will be moving forward at some time in the future with a statewide beaver management plan. So I will just hit on a couple other highlights. In 2022, with the assistance from CSU PhD grad student under Professor Ellen Wool and many others, I completed a comprehensive paper for American Rivers that reviews the rapidly growing published scientific research on the effects of restoring degraded incised streams in Western states using the various methods of low-tech process-based restoration or beaver-related restoration, which is a subset of that. It was during this research that I gained a much deeper understanding of just how key beaver are for helping us restore our upper watersheds. To help facilitate discussions and understanding for a statewide beaver plan, National Wildlife Federation and Teddy Roosevelt Conservation Partnership have recently received funding to support us teaming up to research and draft a report on the existing comprehensive state and tribal actions being implemented in the U.S. to help beaver populations continue to recover while addressing the typical conflicts that occur. What is working well and what are lessons learned? So we will be compiling all of that information into a report as we do the research over this summer. The report will be shared with the Commission and CPW by September in hopes that it will provide helpful information on how other state programs are working well to partner with beaver for watershed restoration while addressing the typical conflicts that can occur with landowners. Early research already indicates there are many great existing programs that are supporting partnering with beaver in Utah, Idaho, Wyoming, California, Montana, Washington, and Oregon. So I hope this information will be very helpful for staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we will go to Wabano Quay in person. I believe that's the last person that we have registered for public comment. If I missed anybody, feel free to get a blue slip from the table outside and bring it up.
Great. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair May and the rest of the commissioners. Wabano Indigenous Cause, Migizi Indodem, Wabano Quay is my Anishinaabe name, and I am of the Eagle Clan. I would like to acknowledge the traditional lands that we are gathered on are of the Ute Nations and over 40 other tribal nations. My settler English name is Melody Doherty. I'm the executive director of the Manitou Pollinators. The Manitou Pollinators led Manitou Springs to become the first certified municipal pollinator district in Colorado and the world through the Butterfly Pavilion Certification Program in 2023. A pollinator district's foundation is based on creating, managing, and maintaining a holistic ecosystem. Pollinators like beavers and water are keystone species. They provide the life force necessary for all other beings to coexist and exist. Without them, nature's ability to be healthy, self-regulating leads to collapses, disintegrates, and eventually leading to death. My tribal elders taught me the earth, water, air, plants, and animals were here first. Science now backs up what we have known since the beginning of time, and I must add that I really, really appreciate all the Western science that's come forward today. I pretty much agree with most of it. On behalf of Beaver and the water and the movement forward towards non-legal or non-lethal management. The two-legged human mammals came last. The elders taught me that we are fundamentally dependent upon nature and all of its expressions. We are not at the top of the food chain like we've been falsely led to believe. Elder Marilyn Capriel, Anishinaabe Quay, teaches us that a Mick, beavers, carries the knowledge and technology to create, build, and sustain a community overnight. The spirit of life is upheld through their wisdom. We have known that they are the original engineers. However, today, we are concerned about the loss of food security through the loss of these very important ecosystems. The relationship between water beavers and pollinators provides for all of our food security. Riparian wetland areas allowed to return to their historic blueprints creates a healthy layout for biodiversity, water flow, and quality, all of the really wonderful aspects that you've been hearing today. The spirit of life will once again be allowed to breathe and express by allowing beavers to repair and heal the damage done by humans thinking they know more or better than nature. I urge CPW to include and allow for non-lethal management of beaver in Colorado. We desperately need their engineering expertise to get us out of the quagmire created by humans and colonialism that has and is bringing our ecosystems to the state of non-return or viability of, or the viability of natural process regeneration. Thank you so much.
Chair, I believe that concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any comments or questions from the commission? If not, I think that was a good agenda item, and we will now take a break. We will return in 15 minutes. 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 We'll come back to order. As soon as everybody can find their seats, we'll get started back again. I'd like to say that we are honored to have a special guest come into our meeting today, Governor Jared Polis of the state of Colorado, and we are proud and honored that he'd take the time today to come address this assembly, so I'll turn it over to Governor Polis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to see. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to see members of the commission here. I assume that some are with us virtually. Is that right as well? We welcome them. And it's great to see such good attendance and welcome you all to Denver. Chairman May and Director Davis, thank you for holding this special meeting of Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission. We have a very busy schedule for your regular meetings, but I appreciate that both the board members as commissioners as well as the staff are putting through the extra effort for this special meeting so you can get through some important items. You're tackling some important issues from big game season structure to beaver management, the lesser prairie chicken wildlife corridors. I also want to address some of the big picture items. Obviously, certainly the work ahead of you is very important. Getting the right big season structure is critical for fairness of hunters in Colorado and for people visiting the state. We always talk about the benefit of our stewardship is really three criteria we're trying to fill both on the state park and wildlife management side. It's about recreation for Coloradans, it's about conservation, and it's about economic development for communities. And so a great example of that, of course, being Fisher's Peak State Park and what that's doing for Southern Colorado and Trinidad. So often the three are aligned, where it's good for a local economy, whether it's a state park or whether it's an area that the economy is powered by wildlife watchers, hunters, anglers, conservation, of course, healthy ecosystems, the balance you keep, and of course, recreation and fun for Coloradans, and of course included under that would be keeping it affordable for Coloradans, accessible for Coloradans. It's not that there's never tensions between the three, but I think by and large there's a lot of overlap between those. And so there's a few items I wanted to address today and share the way our administration thinks about this and the values that I think the voters and the people of Colorado hold dear. One is with regard to beavers. We know that preserving and protecting our water is a key part of our future, and that manifests itself in many different areas. And I think we have an opportunity to have help in this area from nature itself, the beavers, which are a powerhouse in helping to restore wetlands and watersheds, making beaver conservation efforts, I think, more important than ever before in an environment of water scarcity. Beavers really exemplify John Muir's wisdom that when we try to pick out anything by itself, we find it's hitched to everything else in the universe. And beaver dams and canals provide a refuge for many western wildlife species that depend on aquatic habitats, and their importance only increases with the changing and drying climate. So we look forward to seeing the work that comes out of the commission from the CPW team to really make sure that beavers are able to continue the contributions they make to watershed health and protection as well. We're also at a critical juncture when it comes to the lesser prairie chicken. We are down to just a dozen or so populations in our state. Many other endangered birds, Gunnison sage grouse, greater sage grouse in the Northwest. I know CPW experts are working closely with counties, with federal agencies to make sure we plan better so that our local communities can thrive, as well as our diverse wildlife ecosystems. We also deeply appreciate the expertise of CPW in many different areas and other aspects of the state that consult with CPW about conserving big game migration corridors. Particularly appreciate your supporting role as an example in working with what used to be known as the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission, now the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. Obviously, you have an alumni over there, and Brett Ackerman, we appreciate his service there. And I was proud to take executive action to conserve our winter range for big game and migration corridors, along with working with hunting and fishing groups. That's a key part of working to protect wildlife, especially as wildlife faces the demographic challenges of a growing human population in Colorado, and making sure that the migration corridors are intact. And that's part of the planning, of course, around oil and gas, but also around roads and development and housing is key for that future. And as we build on that work, CPW is using the best information to map the corridors, advise other agencies, do your own work, understanding dynamics impacting elk and pronghorn and mule deer and bighorn sheep, working with CDOT. We've had some great success on wildlife crossings. I don't know if any of you have seen some of the amazing new wildlife crossings. I think most notably there's going to be a high-profile one going up in Vail Pass soon. There's a great one in southwest Colorado by Dolores that I've been to as well. We worked on that in consultation with the tribe. And I think in all of these, while CPW is not the lead agency, they inform the work. It's built, of course, by somebody else. It could be CDOT in these cases, but where to put it, how to structure it, making sure it's effective. Really, CPW has done an amazing job in that work. And I would add, in addition to helping to protect migration corridors, this has a profound effect on saving human lives and reducing traffic incidences, with hitting sometimes tragic and fatal accidents involving vehicles hitting deer or elk or other large species. And that's an important part of that work as well, and appreciate CPW's role in providing that science and support. Another species, of course, that has been in the news a lot lately, Canis lupus, wolves, not Canis lupus familiaris in our homes, but Canis lupus out on the range. And of course, we stand by our strong commitment to implement the will of the voters of the state of Colorado. Obviously, this one came about through a different mechanism than others. It was a vote of the people, and I think CPW has risen to the task and handled this very professionally with the unanimously adopted wolf recovery plan. I know that took a lot of work to get there. I think over 22 meetings across the state, hearing from people. And we are now working closely with both CPW as well as Department of Agriculture to make sure that both agencies have the resources they need to expand the work in assisting livestock producers and engaging in proactive non-lethal management consistent with the voter designation of wolves as a non-game species. I'm proud to report back that while the legislature is still debating the budget, the items that are needed by Colorado Department of Agriculture and Colorado Parks and Wildlife are in the budget, and will almost certainly, assuming they complete their work on other parts of the budget, that will be before me for signature within the next week or two. And that includes working closely with Colorado Department of Agriculture to be able to provide more proactive and immediate non-lethal deterrent services to ranchers that are facing the potential for wolf depredation. So, across all these great species and many more, of course, just because we mentioned some, it doesn't mean that they're any more or less important than others. Beavers, prairie chickens, sage grouse, wolves, big game, bighorn sheep. Every species that's here is part of the biodiversity fabric of our state. They all fit together in this critical mosaic. The success of one species is necessary for the success of all species. It's a very complicated ecosystem. And making sure that with the leadership of Director Gibbs and Jeff Davis and their teams, making sure that biodiversity preservation remains an enormous priority for the posterity and success of our state. I also want to report that the budget component of the Wolverine introduction, again, long discussed and talked about by CPW for decades at this point, also is in the budget, and the bipartisan bill has been introduced or is being introduced, and we are expecting that CPW will be able to undertake the science-backed work directed by that as well, along with our partners in the federal government, of course, as we did with the wolves for any particular species that has a federal nexus. We obviously value the cooperation and support of our federal partners. Finally, I want to thank the board members in particular, of course, the staff, the professionals, the board, especially because of not being compensated and the volunteer time you effectively put in this. I think I read you might get $50 a day or something, but basically you're here because you care about our ecosystems, you care about our state, you care about our parks, And I want to thank you for that great work as we undertake the important work ahead of us on a number of fronts. This commission is, I think, well balanced from across the state, from different perspectives. I want to make sure that, the statute even lays out that some of you come from a hunting and angling background. Of course, we're sadly short one representative from hunting and angling, but we have the great presence of Gabe Otero with us. We appreciate that. We have people from a park, enjoying the parks background. We have people who represent conservation. Outfitters, but and I want to sort of point to the statute, regardless of what your professional expertise is, and the statute, by the way, lists lots of them, some people who might be youth outdoor education and wildlife biology or science. We have people from science background, energy conservation, beneficial uses of water, land, and conservation. So all of these great things that you bring. But at the end of the day, the statute says, regardless of the particular interests or qualifications possessed by each member appointed to the commission, each commissioner represents diverse parks, wildlife, and outdoor recreation throughout Colorado, and of course is committed to the long-term financial stability and sustainability of the department. So I think it is important that we don't get into our silos. There is no, representative of hunters here. There is no representative outfitters here. There is no representative of conservation here. You all come from these different backgrounds, and we are all representatives of anglers. We are all representatives of outdoor photographers. We are all non-consumptive use. We are all representative of anglers. We are all representative of the values Coloradans hold about diverse ecosystems, and that is very much the way the statute guides us in terms of making sure, yes, we have people who happen to have let's say an outfitter's license, or happen to have a hunting or angling license in the last 3 years, or that happen to have an affiliation with a conservation group, or that happen to enjoy our parks, which I hope, by the way, all of you also enjoy our parks. I certainly do. We enjoy going to St. Brains and Golden Gate regularly with our kids, among others. But it's important that we also really have that bigger picture of being custodians of the public trust with regards to really the key thing that makes Colorado special. And I think in most of our minds and hearts as Coloradans, it really is our wild outdoor areas, including our healthy ecosystems, access to our wild areas, and of course our state parks, along with our friends in the national parks and county open space and all other great ways that we do that. And there's a reason that I think sometimes you and your work seem to be under the magnifying lens more than perhaps others. It's because Coloradans care. It's because Coloradans care. If this was a board that was toiling in obscurity, it would mean that people of Colorado didn't care about your work. And I know it can sometimes be for better or worse, and it can be challenging. But just know that this work is important because it's really an iconic part of who we are as Coloradans, and why we love living here. And so on behalf of the state, I want to thank you for your work. We're excited to continue to work wherever the future takes us with CPW, whether it's wolverines, whether it's looking at ecosystems, including the impact of invertebrates and rare plants, obviously the continuing challenges around water, the changing demographics of our state, both in population growth and in different uses of the outdoors. And while we work to keep our native ecosystems healthier and thriving, we also look forward to building a vibrant and strong future for our state for all human and non-human users of our wild outdoor areas for generations to come. And that's what's exciting about this work at the end of the day. I fundamentally think it brings hunters and anglers and wildlife photographers and conservationists and hikers and bikers all together around what we have in common, which is a love of our amazing outdoor areas and the natural resources that are part and parcel of being Coloradans. Thank you so much for the work that you do, and we look forward to continuing to do everything we can as an administration to support the important work of Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
Yeah, thank you for those inspiring words, Governor, and thanks for stopping by. I know your schedule is crazy, and I just have to say, in my experience, I've and maybe I shouldn't say how long that experience has been, but I've never had a governor come to a commission meeting and say anything. And I know how much the work that this commission does and the work that CPW does means to you, and look forward to working with you going forward. Thank you.
Governor Polis, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to come talk to us. We appreciate it. That being said, we'll move right into agenda item 10A. Turn it over to Matt Eckert. Probably before you start, Matt, I would like to say, especially for the commissioner's benefit, that what we're working towards, we're in the middle of a three-step process. We're working towards the point that we can start to focus on what the commission is actually looking for, give staff focused direction on where we're going to be. We actually will discuss this again when we end up in Montrose, I think May 1st and 2nd. We'll discuss it again. But we really are going to do our best to give staff clear direction on maybe a couple of alternatives that we can settle on. And so we'll then, staff will be able to take this and get a red line put together, come back to us in Montrose. We will do a final discussion on it, and hopefully be able from Montrose to send it on to staff so that in June, we will be able to have a final vote on it and have success with it. So that being said, I just want the commission to notice that, we really want to home in on a couple of things. If we can't do that, we won't do it, but we'll do our best to come to that agreement today. So that being said, it's all yours, Matt.
Thank you, Chairman May and Commissioners, Deputy Director Mock and Director Davis. I'm Matt Eckert, the Terrestrial Program Supervisor, and welcome back to Big Game Season Structure. Chairman May and Director Davis, you both highlighted today the importance of season structure issues and the importance of hearing all perspectives prior to the Commission providing direction to staff on what alternatives should be moved forward to the May meeting. In March and today, there were and there are no action items, just an information item and a request from staff. And Chair May, you just hit on it, is to refine the list of final alternatives where possible. The guidance we are looking for today is for commission agreement on your top one or two alternatives that should be brought back to the May Commission meeting. And in June, the Commission will be making final decisions on season structure. And when you approve that policy, staff will then finalize the regulation changes needed to implement that approved policy. So before I dig into what we need to cover today with the Commission with getting some feedback, I just wanted to, as a refresher, review the topics that the Commission already agreed to move forward to the May meeting without any new or modified alternatives. And the first is 3 administrative items. So we talked about moving forward a change in language that would modify existing cow moose season structure to create an optional late cow moose season that is additional to the regular October 1st to 14th moose rifle season. The second item was modifying the existing black bear PLO license setting strategy to allow bear managers to assign a unlimited or limited strategy based on bear management plan objectives. And the last one is not really a change, it's just we're not moving forward with any change to the 5-year cycle. We're continuing that 5-year process. On the additional optional seasons topic, we agreed to move forward the optional limited deer hunting during first rifle season when necessary to meet biological or social management objectives. The rest of the topics the commission wanted to discuss further and which staff need direction on today. So the first one is also an additional optional season, and that is the optional second 9-day rifle buck and doe pronghorn season. The concerns raised by the commission was whether this optional season should be statewide or designated to be east of I-25. And in our memo, staff recommend this option to be statewide and not designated to be east of I-25. There is at least one DAU PH20, that's the Wet Mountain Valley herd, that is west of I-25 for which we would use this second rifle pronghorn season. And actually at the January 2024 meeting, the commission approved the creation of a private land only doe rifle license with season dates that match the proposed second rifle pronghorn season in season structure. Those dates are starting the third Saturday in October and lasting 9 days. The new hunt code is essentially a second rifle pronghorn season. So at this time, we don't think there are any pronghorn managers that are proposing a creation of a second rifle season in the Northwest or Southwest regions. However, there is interest west of I-25, and also there could be interest in the future in herds that are west of I-25 to help meet herd management plan objectives. As a reminder, any new second rifle pronghorn season proposed for creation would come to the commission on a case-by-case basis through our normal regulatory process. So commissioners would have the opportunity to reject that if they don't agree with it. So our recommendation hasn't changed. Staff recommend moving alternative 1 forward, and alternative 1 is how we referenced it in the March commission memo to the May meeting. If the commission has another alternative or a modification to staff's proposal, please share that recommendation with us today. Let's move on to deer and elk season structure, and we'll first talk about early seasons. The commission seemed comfortable keeping the regular September 2nd to 30th deer and elk archery season status quo. But we did hear concerns about the proposed optional standalone limited archery antler deer season, an 18-day season from August 15th to September 1st that would be additional to that regular season. Some of the concerns raised by the commissioners hit on the creation of this season will increase the potential for sale in antler velvet. And in our memo prepared for this meeting, staff provided the regulation language that prohibits the sale, trade, barter, or offering to sell velvet antlers. The second concern raised by the commission was starting archery season August 15th will undesirably increase hunting pressure on big game, and that's not just deer or elk, that's also sheep and goat, which may trigger movements. For deer and elk movements would likely to be to lower elevations, to private lands, or to other refuges. In the memo prepared for the March commission meeting, staff shared the same concern in regards to shifting regular archery deer season to start August 15th. And that's because there would be a lot of hunters if we move the entire regular season, a lot of deer hunters in the field in August. But for this optional antler deer season, we don't have the same level of concern. This season would be created only if considered appropriate to alleviate some hunter pressure in September, and license quotas are anticipated to be small and possibly moderate. We would actually be shifting some licenses from the regular season to that August season. So hunter pressure would be relatively low. At this time, we don't anticipate hunter pressure getting high enough in August to affect animal movements. So our recommendation has not changed. Staff recommend moving alternative 1 forward to the May meeting, which is status quo for the early season structure, but also to add the option for standalone limited archery antler deer seasons that run August 15th through September 1st. Moving on to the deer and elk season structure for rifle seasons. Staff recommend shifting back to the previous rifle season structure last used in 2015 to 2019. We recommend commissioners and the public to review the memo that was prepared for the commission's March meeting, as well as the recording of staff's presentation that's on our YouTube channel to review our rationale. We just don't have time to go through it today. We provided extensive reasoning for this shift, including concerns of the lateness of the rifle seasons in the current season structure and how the previous structure decreases vulnerability of deer and elk, decreases access issues, and eliminates the overlap with Thanksgiving. Also in March, the commission requested staff to consider a new alternative that increased the breaks between the rifle seasons, tries to avoid the rifle moose season, and ends the fourth season before Thanksgiving. Staff received a recommendation from Commissioner Haskett, some draft language, which was included in the memo prepared for today's meeting. Commissioner Haskett, that was very helpful, so thank you for sharing that with staff. I think the best thing to do now, because there seems to be a lot of support for change away from the status quo, is to compare the two alternatives. So that's what I'm about to do. In the memo prepared for this meeting, Appendix A provides a side-by-side calendar comparison for the years 2025 to 2031. If you are a visual learner, it may help to look at Appendix A while I am speaking. In both alternatives, the regular rifle seasons start after October 9th and end before Thanksgiving. The breaks between the seasons are 2 days, 5 days, and 2 days for the staff recommendation, and 5 days, 5 days, and 4 days for the commissioner alternative. In other words, the commissioner alternative adds 3 days to the first break. The second break is the same length, and it adds 2 days to the third break when compared to the staff recommendation. The commission alternative starts the second, third, and fourth rifle seasons a week later than the staff recommendation for about half of the calendar years that we looked at. In the other half of the calendar years, the second, third, and fourth seasons for both alternatives start on the same dates. Also, the commission alternative maintains third season at 7 days, and the staff recommendation adds 2 days back to third season, which is a second weekend. We heard from hunters that the second weekend and third season was important to them, so we tried to accommodate that. Bottom line, both alternatives are good, and both are an improvement compared to the status quo. When comparing the two, staff considered what objectives we are trying to achieve. We asked the commission to do the same. If the objective is to lengthen the breaks between the seasons, and you are not concerned with the lateness of second, third, and fourth seasons, then the commission alternative, it meets that objective. That's the best one. If the objective is to reduce vulnerability of deer and elk, to reduce access issues, and provide a second weekend for hunters in third season, then the staff recommendation best meets those objectives. Because the second and third rifle seasons are the primary management seasons with the most hunter participation, those seasons falling a week later on the calendar will perpetuate ongoing management concerns that we have with the current season structure. This is why we are maintaining our staff recommendation presented in March as alternative 1 to return to the 2015 to 2019 regular rifle season structure. Now we're on limitation of over-the-counter licensing. In March, the commission asked staff to review and present information from units that were previously over the counter for archery elk, which are now limited through the draw. Staff presented this information in our memo prepared for this meeting and summarized resident and non-resident demand for these limited licenses. We won't present these data today, but encourage you to read the memo and review the relevant appendices to understand those main take-home messages that we presented. We are, of course, happy to answer questions regarding these data today. We have staff standing by to review more specifics on Southwest elk units should the commission wish to dig into this more. Our big game season structure working group is a strong team of professionals, and they are subject matter experts on big game season structure. We have read and listened to extensive public feedback provided over an 18-month period from public meetings and comment forums and surveys, emails, phone calls, and testimony given to the commission. Some of our working group members even follow online forums to get a feel for those virtual discussions that are largely held by residents. Members of our working group were also involved in the previous season structure process, so have years of experience discussing limitation of over-the-counter. And after continuous review and consideration of hunter perspectives over the course of 2 season structure processes, I may be a little desensitized to some of the public comments provided in March from resident hunters. And perhaps it indicates that I've been listening for many years to their concerns. The feedback we received in March came from the hearts of those hunters who are incredibly passionate about hunting in Colorado and how much over-the-counter opportunity means to them. They made the time in their schedules to show up. And it was virtual, but meaningful. They prepared a custom message for all of us to consider. We will hear another hour of testimony today, many who will be in person, and staff, I am sure all of the commissioners, everyone very much appreciates those who testified. I've heard many of us say today we are listening. That is true. We've been listening for years. We haven't stopped listening. Even though it may not appear that we are listening, we are listening. Many of us feel the words delivered in testimonies. I certainly felt them in the March meeting. Your messages are being considered along with the many aspects of OTC limitation and other sources of information that staff are looking at. But your testimony is worth your time and ours. In an effort to be as objective as possible, staff thought it would be most useful for the commission to hear a summary of perspectives regarding pros and cons for full limitation of over-the-counter as well as limitation of non-residents only, side by side. The more you are exposed to these perspectives, the more they will sink in and it'll start making sense. So I've prepared pros and cons for many issues regarding OTC limitation, but I am sure there are many more than what I will hit on today. Issue number 1, consistency with the 2019 Commission's policy decisions. In 2019, the Commission approved the 2020 to 2024 big game season structure, that policy that allows resident and non-resident archery elk licenses to be limited geographically to meet biological or social management objectives. At that time, this approach was seen as an incremental step towards full limitation. A fully limited model, meaning limitation of both residents and non-residents, is consistent with that Commission policy decision. A model that limits non-residents only is inconsistent with that previous Commission's policy decision. Issue 2, Consistency with deer management. Colorado fully limited over-the-counter deer licenses in 1999. A fully limited model for elk would make elk license distribution consistent with deer. A model that limits non-residents only creates inconsistency with how we manage deer. Issue 3, standardization of elk management. Currently, we have various different ways we manage over-the-counter licenses for elk, all of which treat residents and non-residents the same. A fully limited model, meaning limitation of both residents and non-residents, would reduce complexity and standardizes elk licenses under the same distribution strategy. A model that limits non-residents only will require CPW to create non-resident only hunt codes, which would be a new complexity added to our system. Issue 4, crowding. CPW has been monitoring hunter perception of crowding for many years, as well as changes in resident and non-resident participation. In over-the-counter units, hunters feel crowded. We know that. In over-the-counter archery units, we have seen dramatic increases in non-resident participation over the past 10 years. The problem we have is that demand for limited licenses well exceeds supply. And we have tens of thousands of hunters buying over-the-counter licenses, and they all have to squeeze into the available OTC units. A fully limited model provides CPW with the most control to manage hunter pressure and reduce crowding. Essentially, it allows CPW to control the hunter experience. A model that limits non-residents only provides the ability to control non-resident hunter pressure, but not resident hunter pressure in OTC units. Consequently, resident OTC hunter distribution may be disproportionate around the state, and crowding could potentially get worse in OTC units because we may add more residents than we subtract non-residents. Also, if we want to reduce crowding in OTC units, we are only able to reduce non-resident licenses as long as the resident OTC hunt code is valid for OTC units. In other words, to achieve the same objective for reducing crowding in current OTC units, let's say it's a 10% reduction in total licenses, all of that 10% reduction must come from non-residents if residents remain OTC. Issue 5, limiting archery and not rifle. Public commenters accurately pointed out that if we only limit archery, that many previous OTC archery hunters would resort to OTC rifle. This is especially true for non-residents, and it would likely exacerbate crowding in those remaining OTC rifle units. Archery hunters could obtain a limited license through the draws, so hopefully they would continue with the method they prefer, instead of crowding into the remaining OTC rifle units. Nonetheless, this is a major concern. Limitation of archery and not rifle also appears to be a fairness issue. It seems that we're picking on the archery hunters and not the rifle hunters. But changing both at the same time would be a massive change, and we wish to tackle change incrementally. We already started down the path of limiting resident and non-resident archery hunters, and this is why archery is a logical place to start. Issue 6, resident preferences. A large majority of resident hunters prefer to limit non-residents only. A fully limited model is least supported by residents. A model that limits non-residents only is most supported by residents. Hunting every year. Both models of limitation, as proposed in March, provide the opportunity for residents to hunt every year. However, if residents prioritize the accrual of preference points, they may not draw a hunt on second or third or fourth choice. While there are plenty of licenses for all residents to hunt every year, they may be outcompeted in the draws, and there's no guarantee that they would get a leftover license. Resident demand for limited licenses in the draw, especially for first choice, may be low relative to non-residents because they wish to accrue preference points instead of applying for a hunt in their first choice of the primary draw. Under a soft cap, when resident demand for a hunt code is low in first choice, non-residents can get well more than 25% of the allocation. This causes some hunt codes to sell out before residents have a chance to compete for those hunts. Issue 8, accrual of preference points. Continuing on what I was already talking about, many hunters follow a strategy where they apply for a preference point in the primary draw, or for a hunt they are unlikely to draw, so they can accrue a preference point. And then they rely on over-the-counter licenses or a leftover license if they do not draw a hunt on second, third, or fourth choice, or in the secondary draw. A fully limited model removes that OTC safety net. This makes it more difficult to accrue points and compete for a desirable hunt. A model that limits non-residents only guarantees that OTC safety net for residents. They can easily accrue points in the draw and are guaranteed the opportunity to hunt with an OTC license. Issue 9, preference point creep. Preference point creep is a concern for our most desirable hunt codes. A fully limited model helps mitigate preference point creep because fewer people will accrue points in the draw and rely on OTC licenses. We can look at deer as a case study for what happens when we transition to a fully limited model. Deer hunters are carrying and accruing many fewer preference points than elk hunters are, and this is because deer was fully limited. As long as we have over-the-counter, hunters have a strong incentive to accrue points, which exacerbates preference point creep. A model that limits non-residents only allows residents to accrue preference points every year and still hunt over the counter, perpetuating preference point creep in the premium hunt codes. Issue 10, hunting with family and friends. A fully limited model makes it more difficult to hunt with family and friends, especially if they have a different number of preference points. A model that limits non-residents only guarantees that resident hunters can hunt together with their friends and family. Issue 11, CPW revenue loss specific to OTC units. And I have to apologize, but I have read and listened to repeated accusations that CPW bases decisions only on revenue stream. We've heard this earlier today as well. Well, and I mentioned this in March, that revenue generated from hunting licenses and specifically non-resident elk hunting licenses, Director Davis provided the difference in revenue generation, is an excellent funding model that supports so much of what we do in wildlife conservation. And we are working to diversify that funding model, but at this time, we cannot be dismissive about the importance of non-resident revenue. It wasn't long ago that we invested in programs and efforts that encouraged non-residents to come to Colorado. And now, because many of the Western Mountain states are strongly limiting non-resident participation, it's easy to compare what Colorado is not doing for our resident hunters. But changing our funding model is going to take time. It's going to be like turning a ship instead of a boat. With that said, in Appendix C of the memo we prepared for the March Commission meeting, staff provide estimates of revenue loss that are associated with various license reduction scenarios to reduce crowding. A fully limited model allows CPW to reduce resident and non-resident participation. A model that limits non-residents only allows CPW to reduce non-resident participation only in those OTC units. This means greater revenue loss compared to a fully limited model to achieve the same reduction of license sales to alleviate crowding in the remaining OTC units. Issue 12, revenue for local communities. Both resident and non-resident sports persons contribute greatly to local economies. Per person, most non-residents pay more than residents. Status quo would be the best option to protect revenue for local communities within over-the-counter units. Between a fully limited model and a model that limits non-residents only, it's difficult to predict which one is better for local communities. However, if we try to reduce crowding in these units, a model that limits non-residents only would force CPW to reduce non-resident participation in these units because residents remain over the counter. Issue 13, the expense to hunt. Hunters are currently able to hunt without entering the primary draw, which means they do not need to pay for a qualifying license. A fully limited model eliminates over-the-counter licenses, which is one of the most affordable ways a hunter has to hunt big game in Colorado. Hunters can still obtain a leftover license for the same cost as an over-the-counter license, but it is not a guaranteed license like it is for OTC. Also, in a fully limited model, more hunters will enter the primary draw that would normally not enter the primary draw if they rely on over-the-counter. Most of these hunters will need a qualifying license to enter the draw, and they will also pay an application fee. A model that limits non-residents only maintains another relatively affordable way for residents to obtain an elk license. So my last comment on a comparison is we also provided additional advantages and disadvantages in our memos, some of which I have covered today, some of which I have not. But I would encourage you to look at those as well. Now getting to our recommendation. For limitation of over-the-counter archery elk licenses, as we point out in our memo, staff recommends the commission to consider today's public comments in addition to all of the information already provided by staff and the public in previous weeks and months during your continued discussion on this topic. However, staff does maintain its recommendation of status quo for OTC rifle licenses. We understand the public sees a fairness issue here in comparison to archery limitation, but considering the magnitude of change associated with limiting rifle, especially the internal and external financial implications, we need more time to examine what will happen if we limit rifle. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Matt. And Commissioners, I would like to reserve our comments and questions until after public comment. We have Lane Walter on the agenda item 10B now with Lane's presentation. So we have 45 people signed up for comment. That's if we just had them back to back, an hour and a half. We're probably looking at 2 hours of public comment if we go to 2 minutes. So I think everybody would agree with me. Once we start public comment, we're in for 2 hours. And I would like to ask your concession that we move to 2 minutes rather than 3. So that being said, we will begin with agenda item 10B and ask Lane to come to the table. I would love to said we'd stay at 3 minutes, but I think in the interest of fairness to everybody, we need to do that, and probably will need to limit any questions the commissioners have after. And of course, there's always a special interest. If there's something comes up, please feel free to ask, but otherwise, we'll try to roll through. And once we get into public commenters, the in-person, please be staged and ready to step right into the chairs the other in front of you is done. Thanks for your consideration.
Commissioner May, and the rest of the commissioners, thank you so much for allowing me this time to talk. I'm going to jump right into it, try not to waste any time. This OTC archery for residents is a social issue, and it's wrapped inside of a wildlife management issue. Right now, I don't think a lot of people would argue with that our herds are healthy with OTC archery right now, with OTC rifle. But the complaint that has majorly been wrapped around this is the overcrowding and the concern about how that eventually will have an impact on our wildlife. But right now, everything is good. But this is something that we've been bringing up for the past 10 years, saying that we want to get out in front of it so it doesn't become an issue. I'd like to point out that both alternatives, number 1 and 2, when it comes to OTC rifle and OTC archery, were discussed by the Parks and Wildlife staff. And they were both presented by the staff, and I don't believe that the Parks and Wildlife staff would present an alternative that is bad for our wildlife. So how come we can't choose the one that's going to be the best for our residents? Both of these alternatives are already going to limit non-residents. Can we try the one that's going to affect our residents the least and make sure that it's working? I fully believe that this is going to be something that's good for our wildlife, and what will be good for everybody is if we go with alternative 2. Go back to the screen. Thanks. One of the benefits of keeping over-the-counter rifle or over-the-counter archery tags for residents, there was a study published in the Journal of Wildlife Management that states with over-the-counter hunting licenses for residents have been more effective in managing elk populations compared to the states with more restrictive licensing systems. That study didn't really get into or speculate as to why, but one of my speculations is that states that have more restrictive licensing systems tend to manage for trophies and not for the elk herds. I would hate to see Colorado start to manage their wildlife herds for trophies because trophies sell. That's not what I want for Colorado. I want healthy elk herds for my kids to be hunting. Thanks. On this slide that's up right now, I believe, oh, no, it's just on this one. All right, cool. The main point of this slide is to just show how many elk hunting licenses Colorado sells. We sell more than all these other states combined. And that's something that I think we should be proud of, that we have that opportunity, and we give that opportunity to so many non-residents to come here to Colorado. But what's happened over the last 10 years is our non-resident participation has gone up because other states have limited their ability for non-residents to participate, and that's made Colorado the back seat and the second choice when we should be their first choice. We should make them choose. Hey, are you going to try to go hunt Idaho first, or are you going to try to come hunt Colorado? Colorado should be the one that they're choosing to come hunt in. And if we have that limitation, then that's going to make their choice, and that's not going to make us the second choice or the third choice or the last choice like we have been historically over the last 10 years. We should be the first choice because we have some of the best elk hunting here and we want to protect it. Right now, there are currently 26 more over-the-counter rifle units than there are archery west of I-25. I'd like to point out I didn't include east of I-25 because you have that over-the-counter rifle tag that covers most of those, and the over-the-counter archery kind of includes it. But right now, it kind of seems, and it was spoken to today by the staff, unfair that we're picking on the archery instead of the rifle, and the rifle is going to be such a big ask. But nobody's looked back in history and commended somebody that did the easy thing. Let's do what's best for our wildlife now. If we're gonna limit OTC archery, we are gonna put a huge strain on this over-the-counter rifle. I guarantee you that me and most of the other hunters here, if I can't get an archery tag and there's an option for an over-the-counter rifle, I'm gonna go hunt over-the-counter rifle, and that's gonna flood these units. And I mean drastically flood these units. In 2019, if you want a good example, when we limited the southwest part of the state for OTC archery, we thought that we were going to be cutting out a bunch of the OTC archery hunters, and the next year we sold a record amount of over-the-counter archery hunters. I think that we're dead wrong in saying that wouldn't happen here. It would be a huge safety concern if we didn't do that. And that's what this slide is talking about. It's not going to be any different from the past. We can go on to the next one. Again, sorry. If we do go fully limited, we need a hard cap to protect our residents that applies to all the rounds of the first draw, not just the very first round. If we had a hard cap, that would protect our residents' ability to go hunt, and then we wouldn't be cutting out as many residents. But the way that it is right now, and with the way the current proposal is, we're going to be cutting out a lot of residents' opportunity to go out and hunt. We're going to be taking away from the youth's ability to go out and hunt, and the opportunities that they have to go hunt. And they're going to have to pick whether they want a quality hunt or they just want a so-so hunt to go out and do it with. And so-so hunts and experiences for a lot of people don't bring them back. And we need to be recruiting our future and maintaining this while looking at other sources. It was brought up in the last meeting that we had a $56 million surplus 3 years ago. How come this wasn't done 3 years ago when we had a surplus? If money is such a big issue here, and if people are saying it, how come it wasn't done 3 years ago when we were calling for it? We had a Senate bill that was talking about it, and there was promises made in that Senate bill that these changes would be made. And 3 years later, we haven't even seen them go into effect. And now we're talking about completely taking it away. That's all I have.
Thanks, Lane. I think Commissioner Haskett has a question for you.
Thank you, Chairman May, and I have a lot of questions, but I'm only going to ask you a couple.
Oh, that's fine.
So, in your key talking points that you put out to your membership, you said there may be no loss in revenue as CPW will receive purchase of qualifying licenses and application fees. But you guys at OTC, you wouldn't be paying for that. It would be non-residents only paying for that. And then on your slide today, you say if residents are forced to apply for draw, that you don't want to purchase a qualifying license again, but you're not willing to spend $40 to help us financially.
So
we have wildlife is our #1 priority, but we're also have to be fiscally responsible.
I 100% agree with the being fiscally responsible. That's why we were calling for this 3 years ago when we had a $56 million surplus. As far as the $40 to me and you, it may only be $40, and I can afford to make my own coffee at home for a month and pay for that. But a lot of the over-the-counter archery hunters here in Colorado can't. A really good point to make is if you're coming to Colorado, if you're coming to a different state to hunt, you're not doing it for food. You're doing it for a lot of other reasons. Food may not be the #1 reason, but there are a lot of people that rely on over-the-counter archery and elk hunting and deer hunting here in Colorado that rely on it to put food on the table.
I disagree with that. If you buy the equipment and everything else, but I don't want to go down that road. I forgot what my other question was.
While we're waiting, Commissioner Haskett, I'll just mention that Lane signed up for this immediately after the last meeting. That's why he is in here with his longer presentation as compared to other public commenters. So that was why we're doing this, and I appreciate that.
So the other part of that is I've actually been here. I was here for the other big game season structure. This is the 3rd time we've addressed this. And we've actually warned you guys all along. When we did the last season structure, we said next time we're going to go forward with and get away with over-the-counter. We did the unit by unit introductions. 2 years ago, we talked about it and we decided we'd wait until this big game season structure came into place. you guys have asked for, I haven't seen where you actually asked for small incremental changes. The only thing I've ever seen you ask for is non-residents. Is there something that I've missed? Because I've been here the whole time.
I think the big thing to point out there is there's been some loud voices that have called for full limitation of the non-residents and reducing it to whatever the cap is, 65-35, what it used to be, and now 75-25. That's not what I'm calling for. I like the alternative 2 proposal. We like the alternative 2 proposal, which is saying, hey, we're going to cut it by about 10%. No one's saying put that 75-25 on here. If we just do the 10%, we put a small limitation on here, it's going to be small changes. I would like to stress again that if we don't do this for rifle and we only do it for archery, it's going to be devastating. And I would hate to see someone lose their life because a unit is flooded with people. And it will flood those units. I will guarantee you it's going to flood those units. It did the same thing happened in 2019. Why is this going to be any different? I would love to ask you, why is it going to be any different?
I don't believe that that's true because a lot of true bow hunters, the traditionals, they won't rifle hunt.
I have never killed an elk with a rifle, but if it's between hunting with a bow or hunting with a rifle, I will go into the rifle season. I guarantee it.
Okay.
And I guarantee you everyone I've talked to has said the exact same thing because it's still putting me out. To me, it's not about the kill. It's about being out there and experiencing Colorado. And there's something different for me and all of our hunters when we're out there hunting instead of just going out to observe. I'm being an active part of nature, and it's built inside of me. And if you're telling me I can't do that with the weapon that I choose, the primitive weapon, okay, I'll go use a different one, that's okay. And I can still use my bow and rifle season. The chances of me being successful, very low, but I can still do it. No one's saying I can't.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button. Go ahead and put your mic on because, sorry, I put up Commissioner Chair, but I want you to finish.
Well, my biggest question is the financial fit, the fiscal responsibility. So how do you propose to make that up if you're not willing to even buy a qualifying license?
I'm not saying I'm not willing to go do it. I do it every year because I do apply for the draw. But a lot of the residents that are relying on the OTC, they do that because they don't want to put that fiscal burden out there. And if you look at like the San Luis Valley that's already living below the poverty line for the US, asking them for an extra $40, and I believe 36 is the more fair one, that's a lot. And as far as
That's happening. I'm sorry, I'm not changing those mics. You should put yours back on.
Oh, how do you expect us to manage wildlife if we take away a huge, I mean, if you look at the revenue loss, it's huge.
If we go with a full limitation and we go with the 75-25, it's huge. If we go with what the staff recommended in alternative 2, I don't believe it's as large as what it was. And like I said, 3 years ago, we had a $56 million surplus. Things were planned around that to try to spend that money, so we have it, and I believe it was mentioned in the last meeting there was a few million left, and if you look at the limitation, I'd like to stress, I'm not asking for this huge cap. Let's cut non-residents down to 25%. No, let's just put a cap on where they're at now so it doesn't continue to grow. What staff recommended was a 10% reduction. So how come we can't do the 10% reduction? As somebody that works for a government agency that just had our budgets cut by, I think 20 million is the correct number for this year on top of what our last budget cuts were. Like, I feel it, I really do, but we're getting by. I'm still showing up and putting out fires. I'm still saving lives every single day.
Okay, thank you.
Good, Commissioner.
Yeah, just more of a comment. Thanks, Lane, for the presentation. And I just wanted to share from my perspective, I don't think we should understate how important it is, that experience of getting out hunting with family and friends. I think that is absolutely critical for residents to be able to retain that, and I think we should explore other options to try to reduce those pressures on wildlife, if it is for non-residents only, and allowing residents to have that, the contributions that we all make. And it is a social issue. These same residents are the ones that are going to be talking to about beaver management, wolves, et cetera, right? These hunters, ranchers, store owners, et cetera. So I just think we should take all those things into consideration here. And OTC, a lot of conversations I've been having with folks, my good friend just had a OTC bull tag this last year. He got biggest bull he's gotten. He was over the moon about it. And was chatting with him about these potential changes, and you could visibly see on his face, like, what is that? Like, we're not gonna be able to do those things, and just had his daughter that's getting up to that age where she can go hunting, and so I just think that's, I know there's a lot of other considerations at play here, but those changes can seem very abrupt, and we can have, lasting consequences if we pull the rug on a lot of resident hunters.
Okay, very good. Lane, thank you. I think, Jonathan, let's move into.
Thank you very
public
much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. We will, Jonathan Boydston again for the record, we will go ahead and get into our public comments. We will have first up the in-person folks, folks in the room who signed up via a blue slip. We will start with Robert Bray, former Commissioner Robert Bray. As a former commissioner, we'll extend 5 minutes for Mr. Bray. As a reminder, we'll ask folks to keep their time to 2 minutes after Mr. Bray.
Welcome, Commissioner Bray.
Well, thank you. Chairman May, Director Davis, nice to meet you for the first time, and Tim, and even Counselor that has bailed me out several times. I spent 12 years in those chairs you're sitting. And I've gone through many big game license setting strategies, and they're always contentious, there's no question. This one perhaps has ignited a fire a little more intensive, but you got the best and brightest staff in the nation. Give them the tools to do their job. Matt's synopsis of what he just went through was fantastic. He hit on nearly all the issues. I am here today to primarily, I like the current season structure that we're in. It works for us in the Southwest with the big breaks. It's good. I totally understand it doesn't work for everybody, particularly the Gunnison Basin and some of the northern units that get weather earlier. I totally understand that doesn't work. So reverting back to the 5-9-9-5 season structure that was previous, I can live with that. That's fine, with one exception. We desperately need a break between first and second season. A 2-day break just doesn't get it. There's ways within staff's recommendation to alleviate that. If you could start that first season on a Wednesday rather than a Saturday, you could facilitate 5-day breaks between first and second and between second and third. I also like limiting third season to 7 days. In the previous season structure discussion, it was even offered by staff to limit that to 5 days, which we fought back on it. But on reflection, if the second weekend of the third season is so critically important, okay, maybe we can live with a 2-day break between third and fourth. I don't think it's as critical, but a break, we desperately need a break between second and third. Another alternative would be to start on a set date, such as you do with archery. Archery starts on September 2nd. You could always, I'm picking a number here, start first season on October 15th, regardless of what day of the week it sits on. That might affect 2 weekend hunts for sure. But it still would maintain 9 days. I don't know if that's even feasible or palatable, but I'm asking for a slight tweak in staff's primary recommendation is to give us a few days break between seasons. And I think we can end up before, we can keep 2 weekends. We can eliminate hunts before Thanksgiving, all that works. As far as, I'm not going to comment too much on early season structure, except the last time we did limit OTC licenses for archery in the Southwest with the last structure. and it has been a good success. It has worked. Everybody still gets to hunt, but we've managed the wildlife much better. I would encourage, whatever you do, if this idea of limiting non-residents only is ridiculous. It does not solve any of your problems. Actually, it creates more. It doesn't address crowding. It doesn't address preference point creep, and it increases a whole bunch of issues. So if you're going to limit across the board. I would, due to our success in the Southwest, I think limiting across the board is a good management strategy. But as you hear, you're going to hear a lot of opposition to that. But I think it's good for the wildlife. I think it's good for the team. Thank you so much. Keep your chin up. There is life after this.
Thank you, Commissioner Bray. And I think it's worthy to note that Commissioner Bray is the only and probably will be the only commissioner that served 3 terms. He was on the commission before Parks and Wildlife combined, and then he served 2 full terms after the merger. So thank you for giving us your opinion, sir. He does know what he's talking about. We'll move on to the next commenter.
Sounds good. I'm going to go ahead and let the next 3 commenters know who you are so that you can hopefully get it to the front row if you can. Paul Navarre is going to be next, followed by Ethan Braid and Michael Graves. And all of the public commenters now will have 2 minutes. If you could stick to 2 minutes, please. And your timer will be up there, Paul. You're good to go.
Chairman May, Commissioners, Director Davis, Paul Navarre from Fort Collins, a avid bow hunter for big game for the last 33 years as a resident. Thank you for this timely commission meeting. As you may know, the majority of resident archery hunters support Alternative 2, and that conclusion is provided by Colorado Parks and Wildlife outreach and other surveys and testimonies at these meetings. We might both agree that staff has presented some good evidence for the change to a limited draw system, but logically, it might make more sense to move into the next 5-year season structure with more caution and with additional studies on the staff's recommended systems overall effects. Colorado Parks and Wildlife is proposing a drastic change concerning over-the-counter archery elk licenses by going to an all-limited draw system for both residents and non-residents, a drastic change that will surely disrupt the reliability and predictability of the proposed draw system when thousands of additional hunters entered the draw system for years to come. The subject of crowding, surely a social issue, not a biological issue, seems to be a driving action to eliminate over-the-counter licenses and then to advance to a limited draw system. One sure way to lessen the crowding issue is to give the residents top priority with over-the-counter licenses and then reduce the number of non-resident archery elk hunters as their ranks have swollen. Residents are not creating the crowding issue. Non-residents are, and are causing the tipping point in the crowding issue. If needed, change the policy. Give Alternative 2 a chance to succeed during the next 5 years in season structure. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next up, Ethan Braid, followed by Michael Graves.
My name's Ethan Braid. I'm a resident bow hunter. I also hunt Wyoming, Idaho, Montana, so I'm very familiar with how the surrounding states work. I'm very much in favor of limiting all non-residents for rifle and over-the-counter archery and leaving over-the-counter in place for residents like they do in states like Montana and Wyoming. We're talking about these other states and economics and stuff. I guess they don't know what they're doing. I want to talk about the economics of deer and elk tags. You get about $50 million a year from non-residents and about $10 million a year from residents. So it's 5 to 1, that's a fact. You get 90,000 tags, deer and elk tags, from your non-residents. Cut them in half and raise the price. Problem solved. Let's talk about social media's impact on hunting here. Go to YouTube and put in Colorado over-the-counter elk and look at the thousands of videos that show up. Let's talk about how unfair that is for resident hunters. There's a YouTube platform out of Idaho. It's some young kids. It's called Limitless Outdoors. They have 18 million, yes, that's million viewers, all right? They have ruined the hunting in Unit 54. Anybody can watch their videos. They hunt second rifle in GMU 54, and you can find out where they're killing nice 300 class bull elk right to the point on the hillsides. Do you think maybe that causes some crowding? Geez, I don't know. So you need to stop this insanity, put them on a draw. You need to align outfitters and resident hunters. Create guaranteed tags for our outfitters and help our outfitters so that they no longer push for unlimited non-resident tags. And I've been asking for years for someone to tell me how is it that in units like 75, 751, 43, and others, that non-residents draw more muzzleloader and archery tags, draw, key word, than residents? I'd love to know.
Thank you very much. Michael Graves will be next, followed by Steve Hildy, and after Steve Hildy, BJ Hockenberry.
Good afternoon. 10 years ago, I was over at the other building talking about the exact same thing that's going on today. 10 years ago, we put in a core request to find out how come we're not drawing tags. We went through the budget for the Dow and found out there was more tags going to non-residents than residents. We were getting lip service. I can remember going to lunch with Charlie Myers when he was still alive, and Charlie had all of his hopes and blessings into the Dow Commission. I said, I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. When the big kill-off happened in the early 80s, we came forward as hunters and stated, we'll give up hunting mule deer for 5 years so that the herds can come back. We were told we'd be back to hunting mule deer with OTC. Never happened. Canales County, median income, $11,000 a year. A lot of people do fill their freezers with OTC tags. I used to hunt the Uncompahgre when the locals, because I grew up on the western slope. Back in the day, there was very many black people over there. I now have 30 acres down and right up against the Rio Grande National Forest. The Dow tried to do the same thing 10 years ago. They did the Uncompahgre, which was shut it down with no public input. I just found out the other day where my business goes through, they want to shut down 980,000 acres of the Dolores River Basin. They're doing the same thing they did with the wolf. They're sampling the Front Range. They're not asking the locals. A line has been drawn in the sand between the rural areas and the urban corridor. Who feeds who? The rural community feeds the Front Range. The Front Range doesn't feed the rural communities. I came up with 2 initiatives to stop this. We pulled them from the table after an agreement. I think it's time for them to be resurrected, and we liquidate this, and we make the Dow what it's supposed to be.
Thank you. Next up, Steve Hildy, followed by BJ Hackenberry, and if Matt Petrone can come up forward as well. Thank you. Go ahead, Steve.
Chairman May, Commissioners, Director Davis, thanks for the time. Also want to say thanks to Matt Eckert. He nailed it. I love that guy. Appreciate it very much. My name's Steve Hildy. I live in Loveland, Colorado. 5 years ago, I was the CBA liaison to the Parks and Wildlife Commission. I was very involved in BGSS. I've been involved in this one as well. A week ago, I was given a community service questionnaire from my church to determine if I had any spiritual gifts. I wasn't sure. There was like 100 questions. Turns out I score high in discernment and mercy, which was kind of shocking to me. My prayer today and my hope is that all of you have your hearts filled with mercy and discernment, because that's what you need to solve a social issue. Last BGSS, there was 4 proposals for the early season. 3 of them included early deer, so I'm asking you to support early deer. We have conflict with our rifle hunts. This isn't all about Leadville. We don't all hunt at timberline in basins. I live in Loveland. I'd like to hunt at 5,000 feet. As I said last month, the deer are there in August. not September. It's 97 total hunters. Our goal is to reduce crowding, and so appreciate your support with that. We lost 5 DAUs. Bow hunters are 0 for 5 in the last DAUs. We have a worse record than the Colorado Rockies, who before today were 1 and 5. You know, they have a lot of problems. It seems like we need umpires who see the strike zone. So as you think about this, please consider who deserves your mercy. One thing Matt didn't mention, if we go totally limited, my concern is they're all going to come to my unit 20. It takes 3 points to draw right now. You're going to send 15,000 hunters with points to my unit that takes 3. It's going to take 6, 8, 12, 10, who knows. Thank you.
BJ Hockenberry next, please, followed by Matt Petrone, and then if Colin Johnson can come forward. Thank you. You can start now. Okay.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is BJ Hockenberry. I own and operate Huntsman Mountain Outfitters in Unit 521. I'm strictly a bow hunter. I do not rifle hunt. I would like to support archery draw not only for resident but non-resident. 2 years I came before you to support E14 going all draw. Last year was the first year E14 was all draw. The results of limiting archery were incredible, having less pressure on elk herds and making the hunting much more enjoyable for sportsmen. Prior to eliminating licenses, elk distribution on private lands were high. Limiting license proved more equal distribution, creating better opportunity on public lands. Every resident hunter who applied could not only get a license, but also a preference point. Eliminating OTC tags throughout the state will help ensure Parks and Wildlife can manage our elk in the best possible way. This option not only has biological support, it is also a majority of social support. Surveys conducted show overwhelming support of going limited. I understand that limiting licenses can potentially create a negative income for Parks and Wildlife. Limiting licenses will also create negative income for myself. I'm willing to lose some revenue for the betterment of the elk herd and for the hunting experience. I am more than willing to cut revenue in my businesses if it will help our elk populations flourish and prosper. In closing, I would ask you to support limiting archery, both resident and non-resident. It would be a sad day if a small vocal minority could change the outcome of the Parks and Wildlife recommendations. I ask you to please follow the science of Parks and Wildlife and the true professional wildlife managers.
Thank you. Matt Petrone next, Colin Johnson after Matt, and then if Danny Ferris can come forward, please. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. Thanks for letting me speak here. Basically here just in support of Alternative 2. I'd like to keep OTC archery licenses for residences. And, you know, like the governor said, I think we're all here because we're Coloradans, we care. And I don't think that non-residents don't care, but they don't live here, their families aren't established here, they don't grow up in the woods out here. Their family memories aren't made in the mountains, the state parks. And like Lane said, it's a social issue. I love going to hunt with my friends. That's our one time a year we can count on. All September, whoever can make it, we go out there together, win or lose. And it might seem selfish, but I don't see anything wrong with keeping more of Colorado for Coloradans. As a new dad, I don't want my daughter to have to grow up in competition with non-residents for her own, where she lives, her land, where she's grown up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Colin Johnson next, followed by Danny Ferris, and if Derek Wolf can come forward, thank you. Start when you're ready.
Okay. Well, my name is Colin Johnson, and first off, I just want to thank everybody. I can see how big of a lift this is, and I appreciate everybody being here. So, I am in support of a slower process when it comes to limiting the non-residents as well. So, measuring change like incrementally makes more sense to me. This has been a conversation over budget and everything else, shifting hunting seasons, what this is going to do to pressure allocation, everything else. Doing things slowly and measuring the metrics involved seems like a smoother process, and optically as well. So sitting there and shifting this away looks like it is attacking the archery, but slowly making these changes doesn't single out an entity, and it opens the door for the conversation as change comes. I really do appreciate the opportunity for the non-residents. I'm a resident, I live up in Loveland, Colorado. I really do appreciate, though, the opportunity for non-residents to be here. So my extended family up in North Dakota through my wife, I get to take them to the woods and go spend time with them. I've built relationships with her extended family that I wouldn't have any other way, and I'm truly grateful for it. This is hard for me to think about non-residents completely, not having a door open here as well. And I think there's a way for this all to play well, but not if we create the other conversation. All right, thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Danny Ferris up next, followed by Derek Wolf. And if Jesse Weed can come forward, thank you. Start when you're ready, thank you.
A brief answer to Commissioner Haskett's question for Lane Walter about mitigating loss of revenue. Only the most avid of the avid travel out of state to hunt. I just got done putting in for 3 different elk states, New Mexico, Utah, and Montana. If I draw a tag in any of those, it will be over $1,000. Our tag here is $800. Most of those some of them are up toward $1,200. That increase would not diminish the number of people applying here, but it would also make up some of that revenue. I typically agree with staff recommendations, but it seems to me the only people this recommendation makes things less complex for are the staff members themselves. How's being forced into a confusing draw less complex than going to the store and buying a tag? That just doesn't make any sense to me. The public's opinions are overwhelming on this issue, and it's clearly not aligned with what we've asked the staff to do. We want less crowding, yes, but not at the cost of our ability to plan hunts as families and to hunt routinely in our own home state. We want the actual cause of the overcrowding addressed, which is unlimited non-resident participation. We have the highest elk population, but the lowest percentage of resident tags. And now it seems that we might be stripped of our most treasured ability that we have as Colorado hunters. Not because we lack the wildlife resource to sustain it, but because we don't see enough economic value in it. Please don't allow this to happen to Colorado on your watch. You heard all these hunters talking about at the last meeting why it's the very reason that they live here, and that goes for a ton of us.
Thank you. Derek Wolf, followed by Jesse Weed, and if Brandon Longowitz can come forward, please. Thank you.
Hi, Derek Wolf. I was drafted in Denver in 2012 by the Denver Broncos. Spent 8 years here, became a resident here, and obviously during the fall, not a lot of time to hunt because we're busy chasing quarterbacks instead of elk. So it was a dream of mine ever since I was a kid, watching videos, Primo's videos, obviously, of big bugle and bulls, and that was always a dream of mine to be able to archery hunt them. Well, I finally got to retire. I retired a Denver Bronco after 10 years in the NFL, and I didn't have a clue what the draw meant. I was like, what does that even mean? Because I grew up in Ohio, where you go to Walmart, you buy a deer tag, and you go hunt. So I was like, okay, over the counter. I mean, what is this, Advil? Like, what are we talking about here? I don't know what we're talking about. it was like a whole nother language to me. So it is a very complex system for somebody who's just getting into it again. I grew up hunting, bow hunting, turkey hunting, stuff like that. So it was brand new to me. And I struggled with my mental health after retiring from the NFL because I felt like there was a void, there was something missing. I felt like a warrior without a war to fight. And being able to go out there, just buy a tag and archery hunt elk. I seen 0 elk and probably 15 different people and about 3 miles of blowdown. But I still was able to fill that void. It didn't matter that I didn't see any elk. It was that I was out there and I was able to go hunt. And I think it's real simple. You make it great for a resident here to hunt. You limit the non-residents, And you just charge them more. That's how you cover the cost. And I think it's silly to make it difficult for a resident here who pays taxes day in, day out, to make it more expensive and harder to hunt. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Jesse Weed, followed by Brandon Langowitz, and then Sam Grizzle, if you can come forward, please. Thank you. Start when you're ready. Thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Just want to respectfully say thanks for the time and the opportunity to speak. Just made a couple of notes that I wanted to touch on. I'm in support of Alternative 2, obviously. The accessibility of being able to go to the store and buy a tag for your kid on the way to the mountains is huge. And I think taking away that accessibility for them just makes it a lot harder to get youth into the woods. Has anybody also considered missed draw date deadlines? So if mom or dad or grandma and grandpa miss that date and you keep those youth out of that woods for the year, they drift further and further away from the sport for every year they miss. So I would think for the first year or two that's going to be a problem. Another thing to think about here, I'm a bow hunter, I'm also a rifle hunter, so I would say to everybody in the room that I'm representing everybody here. When you take a privilege away, any type of privilege, try to get it back. One of the gentlemen that spoke earlier talked about losing OTC deer licenses, and they never came back. So whether you're an archery elk hunter or a rifle hunter, think about those implications with that. Another gentleman also touched on the state of Colorado has basically become an advertisement for anybody that wants to hunt elk. Everybody comes here. You can see it at every trailhead you go to. All your favorite hunting spots are going to be flooded with people from out of state. Well, maybe we're too accessible sometimes, right? How hard is it for me to go get a license and go hunt a whitetail deer in Kansas? It's much different. It's sometimes too easy for people. I just say, please don't take away the OTC elk license in Colorado. Mr. Otero, I think you said it best, long-lasting consequences. When you keep youth out of the woods, it's a long-lasting consequence. I think they drift further and further away for every time that they don't get to hunt. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Brandon Langowitz, followed by Sam Grizzle, and if Jace Lemunion can come forward, please. Thank you. Start when you're ready. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brandon Langowitz. I'm an avid bow hunter and a small business owner that relies heavily on the archery community. I'm here as an advocate for Alternative 2. Radical change one way or another never really plays out as intended. Alternative 2 creates change without robbing the residents of the OTC opportunity. Contrary to belief, I'm one of those diehard bow hunters that will gladly pick up a rifle and go hunt if that's my only option. Like Derek and many others in here, I rely heavily on the OTC season for my mental health. I cherish that time with my family, my friends. I have a 5-year-old daughter that hunts with me. It's a really important time for us. To me, Alternative 2 seems like the most common sense solution to the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Sam Grizzle, followed by Jace Lemunion, and if Rory Morgan can come forward, please. Thank you. Start when you're ready.
Hey, happy Friday afternoon. Thanks for taking time. You know, I was thinking about what I was going to say, and truthfully, I've never been this involved. I'm not someone to get involved at a public comment meeting, but this matters to me. I'm a hunter. I'm a resident hunter. I live in Castle Rock. Archery hunter, rifle hunter. It wasn't something that I got into until after high school, and it kind of filled the void of being a 3-sport athlete. I want to hopefully say, and see my kids grow into this. I care about this, and one of the things that was mentioned before, and just so we're clear, I'm in support of not getting rid of resident over-the-counter. Someone mentioned it would be hard to make the draw codes. I feel like a simple AI chat box could produce all of those in today's day and age. I don't think it's as complicated as we're making it. It seems pretty simple. And man, I just hope we take all those things into consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, Jace Lemunion, followed by Rory Morgan, and if Daniel Morgan can come forward, please. Thank you. Start when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Jace Lemunion. I'm a lifelong resident of Colorado. I'm a bow hunter. I'm a rifle hunter. And I'm here today to support, or in support of maintaining resident over-the-counter archery elk licenses. As has been stated multiple times, this is a social issue, not a biological issue. We're not reducing tag numbers because the elk herds are unhealthy in these areas. There's been complaints by hunters, and we greatly appreciate you listening to hunters' complaints about overcrowding issues. And this is a sufficient step to limit, beginning with non-resident hunters. It's the next logical step of addressing the overcrowding issue. And there's another big game season structure in 5 years. If another round of people complain they're still over the counter overcrowding, it can be limited in the future. Please listen to residents as they complain, or residents as we complain that it's overcrowded, but also please listen to us as we say this is enough of a step and we'd like to see how this plays out for the next 5 years. I have a 1.5-year-old son. I have a 2-month-old son. I have a wife, and I helped take all of them over-the-counter archery elk hunting. I took one of my best friends in the world on his very first archery elk hunt this year, and he shot a bull on the second day of the season, and I have never seen a human being in my life so excited, crying as he ran up to this bull elk, not realizing how much that means to someone who has never seen it before. And he never would have had the opportunity if he wouldn't have been able to go over the counter in an area that he could just go buy a tag. From Cabela's, you can buy it online. So just please maintain resident over the counter. And if this is still an issue in 2029, that it can always be readdressed to limit tags later. Thank you.
Thank you. Rory Morgan, followed by Daniel Morgan, and if Bill Pellegrino can come forward, please. Thank you. Start when you're ready. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I'm also here in support of Alternative 2. I think the thing that I would want to focus on is I am a bow hunter through and through. I've hunted rifle one time. I'm not opposed to hunting rifle, and I think the point I would want to make is that us elk bow hunters think of bow hunting elk during the rut as a peak experience. Anyone who's ever experienced bugling elk, it changes you. It is an absolute peak experience in life. And I have 5 sons, and I know that this is a very similar experience to what a lot of people have already expressed here, is I want my family involved in this. I hunt with my brother, who's going to be speaking in a minute. Our kids are young, and every year when we are in the woods together, the two of us, we talk about how excited we are to bow hunt elk every single year with our kids when they get older. We have all the spots picked out where we're going to have camps, all of the places we're going to show them that we've spent a decade figuring out all the spots. Not being able to bow hunt every year, just to speak to the point that was being made earlier, we would hunt rifle every year. I mean, I'm not opposed to hunting rifle, and I think we're underappreciating the pressure that puts into rifle. Rifle seasons are already pretty scary. Like, there's a lot of hunters out in the woods when that becomes our only option. And we would do that. And I just think that puts a very dangerous situation for me to take my 5 sons out. That it would put a tremendous amount of pressure if we took over the counter. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Morgan, followed by Bill Pellegrino, and if Tyler Emmerich can come forward, please. Go ahead.
Hello, and thank you for your time. I am Rory's brother, and I also have 4 young kids. And I share the passion of bow hunting. My family, not due to economic reasons, but we choose to only consume the wild game meat that my family kills. And fortunately, I have had very many successful archery hunts and haven't had to rifle hunt many times. But to Commissioner Haskett, your question to Lane Walter was I don't think that it will put pressure on the rifle season. In the years that I have been unsuccessful archery hunting, I have absolutely gone and bought an over-the-counter rifle tag and will do that absolutely every year that I do not get a rifle, an archery successful kill, because that's what my family eats and is not due to economic reasons. Additionally, the impact is clear. We need to reduce the amount of hunters in these areas. And Colorado has become, in the hunting community, especially the archery hunting community, has become a little bit of a laughingstock in the way we manage, not manage, but do our tags. I know many Colorado residents who would rather and choose to spend thousands of dollars to buy out-of-state rifle archery tag rather than hunting Colorado for $40 or whatever it is. And giving away these tags to non-residents is very impactful. When you go to a trailhead, you don't see residents hunting, you see only non-residents when you're in the backcountry. And I'm definitely in support of option 2 here because I want to be able to take my family hunting, and I hope that the Colorado Parks and Wildlife and yourselves consider this in favor of the people of Colorado who love and want to be here and hunt the people and hunt the animals here.
Thank you. Bill Pellegrino next, followed by Tyler Emmerich, and if Heath Hansen can come forward, please.
I want to say thanks for this opportunity and thanks for your time and energy you put into the commission. I own and operate a large archery shop here in Colorado, and for the last 2 months, I probably see 50 to 100 customers a day. They absolutely want alternative 2. I don't think I've heard a single person come in my shop and say they want completely over-the-counter unlimited. So there is no doubt, and I don't think anybody can argue the point, that residents obviously want to stay over the counter. If they don't draw, most of them made it very obvious that if I don't draw an archery tag, I'm going elk hunting with a rifle. I mean, that's, we choose archery, but we love to elk hunt. So and myself included, I compete in archery. I've been a bow hunter my whole life. I've rifle hunted a few species over the years, but I am a bow hunter. I absolutely 100%, before I give up elk hunting altogether, I'll go rifle hunting. I got nothing against rifles. I love to hunt. I want to be out there. If I can't go in September, I'll go in October, November. So if anybody thinks that you're not going to have an overcrowding problem in the rifle season, you're absolutely 100% kidding yourself. You're going to have safety issues because you're going to have more people ever with rifles in the woods. I mean, it's just what's going to happen. I asked the commission to put the brakes on, do this incrementally, limit non-residents, revisit it in 5 years, see what happens, see what the outcome is. It's a gamble. No matter what you choose, you don't know what's going to happen until it happens. So I ask you to choose alternative 2, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tyler Emmerich, followed by Heath Hansen, and if Bradley Lane can come forward, please.
Afternoon, Commission. My name is Tyler Emmerich. I'm an outfitter in Northwest Colorado. I'm a big-time archery hunter, but I am still in support of a full draw for archery season. At the end of the day, residents will still get 75% of the chance at the tags, so that will still fill some of the bow hunters' needs, but also it will limit some of the overcrowding. One thing that I continue to hear from bow hunters is the safety concern when it comes to over-the-counter rifle hunting. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in the last 10 years, I believe the only accidents that have happened have been in archery and muzzleloader season. I also support a break between first and second season. The animals need a break. At the end of the day, the females that didn't get impregnated through the first one will go through another cycle and then another cycle. They need a break to be able to repopulate. And regardless of what everybody wants, everything always boils down to the resource. The resource is our animals here. At this point in time, in Northwest Corner, 7 or 8 units up there that are OTC are hit and they're devastated. Parts aren't, but most of it is. And at this point in time, I hear a lot of selfishness coming from all hunters. It's not that I don't want to go kill an animal. It's not that my family doesn't live off the meat too. But we also have to understand that if there's no animals to hunt, it doesn't matter who gets what tag. If it's resident, if it's non-resident, we have to be more concerned about the resource and what's going to be best long-term for everybody's family. I have kids too. I got 2 of them, 9 and 6. I want them to hunt too, just like everybody else. I just believe that, and then with the season dates, I prefer the 5, 9, 7, 5. I just believe that these animals deserve their time to be animals in the wild. without pressure.
Thank you. Heath Hansen, followed by Bradley Lang, and if Jennifer Burby can come forward, please.
Thanks, Commissioners. My name's Heath Hansen. I'm from Whitehall, Montana. I came down today for this Hunt and Fish Expo and to spend a weekend with my family here in Denver, and I thought I'd swing in today and speak a little bit. I'm an avid archery elk hunter. I've rifle elk hunted all over the West as well. I'd support capping non-residents and not residents. I sat on some similar type committees in Montana and went through this tough battle as well. It's not an easy option. Colorado has great elk hunting, but it's also a cheap option. As a business owner, I'm constantly aware of the market I'm in. Right now, Colorado is seeing a simple supply and demand. Non-residents want to come hunt. The crowding is having a negative effect. Capping non-residents will help with crowding, and raising prices will help with the budget concerns. Currently, I applied, or 2 months ago, I applied in Wyoming. It was $2,000. Colorado offers a great option at $800. That's a bargain. It's a steal. You guys have great elk hunting. You have great hunting. You have great landscapes. You have great things to experience. I've hunted second season and third season deer in several different units. The pressure in those units feels overwhelming at times. A lot of times when I talk to friends back home and they ask me how it was, I tell them it was a great hunt. I've seen more hunters in a week than I'll see in Montana in 11. I feel like if you guys cap non-residents and not non-residents for over-the-counter rifle, you're going to create more crowding issues and not solve anything necessarily. If you change the timing of pressure, it doesn't have any effect. It's still going to be the same amount of pressure. Thank you.
Thank you. Bradley Lang, followed by Jennifer Burby. Start when you're ready.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Bradley Lang. I live in Sedalia, Colorado. I'd like to tell you a story about how I became a nature lover and a hunter. Growing up in Littleton, Colorado, I was your average teenager, more concerned with girls and cars than nature. Wildlife was an afterthought, barely registering unless a deer darted across my path, prompting a frustrated swerve. Nature remained largely invisible to me until my mid-20s when I met Henry Ferguson, who introduced me to archery, hunting, and the great outdoors. My first venture into the woods was with a bow was transformative for me, offering moments of unparalleled peace and serenity. Amidst breathtaking sunrises and sunsets, encounters with coyotes, foxes, deer, elk, and bears unfolded, each at a distant yet captivating distance. The challenge of trekking miles, understanding animal behavior, and immersing myself in their environment proved both exhilarating and exhausting. By season's end, I was captivated, diving into the outdoor literature, videos, and rigorous training for the next hunt. However, some of my friends and family failed to grasp my newfound passion. To them, hunting meant senseless killing, a notion I struggled to dispel. For me, it was about learning, understanding, and with luck, responsibly harvesting to provide sustenance for my family. Yet my explanations fell short and met with skepticism until they experienced it firsthand. In Colorado, access to hunting, particularly elk, is relatively straightforward due to over-the-counter tags. This accessibility is pivotal in my journey toward nature appreciation. Without it, I doubt I would have forged such a deep connection. Over the decades since my first OTC tag purchase, I introduced three of my children to the wonders of the wilderness. Not only has it fostered the love for nature, but also the generations to come. Removing this entry point risks depriving countless city dwellers of similar experience, hindering future conservation efforts. In conclusion, OTC serves as a gateway to nature appreciation, future revenue streams, and ensuring that city boys like me develop a profound connection with the natural world. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Jennifer Burby. Following that, we will move to virtual comments. Go ahead and start at any time.
Hello, Commissioners, Director, and Chair. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Jenny Burby, Colorado Outfitters Association. And I'm going to talk to you as me today, not just as the president of the association. 5 years ago, Southwest Colorado went full draw for archery. I've spent the last 36 years daily in the field from August through Thanksgiving. What we've noticed in the last 5 years is that, well, actually it's longer than 5 years. Over the last decade, we have so many people in the woods. Specifically in September, sadly this is concurrent with archery and muzzleloader. The only tools that we have available to us today to manage the pressures on wildlife are the licenses we're able to allocate. We suggest that and support archery going full draw. It has been successful in the Southwest. It is making a difference to the game. We ask that you please look at a longer period of time and less habit of starting on a Wednesday or a Saturday possibly, for a break, especially between first and second, and that in all things, we look at the financials for making this body and this agency responsible in the long term. In the last 2 weeks, I've testified at the Capitol on bills that are giving more responsibility and more cost to this agency without refilling the revenue. The only thing that is doing that right now is hunting. And as we lose those things and have more responsibility, we need to refill those coffers, and we need to refill those completely as a society. And right now we have the North America model to do so. So please exercise it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we transition to virtual comments, I want to remind anybody, if you're in the room and you have not yet been able to give public comment, there's blue slips at the front table. You can go ahead and fill one of those out, and we will get to you after the virtual comments. If my colleagues can help me switch to the virtual commenters now, that would be great. We will go ahead. I'll again give a few people so you know who's coming up. First, a commenter virtually will be Adrian Goad, followed by Jake Kunkins, followed by Brandon Siegfried. Adrian, we'll go ahead and unmute you. Would you like your video on?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can get your video pulled up there and go ahead. Start when you're
My
ready.
name is Adrian Goad, and I'm a resident from Durango. Some staff and commissioners may believe that many of the public commenters speaking today speaking to retain OTC for residents are large point holders trying to hunt every year while building points at the same time. I am not that. Right now I sit on 0 points for elk. I've had a max of 1 point for the last 10 years. I always burn my points as soon as I accrue any. My intention is simply to hunt elk once a year and obtain wonderful meat for my family. When I don't draw a local unit, I hunt OTC. I think the discussion in the March meeting was incorrectly framed that public commenters were fearing a loss of their strategy to obtain a point and hunt every year. I think that's wrong because I am not one of these people. I fear the voices of residents like me are not being taken into account. Some of us here are simply trying to be taken at face value. I'm not trying to hide a complex draw strategy I paid some hunting advising service for. I'm here to say it's unfair for residents to be hammered for an overcrowding issue caused by non-residents in both rifle and archery. My concern is that going limited is going to increase the cost complexity and ultimately destroy the ability to hunt every year. In the March meeting, it was discussed that residents should be able to draw these hunts every year with 0 points. I think this is completely incorrect. The draw data from the meeting Appendix B that was shown, staff notes that for units 12 and 33 exists from a time when OTC remained on the table. When all OTC is off the table, all this data is going to drastically change and go out the window. Everyone is going to pile into the draw. Going all limited is going to cause a perceived scarcity issue, and these tags are going to be hard to get. Moreover, resident hunters will have to start playing the point game in order to hunt whether they like it or not. Hunting advisor services are going to give those with deeper pockets a better chance at point strategies and ultimately the ability to hunt more often. Residents' ability to hunt simply and try to hunt every year should be prolonged as long as possible. Times have changed in the last 5 years, and Colorado is overrun by non-residents. This is why this is such a concern for us. Please change the model to let residents keep their culture and let CPW implement the fee structure changes needed to accommodate it. And OTC for non-residents only. Thank you for listening and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we will have Jake Kunkin, followed by Brandon Siegfried, followed by Jared Karshner. Jake, we'll go ahead and unmute you. Would you like your video on?
Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Jake Kunkin. I am a resident bow hunter. I want to start by reminding you that we are more than mere numbers in a report. We're individuals whose lives will be irrevocably altered by your decisions. In regards to the topic of maintaining OTC archery elk for residents, I come before you to propose a thoughtful and comprehensive 4-point solution that seeks to increase current revenue, decrease hunter density, preserve opportunity for Coloradans, and implement a refined data collection system. In preparation for this presentation, I have conducted thorough research on non-resident archery elk hunting opportunities across our neighboring Rocky Mountain states. The findings are disheartening, with the likelihood of consistently securing an elk tag being remarkably slim due to the need for extensive accumulation of preference and/or bonus points. Take, for instance, Utah, where there are over 5,200 individuals that have amassed a decade's worth of preference points. Arizona and New Mexico present similarly challenging scenarios, underscoring the importance of maintaining hunting opportunities within Colorado for our residents. To address these challenges, I propose a strategic adjustment to our non-resident elk tag pricing, which currently stands approximately $356 below the average of our neighboring states. By aligning our pricing with regional standards and introducing a non-resident limit, we could achieve CPW's hunter density objectives while simultaneously bolstering revenue. Furthermore, I recommend the next big game season structure include mandatory reporting for all hunters to enhance the accuracy of our data. The surplus generated from the adjusted non-resident tag fees, estimated at nearly $4 million in the first year, could effectively fund the development of this digital reporting system. In conclusion, I urge the Commission to consider this proposal not just as a means to address immediate concerns, but as an opportunity to enrich and sustain Colorado's hunting heritage for residents. I'm fully committed to assisting with the implementation of this plan, volunteering my time and expertise to ensure its success. Complexity should not deter us from pursuing what is ultimately in the best interest of our community and cherished traditions we hold dear. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have Brendan Siegfried. My colleagues will unmute Brendan Siegfried. Brandon, would you like your video turned on? Brendan, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Brendan, you got your video on. There you go.
Yes, please.
Got it. Okay, you're good to go now, Brendan. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Brandon Siegfried with the Colorado Resident Hunter Association. I also represent 6,600 fellow residents that have signed the OTC petition to save OTC for resident hunters. I'm still to hear any statistical reason to limit residents in our OTC archery hunts. We're here today to discuss how to handle the overcrowding within the OTC archery elk hunts caused by non-residents. Colorado's legal and ethical obligations is to the residents of the state. The easy fix is alternative 2. Limit non-residents and the problem is solved. No other state in the nation has a situation where the visitors, non-residents, take over access to a resident resource. In this case, OTC archery elk hunting. There are more non-residents than residents. Through the CPW report by Brandon Diamond, you can see that residents are down by 5,000 since 2003, or 2015, I'm sorry. I think that's a reduction of about 22%. Non-residents are up 32%. The non-resident invasion is not limited to OTC hunts. Why the CPW doesn't disclose these numbers, I'm not sure. But here are some alarming trends in limited draw elk. Number 1, non-resident limited elk applicants have surged by 45,000, 55%. Since 2015. Residents have only increased by 2,000. Residents, adults, are drawing 17,000 fewer limited elk tags in Colorado since 2015. That's a loss of 23%. Youth are down a staggering 3,300, 37%. Magically, however, residents and non-resident youth are drawing more tags in the limited elk draw since 2015. That is, of course, a result of our fake tag allocation caps that we have here in Colorado, and we need to address that. So I ask you to support alternative 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, our next 2 commenters will be Jared Karshner, followed by Josh Haga. Jared, we will go ahead and unmute you. Would you like your video on? Okay, we can go ahead and see you. Jared, go ahead.
All right. Today, I strongly advocate for maintaining over-the-counter archery elk hunting for Colorado residents. This is not about preserving our hunting traditions. It's about fairness, equity, and ensuring sustainable management of our state's wildlife. Ensuring that Colorado residents have the opportunity to hunt elk in their home state every year is crucial. Hunting isn't just a way of life for many of us. It is a cherished tradition deeply ingrained in our culture. By retaining over-the-counter archery elk hunting for residents, we honor our dedication to wildlife conservation and provide us with the consistent access to this beloved way of life. The importance of over-the-counter access goes beyond just hunting every year. Without OTC access, residents would have 0 opportunities to hunt in units that require any points to draw. We would be confined to hunting in only 0 points units annually, with a 0% chance of ever drawing a tag for any units that require points. This not only limits our hunting experience, but also undermines fairness and equity within our hunting community. It is also essential to note that residents with 0 points are not drawn before non-residents with 1 point. This means that residents could be completely overlooked in units they currently hunt as out-of-state hunters look for other opportunities, further diminishing our chances of accessing the hunting grounds we cherish. We deeply care about the well-being and conservation of our state's wildlife. We understand the importance of sustainable management practices to ensure healthy populations for future generations to enjoy. By advocating for OTC access, we are not neglecting wildlife management. Rather, we are striving for a balanced approach that considers the needs of both wildlife and hunters. I urge the Commission to stand with Colorado residents. This approach promotes fairness, equity, and the preservation of our hunting heritage while also ensuring sustainable wildlife management practices. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next two commenters will be Josh Haga, followed by Jake Guzzo. Josh, we'll get you unmuted. Would you like your video on?
Yeah, can you see me?
Yep, we can see you. Go ahead.
Perfect. So it was doubted earlier, but I also wanted to confirm, as everyone has, that if I can't hunt and everyone I know can't hunt OTC archery, we're just going to go to rifle OTC. It's pretty plain and simple. Non-residents should be able to come here and get a taste, but they're going on a special trip looking for an experience. Inexpensive meat is secondary. Nobody's spending thousands on gear, guides, and outfitters and travel because they're hurting for meat. Guides and outfitters love non-residents. The typical drop camp guided trip is around $3,000. Not a very cheap meat expedition, if you ask me. You just heard this, but Wyoming charges $2K for their special elk licenses, and residents still line up. They still sell out, and they sell them for $2,000. So 2 seasons ago, I pulled up to a promising trailhead to hunt. It looked probably closer to a Walmart parking lot. You can probably picture that. Eyeballing some of the plates, Michigan, Oklahoma, Texas, California, the list goes on. And amongst the sea of cars, there was one other Colorado plate. So I parked next to them, went into the woods against my better judgment. And as expected, it looked like Disneyland, maybe a little more camo and weaponry. But I left. When I got back, there was a note on my truck from the other Coloradan. I opened it and it laughably said, "I hope you enjoyed the annual elk congressional meeting. Good folks, but this ain't fair." I'm curious, did we really sit on the non-resident gravy train for so long that overcrowding got so bad that now resident hunters need to be punished? There's a lot of right answers, but I know one of them isn't punishing residents. That's so far from the right answer. I could go on, but my 2 minutes are up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Jake Guzzo, followed by Joseph Guzzo. Jake, we'll unmute you. Would you like your video on?
Yes, please.
Okay, you can accept that on your end. We see you now. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the time. I'm Jake Guzzo. I'm here in support of Alternative 2, and I am here not to spit out facts and data. I'm here to be an advocate for residents. I'd like to remind you guys that while funding and other issues are extremely important in wildlife conservation, the overall arching goal is maintaining natural resources for the residents of Colorado. We're the primary stakeholders in what we're doing in Colorado. We have a vested interest in ensuring that everything stays good, not only for our generation, but future generations to come. And while you guys look at Alternative 1 as an idea to increase funding as your ability to be stewards for the wildlife, that is a direct detriment to the residents here. Sustainable use and access to this wildlife management in regard to hunting, especially in regard to over-the-counter archery tags, is crucial for all the residents of Colorado to have access to. Yes, funding is important, but CPW is Colorado Parks and Wildlife. You guys have an ethical obligation to maintain a priority for residents. Non-residents can get to the back of the line, they can pay more. Residents here should not have to suffer because you guys want to balance the needs of funding against the interest in wildlife management for Colorado residents. Community welfare and inclusivity in Colorado is extremely important in the hunting community. I have been hunting for 5 or 6 years now, and it is an endeavor that I took upon with a family and friend. It's what we do every single year. I sit here and ask you guys to stop thinking about the nuances of funding and everything else. There is a way to figure it out. Many people have sat here and given you so many alternatives. As a resident of Colorado, as a bow hunter, as a friend, as a dad, All I ask is that you guys take a step back from wondering about funding and anything else and realize what your primary goal is. That is upholding this wildlife for residents of Colorado. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Next up, Joseph Guzzo, followed by Ty Duke. Joseph will unmute you. Would you like your video on? Oh, I see you coming up, Joseph. If you could just unmute yourself first.
Hi, can you hear me? One second, sorry. How's that?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, my brother just came up right before me. We're here together. I'm not going to go into statistics. I'm just here to ask that you guys look at option 2. Between my brother and I, we have kids. We're a family. We're Coloradans. We love elk hunting. We love getting our kids out. The important thing is that residents have priority, that at the end of the day, everybody gets to hunt, including non-residents, but they don't deserve what we deserve here as Coloradans. We work here. You know, I got here because of Brandon Siegfried. I didn't know because I work 80 hours a week. I travel Colorado scouting and playing and taking my family around. And it's very important that we really look at option 2 for our people. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Next up, we will have Ty Duke, followed by Christian Teneritz. Ty, would you like we'll unmute you video on, Ty? Would you like your video on?
Yeah, I guess that's fine.
You could accept it on your end, please.
Oops, I'm sorry. Can you do that again?
Well, my colleagues will invite you to start your video. Now we see you. Go ahead, Ty.
Okay. Thank you, Commission, for allowing me to speak. My name is Ty Duke. I'm a Colorado resident. I've lived here for 13 years, and being now in the teens, I feel like I have a right to voice my opinion a little bit more on what's happening within the state of Colorado as a sportsman. I'm not coming to you guys as a bow hunter or a rifle hunter, either or. I'm just a hunter. I'm a guide in Colorado. I'm a guide in Arizona. Being an Arizona resident most of my life, born and raised, I've seen what limiting draws can do. I'm 42 years old. I've had 2 elk tags in Arizona my entire life. Now that's because of my own choices, because I choose to put in for better tags. Living in Colorado, it's so frustrating going to a trailhead as a guide, as a resident, as somebody who pays taxes here in this state, as a small business owner in this state. It frustrates me to go to a trailhead during archery season, during any season, and see more non-resident license plates there than I do resident license plates. I'm not saying to just totally do away with OTC or anything like that. What I'm saying from a guide's perspective and from a hunter's perspective, from a guide's perspective, those clients are paying me to take them out and give them an experience. Their experience, they can get the same experience just by buying an $800 tag and wandering through the woods themselves. They see the same people. It's annoying. Limit the tags, please. Give our clients, give the hunters, give our clients, give the people that are paying us to give them experience. Let us give them that experience of a great hunt and a great chance. That's all I ask. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you. Next up, Christian Tenerowitz, followed by Stephen Guerreri. Christian, we'll unmute you. Would you like your video on?
Yes, please.
Okay, I think we can see you now. Yes, we can see you now. Go ahead.
All right. Thanks for the chance to speak. Archery hunting it's a lifestyle. You can't pick up a bow and be proficient a week before the season like many rifle hunters can. So myself and my 3 boys, 2 of which are still used, we practice dozens of times a year. Constantly going to the range, backyard. You need to put some time in. If youth can't look forward to archery hunting every year, they're going to hang it up. I mean, if their chances are every 2, maybe 3 years, youth are not going to stay engaged. And I keep hearing about fiscal responsibility. For one thing, residents spend money here daily, college tuition, kids sports. Besides that, I sat down with my 3 boys and we applied for 7 big game species, buying qualifying licenses, the fees to apply. So, I mean, that's, I feel I'm doing my part to help CPW, keep things going. Brandon Siegfried mentioned a few weeks ago that 7 other states with 2.5 times the elk that Colorado has sell less non-resident licenses than Colorado does. Those states were Montana, Oregon, Wyoming, Idaho, New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona. All those states, except for New Mexico, offer over-the-counter archery licenses to their residents. So since Colorado has more elk than all of them, I'm pushing for option 2, leave over-the-counter available for us residents and limit it for the non-residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we will have Stephen Guerreri, followed by Will Shoemaker. Stephen, we'll unmute you. Would you like your video on? Yeah, we see you now, Stephen. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Chairman May, Commissioners, and Director Davis, I appreciate the opportunity to comment today. I just first off I live in Steve Guerreri, I live in Gunnison. Just would like to talk about the season structure. The Gunnison Basin is a little bit different than the rest of the state. The late dates are having a real effect on what's happening here in the basin. Our wildlife tends to migrate a lot earlier than a lot of the other places around the state, and we're seeing a definite impact. You get into that second and third season with lots of OTC hunters. Our elk are not, they're not where they should be. They're not in the high country. They're down on the winter range. They're very accessible, very vulnerable. It's not really hunting, in my opinion. I'm a lifelong sportsman. I live for it, but it's very unappealing watching what's taking place here. And I encourage the commission to really look at this season structure. I support staff recommendation going back to the 2015-19 structure. I understand everybody wants a little bit of a break in between first and second. If we can figure out how to do that with staff recommendation, would be great. If we started on the Thursday or Friday instead of that Saturday, would give us a day or two extra, so that would be beneficial for sure. Secondly, I would like to address the OTC archery debate that we're having here. A lot of passionate comments. I support limiting OTC for resident and non-resident. It's been discussed for the last 8 or 9 years. It's time that we move forward with this. It gives our wildlife managers opportunities to manage each specific GMU so that they can address crowding. It's not across the board crowding. It would help if they had those tools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, Will Shoemaker, followed by Roger Cesario. Will, we'll unmute you. Would you like your video on? Will, we can see you now. Just unmute yourself. There you go.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to comment. My name is Will Shoemaker, and I am Secretary of the Board of Directors for Gunnison Wildlife Association. I want to address a couple points that are incorporated within alternatives. First off, Gunnison Wildlife Association supports limiting licensing for all residents and non-residents across all seasons. The term tipping point has been used frequently to describe the situation that we're in as a result of overcrowding combined with elk refuging and uncertainties on the landscape exacerbated by climate change. We believe that full license limitation across all archery and rifle seasons is the most equitable way to meet these challenges, and that continued OTC license distribution only limits Colorado Parks and Wildlife's ability to intervene in local management challenges. We certainly recognize the budgetary concerns from full limitation, but support a phased approach that would begin with the installation of limited license hunt codes, but not reduce licenses during the first few years in order to offer time and preparation necessary to accommodate that change. We also support staff's recommendation returning to the earlier season structure that was incorporated under the previous season structure. The later season dates, as Stephen Guerrieri indicated a minute ago, just simply do not work for the Gunnison Basin. The potential for weather and timing of migration results in increased vulnerability. And in fact, CPW data shows that harvest rates have been higher.
Thank you. Next up, we will have Roger Cesario, followed by Henry Ferguson. Roger, we'll unmute you. Would you like your video on? I see you, Roger. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair May, Director Davis, Roger Cesario. I'm a lifetime resident and a 40-year bow hunter. I do not belong to any bow hunting group. The elk resource is under intense pressure to fund the agency and the state economy. I support CPW's preferred alternative as it relates to eliminating OTC archery licenses statewide for both residents and non-residents. OTC is unsustainable. The commission should not let a vocal minority dictate game management that CPW staff and biologists support, as does the Colorado Outfitters Association, the Sportsman's Roundtable, and survey respondents. We should not go backwards 10 years. I'm unsure of goals by a vocal minority, what they're trying to achieve. I haven't heard anybody here today say that they were unable to hunt last year. And also resident hunters do have a priority on allocation and cost, obviously. Director Davis mentioned it in his welcome message this morning, that there's other alternatives that you guys can look at through secondary draw or second choice in the primary draw, potentially moving allocation there, but the numbers don't bear out that people are unable to draw. I feel strongly that CPW game managers need the tools to manage specific areas. I support any move towards total limitations for rifle as well as archery. I support adding third rifle license to a draw. However, I'd like to see area managers have the ability to move second season as a draw in the areas. The Gunnison Basin specifically, if third rifle season goes draw, which I support, could have implications on the second season. Possibly allow a move to draw after 1 or 2 years as opposed to waiting 5 years for the next big game season structure. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you. Next up, we will have Henry Ferguson, followed by Brandon Wynn. Henry, I will unmute you. Would you like your video on?
Yes, please.
Okay, you can accept that on your end. Let you know when we can see you.
Yes, sir.
We can see you now. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for taking the time to hear our comments today to the commission and also to CPW staff. I'm actually out at the Mile High Hunt Expo right now. Many of you guys know that I am the chairman of the Colorado Bow Hunters Association, but I am here speaking on behalf of myself and also on behalf of my son, my 18-year-old son, who is a passionate hunter. And he is a passionate hunter because I have worked very hard to get him tags over the years. This poor kid has literally gone 0 for every year he's been eligible for the draw in getting tags through that secondary draw, which is supposed to be 100% youth preference. And it's through a lot of work on my part that he's been able to hunt and has been able to have some absolutely terrific experiences in the woods. And I'm here today to speak on behalf of resident bow hunters to preserve and protect the hunting heritage that exists here in Colorado. It's because of this that we are able to have all of these nice F-250s that everybody drives around in for CPW. And I have a tremendous amount of respect for the work that CPW does on the ground to make sure that we have sustainable populations of wildlife. And I'm very grateful for that. I do want to bring up a couple of points that I think are going to be extremely concerning moving forward if we do go with a non-resident or with a full cap. And that is what's going to happen to preference point creep. I think it's going to be absolutely out of control for a 5 to 10 year period. And I also want to share a quick story in response to Commissioner Bailey's question that she had last time of, with all of these DAUs already going limited for bow hunters, is it having a positive impact? I have a friend who hunts units 80 and 81 and has. I apologize. I've gone over. Okay, thank you. He has hunted units 80 and 81 since he was in high school. And as such, he has gone out and parked at this particular trailhead and for all those years. And he has seen anywhere from 8 to 10 vehicles at that trailhead throughout the entire month of archery season. However, when that went to a draw unit in 2022, he pulled up to that same trailhead and found 26 vehicles with one Colorado plate, his. We need to assess the draw and find out how we can maintain resident opportunities for those of us who are here all year paying taxes and doing our part. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up, we will have Brandon Wynn. Brandon, we will go ahead and unmute you, and if you'd like your video on, we can get that pulled up as well. Brandon, are you there? We see you now, Brandon. Just unmute yourself, Brandon.
I think you unmuted the wrong Brandon.
We can hear you now, actually. I think. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Brandon Wynn. I live in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I've lived about a third of my life in Colorado. My family homesteaded in Southwest Colorado. So I'm in support of Alternative 2 to not limit the resident OTC elk. And so I've been making a little tally while we've been going on with comments. I got 27 comments that favor not limiting the resident OTC, and I've got 7 that say limit both residents and non-residents. And 4 of those 7s are outfitters and guides. I mean, obviously you can tell why. Outfitters and guides, like non-resident hunters, like Commissioner Hackett, always kind of, it's amazing how, Commissioner Hackett, it's amazing how you talk to resident hunters, you talk down to them and you're just mean to them and, you know, degrading to them. And it's unbelievable to me. But so all the things that the commission, CPW, has been saying, that it's like everyone decided, the commission and CPW decided, well, we're just going to drag down non-residents and residents equally with this initiative. The decision was made, and now I hear all these excuses to just go ahead and limit the resident archery. But if the bias wasn't so much for non-resident preference and non-resident money in Colorado, I think that CPW and the commission could easily make the same argument, like, well, no, we can definitely limit non-residents. I think there's so much bias at CPW, and it's so long-standing. The status quo is to just, okay, how is this going to impact non-residents? Well, you have a duty, if not a moral obligation, to start thinking about your resident hunters. Thank you.
Very good. Chair, I believe that concludes public comment, but I did want to double check that nobody else in the room was not able to.
Anybody else in the room?
I believe that concludes.
We did it, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go right into commission discussion. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. I have a few things. So the bow hunting community asked to address overcrowding, and I would like Matt to comment on that, specifically E23 and E14, about those issues, if you would.
Matt Eckert, Terrestrial Program Supervisor. I apologize, Commissioner Haskett. I was coming up to the table. I didn't fully hear your question.
Oh, so the bow hunting community asked to address overcrowding, and they specifically mentioned E23 and E14. Can you comment on those?
Okay, so I mentioned earlier that our staff had been preparing to talk about some of the Southwest units that we went limited on. in case we dove into that. And it did come up, and I think Henry Ferguson from CBA also talked about asking whether or not in 8081 things have gotten better essentially. So I think collectively some of our staff, virtual and here, may be able to answer that question because it may give some perspective on what has happened after we went limited in those elk units for archery. So in preparation, I pulled some data from E32, which starting in, well, let's see, that's the Lower Rio Grande elk herd E32. That's GMU's 80 and 81 south of Monte Vista. And we fully limited OTC archery elk in 2022, 1 year after we started what we call the opt-in survey to the Big Game Harvest Survey. So a hunter, they get contacted and in the Big Game Harvest Survey that's how we estimate harvest. And we reach out to 180,000 hunters. So we reach out to a lot of hunters. And we're looking for roughly 80 to 90,000 completed surveys. So we complete those surveys to estimate harvest, but after they're done taking that survey, we ask them if they want to take another survey, a secondary survey that's specific to their hunter attitudes directed towards their hunt in that DAU that they hunted in. So we ask about satisfaction with the total number of elk they saw, the total number of bulls they saw, the overall satisfaction of their hunting experience. And we also ask what they want the population to do over the next 10 years and the frequency they wish to hunt with trade-offs of crowding and mature animals. And then we also ask how crowded they feel by other hunters and by non-hunters. All right, so because this issue is mainly about addressing crowding, I pulled some of the crowding data that we have. So for E32, some of the results from our opt-in survey. Hunter attitudes changed dramatically since going limited in E32. Before limitation, 36% of the over-the-counter license holders who reported hunting in E32 in 2021 felt very crowded. So 36% felt very crowded. After limitation, 10% of the limited license holders who reported hunting in E32 in 2022 felt very crowded. And it was 14% in 2023. So we decreased that intense feeling of crowding from 36% to 10 and 14% respectively. If we combine the responses that reported feeling moderately crowded and very crowded, 68% of those who hunted in E32 felt moderately or very crowded in 2021. 68% felt crowded, and that's why we were taking action. Again, that was before limitation. The number dropped to 30% in 2022 after limitation, and that was 45% in 2023. So a dramatic reduction in the feeling of being crowded. I guess I'll also comment on overall satisfaction. The percentage of hunters who were somewhat or very satisfied went from 55% in 2021 before limitation to 71% in 2022 after limitation and 62% in 2023. So we were seeing this increase in overall satisfaction, at least in that herd. Now, my staff were also working, not my staff, some of our other staff were working on E14, where we went limited 2022, I think it was. So if anyone's online still, I know we're after hours, and they can report on E14. I might have it on my phone. If Brad Daniels is on the line, that would be great, Brad. If you can jump in.
Commissioner May, Commissioners, Director. My name is Brad Banulis. I'm the Northwest Senior Biologist for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I did pull the numbers for Grand Mesa E14 as well. Just kind of the same information as far as the crowding by hunters before limitation from the opt-in data. So this DAU did go limited for the first time in 2023. So before limitation in 2022, the opt-in data indicated that 27% of the over-the-counter license holders reported feeling very crowded. After limitation, a slight decrease down to 21% of the limited license holders and over-the-counter PLO archery hunters reported hunting in E14 felt very crowded. And then if we combine the responses that reported feeling moderately crowded and very crowded, 48% of those who hunted in E14 felt moderately or very crowded in 2022, and the number dropped slightly to 44% after the limitation in 2023. And then as far as overall satisfaction, and this is where we're looking at 1 year of data, and on the Grand Mesa, we broke it out into 3 different hunt codes, splitting up the Grand Mesa, as well as having over-the-counter licenses available on private land. And we also still even have an over-the-counter cow license option available. Overall satisfaction for percent of hunters went from who were satisfied was pretty much the same at 55% in 2022, and with actually a slight decrease in overall satisfaction in 2023. What that was related to from an archery standpoint, don't know necessarily, but we definitely did experience milder conditions and with less snow, less weather, and just tougher hunting conditions in 2023 as compared to 2022. I hope that was helpful, Matt.
Thank you, Brad. And I also saw Jamin Grigg, our Southwest regional biologist, pop up on the screen. I don't know if, Jamin, you wanted to add any perspective regarding Southwest limitations.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Chair May, Commissioners, Director Davis, Jamin Grigg, Senior Wildlife Biologist in the Southwest region. I was just maybe going to provide a little bit of context in terms of how we got to this point, in terms of from my perspective, really needing archery limitations in the Southwest and enacting those over the last few years. So Matt mentioned E32, which is GMU's 80 and 81, essentially between the mid-1980s, and I can supply these graphs to the commission, or I could share my screen right now as well, but we could supply these graphs to the commission if they're helpful. But essentially, we saw an increase in archery hunting pressure from around 500 archery hunters in the mid-1980s to over 4,000. So an increase of nearly 1,000%, and that's a trend that we've seen in most of our OTC DAUs over the last 20, 30 years. I also wanted to address one other point, which came up a lot today and in the last meeting, which is that all of this increase is coming from non-resident hunters. That's simply not true. That's a fallacy. The increase is coming from both resident and non-resident hunters. We've essentially seen a doubling in both resident and non-resident archery hunters across the state over the last 20 years. So this notion that this crowding issue is only coming from non-resident hunters just isn't true. But anyway, if it would be helpful to the commission, I've got graphs that illustrate archery hunting pressure as well as success rates for all of the DAUs in the Southwest region. And most of those DAUs, again, have experienced anywhere from a 500% to 1,000% increase in archery hunting pressure over the last 20 to 30 years, and a simultaneous decrease in archery success rates during that same time period. As far as measuring how successful it's been, I think Matt how successful limitations have been. I think Matt and Brad both provided some good information there. Some of these limitations are fairly recent. They've also been relatively minor for the most part in terms of quota reductions so far. So some of that's a little bit difficult to measure. But anyway, I guess I just wanted to put that offer out there that, if we could provide it as a document or whatever would be helpful, we could certainly provide these graphs illustrating archery hunting pressure over time.
Jamie, I think that'd be very helpful for the commission if you could. Thank you.
I have another question on that. So we've heard a lot today about it's more of a social issue and it's not biological, but in the Southwest and in most of the state, cow-calf recruitment has been a huge issue, and archery season is part of that, I believe. Can you talk about that, or any of you?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Yeah, so limitations, archery limitations have been put in place in the Southwest for a variety of reasons, both social and biological. The herds that we have limited are generally herds that are under population objective, and herds where we were seeing large increases in archery harvest over time simply because of the large increase in archery hunters over time. So we were seeing large percentage increases of cow harvest. And in some instances to the point where it was having a biological impact. And again, these are largely herds that have been under population objective. They're herds that have experienced low calf recruitment for the last 20-25 years. We can't directly link, CPW doesn't have the evidence currently any evidence to directly link archery hunting pressure with calf recruitment or anything like that, but they are herds that have been struggling with calf recruitment over time. And then a large concern with many of these herds has been increases in early season hunting pressure, changing elk distribution, pushing elk off of public lands, pushing them onto private lands, leading to more private land conflicts, game damage issues, frustration from public land hunters that the elk are moving off of public lands. There's potential impacts to elk during a biologically sensitive time period, right, during the rut. So they've been enacted for a variety of reasons, both social and biological, I would say. We have, anecdotally, we have observed a slight increase in calf ratios in these herds, post-hunt calf ratios in these herds since going limited. We don't have any, there's a lot of things that impact calf recruitment and survival, probably primarily related to precipitation and habitat conditions. We don't have any way of directly linking that to archery hunting pressure. But there's a number of considerations at play there. So.
Thank you. And I think it would have been Laura, maybe. We do have some studies that prove about the pressure that archery hunting pushes the animals off of public land onto private land and what it does. I think the rest of the commission has that. I'm not sure. We can send them out again. I've been through 2 big game season structures now, and just a comment from my experiences is the people who live on the landscape where they hunt, they want to draw, and they would rather hunt every other year than have overcrowding. And it's not just overcrowding by non-residents, it's by residents also. But those people are there and they care about the wildlife that's there. It's important to note all the people who, in the units that have gone limited, the comments are really favorable and hunters have a good experience. I think people are scared of change, but it doesn't mean that the change is going to be unfavorable. I don't know if you can pull up Appendix B, somebody, from your presentation, but they say they're never going to draw, that they won't have a chance to hunt, and the system doesn't work. If you look at the graph that you did on E12, or not E12, but Unit 12, EE012, it shows that 65-35 actually works, and that the residents draw their 65% and the non-residents draw their 35%. So I agree with staff. I think it's time that we move forward. We've said for years that we were going to do this, and why I know it's a big change. Rather than keep implementing one unit at a time into this system and making it harder and harder for any over-the-counter unit, it's time to go all limited for all archery units. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Otero.
Thank you, Chair May. I'll try to be brief, just due to time and everything. Want to say thank you again for all the public comment and engagement. I think this is a good process, you know, and hopefully we're not going to make everyone happy, obviously, but you know, I know we're not making a decision today, but yeah, I definitely support alternative 2. I think that we should allow, you know, our resident hunters to continue to have that experience and measure to see what the impact is by limiting non-residents going forward. I would be curious to hear other ideas in terms of revenue. I know that there was floated out there about increasing cost for non-residents, but I know there's a number of other initiatives around the state currently, but maybe next year too as well, where CPW could be beneficiaries of some of those dollars. And so with that, yeah, I just wanted to be really brief with that, but and I also want to push back a little bit on this. I've heard a few times that it's a minority of hunters. I don't think that's the case. I think that a lot of people can't come to these meetings or can't even provide public comment because they have lives, they have jobs, right? But every person I've talked to, I've had hundreds of conversations since we've started this. I haven't talked to anyone who's, you know, thrilled about them losing that opportunity. Again, I think that experience of being able to go out there, it's not always about getting a harvest. Obviously, you know, I hunt for meat. I've mentioned this before in other commissions meetings. I don't hunt for horns. Those that do, and everyone has their prerogative, but just having, oh, did my mic go out? I think it's fine now. Oh, okay. Sorry. Am I going to get echo? Okay. Yeah, I'll just close with, again, saying, you know, that experience of going out there with your family and friends, oftentimes it's just getting out there and being able to do that. It's, you know, the times that I've done OTC, I understood that it was pretty crowded and pretty low chance of actually getting something, but just having the opportunity to go out there and be with family and friends, I just don't want to take that away with the abrupt change. I'd rather do the incremental change there.
Thank you, Commissioner Otero. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May. Well, first, I just wanted to make sure I thanked all the public commenters, you know, and also assure you that we are listening, and we might indicate what we're thinking, but that doesn't mean we've closed our minds. And I read all the public comment. It was quite a stack. And well, let me start with the easier of the two issues you asked for feedback on, Matt, which was the season dates and timing. And I think in reading through the public comment, particularly from the Gunnison Basin, but overall, I think there was pretty well support to moving back to the 2015 arrangement. And I think on balance, support for breaks between seasons. And I know I had indicated support for the 5975 to maximize those breaks. It seems reading your appendix that sometimes moves the season later over the next few years. And so I wanted your views on, you know, I think the biological concern is moving the season earlier so we don't hunt when the animals are most vulnerable. But I'd still like the breaks between the seasons. And if there's a way to get that with moving the dates around, I think Commissioner Bray said, maybe we don't always have to start on a Wednesday or Saturday. We could try to figure out how to have both the earlier dates and some longer breaks between the seasons. The one thing I wanted your feedback on is, have we been able to tell a benefit to the animals from longer breaks, or are we more speculating that there should be a benefit? So why don't you ask, and then I'll get to the other issue, but yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. We have not done any kind of movement analysis that would determine if the breaks have been successful with increasing the amount of time they spend on public lands relative to private lands. There's so many variables at play here that we may never be able to tell that, it is the breaks between our rifle seasons that are responsible for keeping animals on public lands longer. And if it was a result, we may never know if it's statistically significant. As far as anecdotal information, we're seeing animals respond to hunters being in the field later in the year. So personally, I was on a hunt myself, and animals were over 11,000 feet at a time of year when I don't think they should have been that high in deep snow conditions. And they're there because I was down there hunting them. So I think there's a lot of stories out there. I don't know exactly what to tell you for that, but yeah, I do think our recommendation, I think we may have explained a little bit of this in the March memo, is not necessarily, I think we are valuing the vulnerability of animals and trying to rebuild our herds, especially after the severe winter, much more than the response to that, which may or may not be actually happening, to those slightly longer breaks.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm still leaning toward definitely the earlier, but if we can increase the length of the breaks from 2 days to something more, I think I would prefer that. And, okay, on the more challenging issues, I just wanted to confirm, I believe we can't control our prices, that they're statutorily set and we've maxed them out. So we actually can't increase the prices as many commenters suggested. That's something that the legislature would have to do for us. A lot of the public, this is one thing I wanted feedback on, is it scares me a little that we might increase pressure on the rifle seasons. And I find those more dangerous with overcrowding conditions. Some folks I spoke with suggested something they called OTC with caps. And I wondered if we've explored that so that we don't have like a spillover into rifle with additional hunters.
Yes, we have explored over the counter with caps, and it was there was two alternatives in our OTC survey that asked about that. And I've got a couple of bullet points here on cap licenses, which we have not shared with the commission yet in the discussions that we've had. And I haven't reviewed these for months, so I hope they're okay. All right, so caps do not have resident and non-resident allocation, meaning more than 25% of licenses may go to non-residents. Cap licenses could likely sell out quickly. Like they do in other states, they sell on the first day in some cases, creating a first come, first served system that can create a lot of frustration and prevent groups or families from all getting a license. So it's like this mythical safety net that I was talking about. It's not a guaranteed thing when they just disappear automatically electronically. Caps don't use preference points, allowing hunters to build points while hunting, contributing to point creep. So having people go through the draw is beneficial for point creep, but caps do not allow us to chip away at that point creep. Caps add another complication in license distribution that will confuse hunters who don't understand they are limited. So when we did focus groups in the last season structure process, I was shocked that there was a lot of confusion over what caps actually are. They're a limitation. It's just another way of limiting licenses, and we distribute them a little bit differently. We distribute them over the counter until they run out. But a lot of hunters did not understand that. They thought because it's over the counter with caps, they thought it was an unlimited thing. So there's great confusion over that. And last, resident public and staff show a preference to limit by hunt code at the management area level. And also through the draw. That was coming out of our survey. The preference was to limit through the draw, be consistent with our current way of doing things for most hunt codes, and at the management level. So if we do an over-the-counter with cap, would that be a statewide opportunity as well? So the preference is not to do it that way.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. I forgot to say this earlier, and I did want to say that. So you are correct. We are at statutory max on license fees. But so in 2006, an elk license was $45, almost, and now it's $66. That's not a very big increase if you figure inflation and everything else of what a resident tag costs. So, and we can't change that. And we can't change the non-resident fee either, but I wanted to throw that out there for people who didn't know. We only got an $8 increase with the Future Generations Act in 2018, which wasn't very much if you ask me, just for an elk tag. And I'll give you a little feedback on all your choices. So the antelope tag, after talking with staff, I think I'm okay with that, to go with staff recommendations. What were the other ones? The rifle seasons, I still like my suggestion, giving the 5-day break. But if you can figure out something a little different to move it up a couple days, that's a tough one. I mean, I don't know. 2 days is too short, but then you start running later in the season. I wish that there was a way that we could separate out parts of the state and do something a little bit different, but I don't know how we would do that without confusing people more than we already do. What were your other ones in your question that you asked? You had 4 choices. Oh, the deer season, or adding additional deer seasons. I still feel the same about no. And I'm the only one talking. That's all.
Jeremy, would it help if we went through these one by one? I think that would be a good way to move forward.
I believe that's right.
Okay. And if I can be of help by leading that discussion, I'm welcome that opportunity. So I'll take that. All right. So the first thing we were asking for feedback on.
Could I interrupt you?
Yes.
Commissioner Bailey's been in the queue for quite a while. I'd like to let her go before you comment further.
Thanks. I think we're going through one by one with the goal of signaling direction. And so I just wanted to I had a couple questions. So the numbers that you shared for E32 and E14, what were the proportional decreases in the shift from OTC to limited there? Does that make sense?
sorry. I don't have control of yours, I don't.
I just wanted to make sure you're okay before I said anything. Thank you, Commissioners. Corey Chick, Southwest Region Manager. So when you look at, and I see Jamin up there, so Jamin, if I lie, correct me, please. But that 80-81 probably went through about probably a little bit better than 50% reduction in the amount of licenses that were issued.
Okay.
We really wanted to get back to, I'm trying to think, we're in 2024. We wanted to get back to about, I think it was around 2015 numbers, or 2010, 2015 numbers, and they increased that much then. I would say in those further west units that you're asking about, those went through incremental reductions. So I might need the exact numbers from Jamin, but what we really wanted to get to is where we were meeting second choice demand. So in year one that we limited those, we wanted to meet demand in that year and be that dial, I think that I've heard the director talk about. So we dialed it back each year until we were trying to meet second choice demand. So yeah, if that helps.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
So I guess with that in mind, that was a high. The 50% was definitely a higher number than I was expecting, given the, I guess, if I have the two hunt codes organized right, given a relatively small change in, it sounds like, hunter satisfaction based on the survey. So backing up, all that to say is, do we have, what would success look like? Do we have a number in mind in terms of ideal proportion of people who say they were, dissatisfied with their hunt? And just using these numbers to help kind of calibrate my thinking on that, recognizing that they're preliminary and there's a lot of variation in them.
It looks like Jamin and Corey abandoned that one. No. So we don't have a specific objective in mind for all herds. We actually provide an excellent mosaic of opportunities for experience around the state right now. And we would want to create something similar to that. So we wouldn't be limiting every single hunt code by the same amount over a long period of time. Right? So that would not be realistic. But another thing that we have to be cognizant of is the financial implications for reductions. So there's only so much we can do at one time. So if the budget can sustain it, we can provide a more quality experience for more hunt codes. But we also have to also consider opportunity and for people to have the opportunity to go out and hunt.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. Go ahead, Corey.
If I can just address real quick what good enough, or I can't remember exactly how you worded it, but as it relates to those two DAUs, DAUs that you were talking about, and what success looks like for those were biological issues. So when I first got there and to the region and see 12 calves per 100 cows, that's not good. When we've eliminated basically all cow hunts for rifle, muzzleloader, and to be honest, we were able to eliminate most PLO licenses because of the lack of game damage. So what does success look like in those? To get those back up, hopefully in the middle of the objective range. Get the cow-calf, hopefully figure out what all is attributing to the cow-calf ratio issues that we have in the region. But again, those are different. I'm not talking statewide. Those were biological and social issues in the Southwest, and those were limited per policy, following commission direction.
Yeah, and thanks for that. And I am sort of referring to, is there a percentage that we're aiming for of hunters that say they were dissatisfied when we're thinking about hunter crowding? And I recognize that maybe no. I do think having, right, to the point you were making earlier, Matt, having an idea of what the goal is and what success might look like will at least help me think through it. The other question I had is any thoughts on a hard cap if we do go limited? And then also, in the analysis, the financial analysis of the implications, was a hard cap used?
I'll start with the easier one. The financial analysis was using a soft cap approach. Okay, and I'm sorry, it's late. What was the first one? Are we open to a hard cap? That's right. That is a question for the draw working group team who's considering changes in the draw process. Now, I think we are open to something like that. We're also open to soft cap for multiple choices. There's probably several things that we can consider to improve the system that we have to have it look like more of what we want it to function as.
Okay, anything else? If not, we'll go through the one by one. Matt, I think.
Chairman, would you like me to lead that part? Okay.
I would definitely like you to facilitate it. Take us through where you need to be.
Okay. And Commissioner Barely, I apologize. I didn't know you were in the queue when I started speaking earlier. So I'll go in the order that I presented the topics. That may be the easiest thing. And the first one was the optional second rifle season for pronghorn. We did have some concerns about the I-25. That was Commissioner Haskett. I mean, do we want to move that forward or modify that alternative?
I'd say move it forward as staff presented it originally.
Okay, so at the next meeting, we'll have that in addition to status quo, which would mean no creation of that optional season.
Right.
Okay. The second topic was the optional August archery deer season, and that was for bucks. And there were some concerns raised during the last meeting on that one.
I'm not for that.
Commissioner Touchton.
I think that was me. Well, and Commissioner Hess. My concern was over velvet, and that's been answered. I guess it's case by case, right? So we would evaluate it biologically down the road as it was presented. Mm-hmm. I don't know. That seems like we'll be able to cross that bridge when we get to it. But I think my concern with velvet was addressed.
I agree with that. The issues you brought up, I think, have been addressed, in my opinion. Go ahead, Commissioner Haskett.
My concern is our deer herds have declined so much. I really don't want to see us add any more seasons. I don't like it, but I don't know what to say. I just don't think we need to add more deer seasons with the declines that we've had in our herds.
One point, Commissioner Haskett, and for most of the time, we would be shifting licenses from September to August. So it's the same number of licenses, even though it's a new season. Does that change your perspective?
Part of it for me is the amount of pressure. I mean, instead of decreasing pressure, now we're adding more pressure. So archery season already has 4 weeks, so we're going to add another 2 weeks. So now we have 2 weeks in front of that to create more pressure. And that's my biggest concern is I understand the moving of the licenses, but we're still going to have those people on the field, and we're just creating more pressure at a different time. I'm not sure we're just creating another problem out there.
You know, and it's really difficult that I guess we have 6 commissioners in attendance, and I don't think we have whatever that may issues, this is an issue that can be worked through. Basically, you're trying to get down to two choices, right, Matt?
Yeah, if we keep it in for now, we can vote on it in the future meetings.
I just want to keep it within a workable range for you if you think we're there. If you don't think we're there, I'm looking for guidance from you.
Yeah, if we keep it in now, I think we can move it forward to the next meeting. As long as there's no modifications or new alternatives, I think we can make the decision later.
I think that's what I'm getting at. As long as something new doesn't get thrown up in the next meeting, that's the most important thing. As long as we know what we're dealing with here, and basically we have two choices on each decision to make, I think we're okay with that.
Okay, the next topic is season dates for regular deer and elk rifle seasons. So this is our rifle season structure. And we have the staff recommendation to move back to the 2015 to 2019 structure. We have a very similar recommendation from the commission, and that is slightly different. And in half the years that we looked at went 1 week later than the staff recommendation, but it did increase the breaks a little bit more than the staff alternative. So in my presentation, I was talking about the objectives. Is the objective to increase the breaks, or is the objective to reduce deer and elk vulnerability? Is it to add that third season second weekend? And is it to basically end the rifle seasons earlier than the other one? So another option we can do is bring both of those back, as long as we are happy with not bringing back status quo. It sounds to me like the commission is ready to drop status quo.
I believe that's my take on it.
Are there any new alternatives to here?
Commissioner Touchton.
It might just be a wrinkle, but if we wanted to keep a second weekend in, I guess it's the third season, if you move the whole thing forward a little bit, like 2 days, and then put those 2 days between to make the breaks longer, my goal is reduce pressure on the herds in the late season and try to maintain breaks. So, if there's a better choice, you could suggest it.
Commissioner Touchton, one option would be to take staff's recommendation and decrease the 2 days, the second weekend on third season. That'll add 2 days of break.
So,
But it won't give a longer break between the first and second, which was the whole reason why we changed last time to the 10-day break was, and that 2 days, to me, the 2 days increases the overcrowding issue because there's 2 days between first and second rifle. Well, the second season guys come in 3 to 4 days early. They're on top of the first season guys. Makes them mad, makes the second season guys mad. We create a crowding issue again, which is why we changed the last season structure. I actually kind of like the idea of maybe doing a hard start date instead or something, but I don't know. I'm not for the 2-day break, that's for sure, because I think we create issues.
I would concur. I don't like the 2-day break. I don't think that's even a break.
Yeah.
You're still on the mic, Commissioner Haskett. No,
Okay.
you have more to say, don't you?
No, we'll go to the next issue, and then I do have one thing at the end.
Matt?
I'm trying to figure out where we are on the current issue. So.
That's why I said it's all yours.
Yeah. So staff's recommendation stands as the previous season structure. We had that structure for decades of time, and it minimizes, compared to the other alternatives, the vulnerability of deer and elk. So it's more of a biological position that we have on the timing of those rifle seasons. And as far as the breaks go, if we want longer breaks, then we're going to have to make a sacrifice. So sacrifice would be eating into the moose rifle season, which is not a popular thing, or going later into November.
So four season was originally added to more as a management tool, and it's a draw season. There aren't a lot of hunters in the four season anyway. I'm not really sure that that's a problem for most areas. And one thing I would like to suggest, I'll just do it now, is I mentioned it last time about making third season a draw. Maybe not starting, I don't know if we've ever, probably never done this, but maybe we could think about making third season start a draw 2 years after into this season to give things a time to implement. But you can still, you could control a lot of that by, I mean, fourth season was done for harvest or for management. You can control it through licenses also, and then we're not so late.
Commissioner Hask, can you bring your draw idea to the next season structure process? Because at this time, that might be not very productive for continuing this discussion. But for now, I guess, where does the commission feel we should be with the opportunities in front of us? Should we bring back staff's alternative, the commission alternative, or a hybrid between the two? Status quo is off the table.
I opened the floor, took opinions.
So before you said a hybrid between the two, my understanding was that we didn't envision a scenario where we both had relatively long breaks and didn't go later into a season where increased vulnerability might threaten the health of herds. But then you said a hybrid option. And so do you think there's a scenario where we can do both? Because I think that's the tension, and it sounds like Commissioner Touchton definitely wants both. I certainly want both, but I do feel like if I'm deciding between the two, I get the sense that your understanding or your hypothesis is that the late season encroachment is more ecologically damaging than the breaks, and so I would go that way. But if there's a hybrid, do tell.
We haven't come up with a hybrid, so I have nothing to show you or speak to. I was just thinking if we had shortened the third season from 9 to 7 in the staff alternative, that would add 2 days of break towards the end. It does not solve the break length between first and second season. If we did that, we'd have to figure out when to start first season differently than we currently are in the staff alternative, which in some years would eat more into the moose rifle season. So I don't have a hybrid to present, but we can bring back more than one alternative though. If we bring back 2, what would they be?
Commissioner Touchton.
I would say bring back staff. That's the one that the experts are telling us they prefer. And maybe staff modified with longer breaks, however you get there. You know, whether it's shortening the third season or starting a bit earlier. And then we can have our cake and eat it too with, you know, not going so late, but trying to have more than a 2-day break if possible.
Commissioner Haskett.
I would say let's just look at Wednesday start. See what that does. I mean, if you really, out of 5 years, only 2 years are different in the ending with the Wednesday start. So I haven't drawn that out if we'd stuck with staff, what the difference is, but it's got to be the same, actually. Adding 2 days just changes 2 days break between third and fourth, so.
What we come up with may be very similar, if not exactly the same as your alternative. So we can look at that, but we'll aim to bring back 2. One is staff recommendation, and one will be a staff modified with longer breaks, if that's acceptable.
I think that's it, Matt. I think that's kind of what I'm hearing from everybody.
Okay. Let's move on to topic 4, over-the-counter elk archery limitations. We have staff alternative 1, which is to fully limit resident and non-resident over-the-counter licenses. Alternative 2, which is to limit non-resident over-the-counter archery licenses only. And status quo.
Commissioner Bailey.
I will say, based on what I've heard, I don't know that we need to see status quo, but please disagree.
Anybody else?
I agree. I'm for staff recommendation, so that's all I care to see.
I also agree. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what you guys just said, but I would like thoughts on not increasing OTC participation in the rifle, not just moving our problem of crowding more severe in rifle season, and also maintaining resident ability to hunt. If there's a way to address crowding, that's, well, you heard all the concerns expressed, so if there's something we haven't thought about, it would be worth discussing.
I would ask that we bring back 2 alternatives for our full commission. Even though we might have some thoughts one way or another, I'd like the full commission to be able to discuss and debate 2 different alternatives, especially since they're already in the works. Is that, you agree, Matt?
Yes, if we're eliminating status quo, then that leaves us with 2 alternatives.
Yes, that's where I'd like to be, because that's where we've been all day. And we're going to have a deeper discussion now, May 1st, May 2nd. So we'll be able, you're going to be able to focus, especially on the item before, you're going to be able to focus on that possible hybrid to come back to us, and it just gives us more things to think about.
Okay, that brings us to item 5, topic 5, over-the-counter elk rifle limitations. We have the staff preferred alternative, which is status quo. We have alternative 2 to limit non-resident rifle licenses. And we have alternative 3, and this goes back again to the March commission meeting memo, the phase limitation of resident and non-resident rifle licenses. We haven't spoken too much about that option.
When I look at it, I see that is alternative 3 so far. So I would have to hear some pretty strong evidence that that was being considered over alternatives 1 or 2, which I haven't heard. Commissioner Touchton.
So the numbers confuse me. Status quo is staff preferred option. That's 1. 2 was?
To limit non-resident rifle licenses, only non-residents.
Only non-residents. And 3 was some sort of phased
Limitation of resident and non-resident rifle licenses. That's 3.
I guess I'm kind of in a 1 and 3.
Commissioner Reading.
Thank you, Chair May. Yeah, I agree with what's been said so far with the alternatives. And I also agree the 1 and 3 would be what I would lean towards.
I don't see any other opinions. I think we're there, Matt.
Okay, just to summarize, for OTC elk rifle limitations, staff will bring back status quo and a phase limitation of resident and non-resident rifle licenses. And that's it.
That basically gives you two choices on each one, right? And I'm thankful. I don't think we really had any other issues come to the forefront that really complicate this, that are going to make something not possible for you, staff. Do you feel the same way, Matt?
We're in a good place for setting ourselves up to go into the May commission meeting. Pretty
And
well.
honestly, I know there's been a lot of criticism that the commission already had its mind made up on things. I absolutely don't. I'm sitting here between everybody. I don't think we have any idea where we're going to go. So I think we're performing as we're supposed to perform. The function is right. We still have more opportunity for debate and public input, which we will take advantage of. Anything else on this topic? I don't believe we do have anything. We've addressed all, did we get any more blue slips on this? I'm sorry. Very good. So comments over on BGSS. We'll now move into 11, which is a separate public comment period. So Jonathan, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. And we do just have a couple people that I believe are still available for public comment. First of all, in the room is Alan Casey still here? Yes. Alan, please come forward. We'll give, for this round, 3 minutes for public commenters.
I won't take that long.
That sounds good.
Okay. Welcome, Alan.
Well, thank you. Chair May, Commissioners, Director Davis, thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Alan Casey. My wife Shirley's in the back there. We are both CPW licensed rehabilitators in Evergreen, have been held the license for about 32 years. We sent you probably a long letter about a week ago about our concerns about scheduling the Chapter 14 Wildlife Rehabilitation Reg Review that will transpire right in the middle of our heavy caseload season. And we have participated, Shirley and I and a bunch of others, in 3 or 4 of these in the past. They have never been scheduled that way. They have always been scheduled for our off season, which is generally late fall into the winter time. And what that results in is we just can't get the involvement, stakeholder involvement that we need. And I think that the strength of the regulations we have in place now that have been in place for about 15 years with very, very little change have been a product of getting maximum stakeholder involvement as a result of scheduling it in our, quote, off-season. I think it gets broader involvement, gives us more time to talk amongst ourselves, quite frankly, but also with staff. And I think what comes out of that is more effective regs, certainly joint understanding and ownership and support. It helps build teamwork between us as practitioners and the staff. And it just seems that this process is being rushed. We don't understand that. It's confusing and frustrating and quite frankly disappointing, given the history we've had where staff has been very respectful of our heavy caseload season. So I know many of you have expressed support for inclusive CPW stakeholder processes. Certainly we saw evidence of that today. And Chapter 14, again, wildlife rehabilitation has benefited from that in the past. And we just need the opportunity for the community, our community, to come together and have very robust discussions. That's how we get the better regulations and build teamwork. So I guess what we're asking is if we could ask you guys or the director to just pause the current process, just kind of let us get through our busy season and then restart this process in the October timeframe. We definitely agree we need to go through it. We're having some discussions, but we're just not getting the level of number of people to the table because of those caseload constraints. So that's what we're asking for.
Thank you, Alan. Any commissioners have? Commissioner Touchton.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I think I told you this over email. Doing things in your less busy season made sense to me, that it would maximize participation. I don't know what other constraints are out there, but if we have the time, it seems like we should do it when we get the maximum participation. Sorry, it's late in the day, I can't speak. But what you said made sense to me, that we might, and I'm unaware of anything that needs to happen now, so.
Well, we're not aware of any apparent disease outbreaks, public health issues. We're certainly not setting a season, structure. So it just seems like we've got some flexibility. We've always had that in the past.
Director Davis. I'm sorry. There we go.
Yeah, let me look into it. I'm kind of maybe hearing, I don't know the details.
Okay,
but
appreciate
I'm
it.
hearing some rehabbers asked for us in January, February, that some changes needed to be made ASAP. So let me dig into it. If we can create the space, we certainly want to make sure that we get effective engagement with the rehab community moving forward. So I'll look into it for sure.
And I think that's what you're asking for, isn't it?
Yeah, just please give us some time to work the process if you can. Okay.
Commissioner Murphy, did I see your cue? If you'd hit yours again, I'll be able to get it up. There you go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I was involved in part of that process, and there was a group of us, and two of the rehabilitators are the ones that went to staff and set up the meetings for the time it is now. The rest of us wanted to hold off and wait for a while. So it was actually two rehabilitators that initiated all that. That's why it started early. But I think on Wednesday when we had the meeting, I think we may have worked it out, because a lot of that stuff would be policy change. And there was only one issue that would be regulatory. And so we might have meetings on that, so that would be very limited. So it may already be solved, I'm not sure.
And again, we had 20 people out of our 90 there. So that's what I'm concerned about, is we just not getting the input from our full community.
Yeah, I think just in the past, you know as well as I do that if we got 90 rehabilitators, you get 20 to show up, you're doing pretty good.
Yeah, I think we had more than that.
Yeah,
anyway.
okay.
Well, what I hear is Director Davis is going to look into it.
Okay.
And sounds like we can resolve the issue.
Okay, thank you both.
Thank you.
all of you.
Great. We'll go next actually to one more virtual commenter before an additional in-person commenter. Is Brandon Wynn still available online? We'll unmute you, Brandon, if you're there. Okay, we can see you now. Go ahead and start, Brandon.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I'm sorry it's so late in the day. I wanted to address Commissioner Touchton. You asked what I think is a really good question, I think related to this OTC thing, was these caps, licenses with caps. And I don't think that you got a very complete answer. And so I'm going to take the liberty to answer that a little more fully. So what some states do, it's pretty, it's not uncommon for states to, if they want to try to limit somewhat non-residents, but not limit their residents, they will put a cap on just the non-resident side. So like in Arizona, they faced almost an identical situation that you do right now in Colorado with the OTC, but they only had OTC archery deer. So what they did was they realized they had too many non-resident hunters, just like you do in Colorado. 57% or something of your OTC archery elk hunters are non-residents. So Arizona decided to manage their resource better, the deer population. And so you'll be doing it with elk by limiting just putting a cap on the non-resident portion of hunters. And then they left the residents as OTC with no caps. So the non-resident is first come, first served, and they sold out the first year. They've only doing it 3 years now. The first year, the non-resident sold out in 3 days. The second year it sold out in a day. And then this year it sold out in about 6 hours or something. So it wasn't completely disaster for the non-residents. And what Arizona set the cap for the non-residents was 10% of the 5-year rolling average of resident OTC purchases. So what they're saying is we want, just like everything else they do in Arizona is 90-10, resident, non-resident. Everything they do is 90-10 resident, non-resident. And so they said, we're going to do that even on our OTC. It was a very elegant thing. They did it with no drama because Arizona is quite different than Colorado and my state, New Mexico, in that Arizona really looks at residents first. And, you know, this commission in Colorado and my commission didn't develop a system where there's so much concern and bias towards non-residents. And so in Arizona, whenever they do anything, it's just like, okay, residents first, and then there's no drama. Well, you didn't build the system, but you could make it better, at least step towards a little more consideration for resident hunters. And I think that if you leave the OTC elk unlimited for residents and cap it at whatever number you want to call, 20% of the total, whatever, to non-residents, you would solve your problem very simply. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last public commenter for this item will be Steve Hildy in person. Steve, if you can come up. Start whenever you're ready.
Thanks again, Commissioners, for another chance. As I was sitting in the audience listening, I just wanted to notate a couple of things. Commissioner Touchton and the money discussion going on. A year or two ago, we had an email exchange, and you know, the agency is authorized today under future generations to create an elk preference point fee. And so if offsetting loss of revenue for the agency is important, the CBA, and I'm on the committee, made that recommendation to staff back in August. And our recommendations at the time, and we're open for discussion, were to limit non-residents by 7,000. And so as you look at that, that's probably what, a $5.6 million hit. And so certainly a lot of that could be offset. What we suggested was a $5 fee for a resident, $25 fee for a non-resident, and make it optional. You don't have to pay that fee if you don't want it. And then the second thing I want to mention was there was discussion around the 80 and 81 satisfaction data, and you had asked Commissioner Bailey how much reduction was right. Well, in 80 and 81, it went from like 3,200 hunters down to a quota of 2,000, so it was a 30% reduction. But you got to realize, as you look at satisfaction, 73% of the draw last year was non-resident. And so when you think about those non-residents, they're most likely whitetail hunters. And if they're coming from Ohio or Michigan or whatever, they're fine sitting in a tree stand 20 yards apart from each other. It's very different satisfaction level for a resident. So that's all I had. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Steve.
That'll conclude public comment for this item.
Is there any other business should properly come before this meeting? Seeing none, I'm going to declare us adjourned.